Chapter 18. Mike Strother laid the manuscript pages aside. He sipped from his glass of lemonade made with lemons he had squeezed himself. He was taking a day off from working on the mantel. Yesterday he had applied a coat of varnish and was giving it an extra day to dry because of the humidity. That was the explanation he'd given Parker anyway. Throughout the morning, Mike had worked outdoors. Parker had seen him on his hands and knees turning the soil in the flower beds with a trowel. Later, he'd swept the veranda and washed the front windows. But the afternoon heat had driven him inside in time to prepare Parker's lunch, which he was only now getting around to eating. He had been actually rewriting since dawn, and was now anxious to hear Mike's reaction to this latest draft. Parker valued Mike's critiques of his work, even when they were negative. Although he sometimes felt like telling the older man to go to hell and to take his lousy opinion with him, he invariably reread the disputed passages with a different perspective, only to realize that Mike's observations were well-founded. Even if he didn't agree with them, he took Mike's insights into consideration during his rewrites. Mike was never quick to comment whether his review was good or bad. But when he was piqued at Parker for one reason or another, he deliberately withheld his remarks until Parker asked for them. Today, he was taking even more time than usual, and Parker knew he was doing so just to be vexing, but Parker was feeling rather ornery himself. He stubbornly waited as Mike thumbed through the pages a second time, rereading several passages, making non-committal, harumphing sounds like a physician listening to a hypochondriac's litany of complaints, and tugging thoughtfully on his lower lip. This continued for at least 10 minutes more. Parker was the first to crack. "Could you please translate those grunts into a semblance of verbiage?" Mike looked across at him as though he had forgotten he was there, which Parker knew to be a ruse. "You use the word fuck and its derivatives a lot, 413. That's it? That took 10 minutes of contemplation? That's the substance of your critique?" I couldn't help but notice. Guys their age use that kind of language, particularly in the company of other guys. In fact, they try and top each other, see who can be the most vulgar, talk the dirtiest. I didn't. You're an aberration. Mike scowled but let the insult pass. "You also use the word homo, very offensive, granted. But in '88, we hadn't yet coined the term politically correct. And again, I'm staying true to my characters. Randy, heterosexual males having a private conversation aren't going to be sensitive and deferential when referring to gay men, or to the female anatomy, it seems. Particularly to the female anatomy," Parker said, ignoring the implied reproof. "They wouldn't use the polite or clinical word for an act or a body part when there's an off-color alternative. Now that your fussiness over the coarse language has been addressed, what did you think was you didn't go to the cotton gin today, did you?" "What's that got to do with the manuscript?" Parker asked impatiently. "Does it have something to do with the manuscript? You're being awfully contrary this afternoon. Did you forget to take your stool softener last night? You're changing the subject, Parker, or is that lemonade spiked with Jack Daniels? More to the point, you're avoiding the subject." "Me? I thought the subject was my manuscript. You brought up was Maris. The gin. The two are linked," Mike said. "After months of preoccupation with that place, you haven't been back to it since she left. So the fact that you haven't gone back to the gin has nothing to do with what happened there between you and Maris the morning she left?" "No. I mean, yes. I mean 415 shit, whatever the hell you just said." Parker hunched his shoulders cantankerously. "Besides, nothing happened. Going there wouldn't bring back memories either pleasant or disturbing. It wouldn't remind you of her, wouldn't make you recall something that she said or something that you said that you'd rather forget. You know what?" Parker tilted his head back and eyed Mike down the length of his nose. "You should have been a woman. Let's see. During this one conversation, you've managed to accuse me of being a freak, then a closet drunk with bowel problems, and now you're insulting my masculinity. You're as nosy as an old woman who has nothing else to do except butt into other people's business. Maris is my business too, Parker." His sharp tone changed the character of the conversation and signaled that the banter was over. Parker turned away and stared out over the ocean. It was calm this afternoon, a mirror casting a brassy reflection of the sun off its surface. As they did each day at about this time, a small flock of pelicans flew in formation just above the treetops toward their nighttime roost. Parker wondered if it was constraining or comforting to be part of such a closely knit group. He had been a loner for so many years he couldn't remember what it was like to be a member of a family, or a fraternity, or any community of individuals. Mackenzie Roon was beloved by readers all over the world. He resided on their nightstands and in their briefcases. He accompanied them to the beach, to the toilet, and on modes of mass transit. He was taken into their bathtubs and beds. He shared a rare intimacy with them. But Parker Evans was known only by a few and loved by no one. That had been his choice, of course, and a necessary one. Recently, however, he had begun to realize the tremendous price he had paid for his years of reclusion. Over time, he had become accustomed to being alone, but lately he'd begun feeling lonely. There was a difference. That difference became evident the moment you realized that you no longer liked being alone as well as you liked being with someone else. That's when aloneness turned to loneliness. Staving off the threatening despair, he quietly apologized to Mike for 417 involving him in his scheme. I know you feel responsible to some extent, and I admire you for having a conscience about it. I played along with that ridiculous test we put her through because you asked me to. Was that necessary? Probably not, Parker admitted in a quiet voice. I could have told her you were Mackenzie Roan. I could have pretended that it slipped out. You would have been angry at me, but you would have gotten over it. Instead, I went along with the whole charade, and I'm ashamed of myself for it. Don't be Mike, you're blameless. This is all my doing. From start to finish, beginning to end. Whatever the end may be, I'm the guilty party here, not you. That doesn't exactly absolve me from my voluntary participation. With a rueful shrug, Parker said no, but that's the best I can do. They lapsed into a weighty silence. Eventually, Mike picked up his reading glasses, unknowingly reminding Parker of Maris, and the eyeglasses she had been wearing the last time he saw her. Which might have been the last time he would ever see her, he reminded himself. These young men seemed to have reconciled completely, Mike remarked as he thumbed through the pages again. I don't sense any residual hostility between them. Following the incident with Hadley, Wark carried on as though it had never happened, Parker explained. He made a conscious decision not to let it affect their friendship. Noble of him. Nevertheless, it still was. There, Parker interrupted, completing the other man's thought, like an unsightly birthmark that mars an otherwise beautiful baby's face. Neither wants to acknowledge the blemish on their friendship. Both look past it, hoping that it will gradually fade and ultimately disappear completely, as some birthmarks do, so that eventually no one can remember the baby having had it. Good analogy. It is, isn't it? I may use it. He jotted himself a note. You didn't specify or explain the family obligation that prevented Todd from leaving with Rourke. 419. It's discussed in the next scene. Rourke extends condolences to Todd for his mother's death. She didn't want to worry him during those last few crucial months leading up to his college graduation, so she didn't tell him that she'd been diagnosed with a rampant cancer. She attended the commencement exercise, but it was an effort for her. The therapy she'd been receiving had weakened her, but unfortunately had had no effect on the malignancy. So rather than leaving for Florida, Todd accompanied her home. He stayed with her until she died. Quite a sacrifice, especially when you consider what moving to Key West represented to him. Parker smiled sardonically. Save the kudos, I have him saying, wait, let me read it to you. He shuffled through the sheets of handwritten notes scattered across his work table until he found the one he was looking for. Todd thanks Rourke for his expression of sympathy, so on and so forth. Then he says, actually, her death was very convenient. Rourke reacts with appropriate shock. Then Todd adds, I'm only being honest. Cruelly honest, says Rourke. Todd shrugs indifferently. Maybe, but at least I'm not a hypocrite. Am I sorry she's dead? No. Dying left me completely untethered and unencumbered, free. I've got no one to think about except myself now, no one to account to. Nothing to cater to except my writing. Mike assimilated that. So the white gloves are coming off in the next segment. If by that you mean that Todd's true character will be revealed, no, not entirely. We do, however, begin to detect chinks in the facade, the same way Noah Reed's true character was revealed to you once you moved to Key West. Bit by bit, Parker felt his facial muscles stiffen as they did whenever Noah was called to the forefront of his mind. It takes Rourke only a few chapters to see his so-called friend for what he really is. It took me a couple of years, and by then it was too late. He stared hard at his legs for several moments. Then, forcing those ugly memories aside, he referred once again to his handwritten notes. Professor Hadley is also 421 resurrected in the next scene. Mike poured himself another glass of lemonade, then sat back in his chair and assumed a listening aspect. Actually, it's Todd who introduces the subject, Parker explained. He comments on how wonderful it is that they managed to turn that situation around. He says if he hadn't pulled that trick on Rourke, their present relationship with the professor might not be as solid as it is. He says Rourke should be thanking him for what he did. Rourke isn't ready to go so far as to thank him, but he concedes that it worked to their advantage in the long run. Parker took a breath. This conversation is to inform the reader that Professor Hadley had seen such promise in these talented young men. He's offered to continue critiquing their work even though they're no longer his students. Very generous of him. Parker frowned. He's not completely selfless. I have a chapter planned written from his point of view where the reader learns that he would coach these two young writers simply because he recognizes their talent and wants to see it honed and refined and then hopefully published and shared with an appreciative audience. I sense however coming. However, wouldn't it be a star in his crown if he discovered the next generation's defining novelists? In other words, he's an opportunistic old bastard, Parker laughed. Everyone is opportunistic, Mike. Everyone without exception. Only the degree of one's opportunism separates him from others. How far is one willing to go to get what he wants? Some fall by the wayside early. They give up or take another course or simply decide that what they're after isn't worth the risks or the costs involved in getting it. But others, he paused and focused on a spot in near space. To get what they want, others are willing to go to any lengths. Any lengths. They'll go beyond what's lawful or decent or moral, so long as they come out ahead. Mike seemed about to remark on that bit of philosophizing when he changed his mind, 423, and asked a question that Parker guessed was less incendiary. Do you want to assign that much importance to a secondary character? Hadley, you mean? He's important to the plot. He is? Integral. I have to set that up. Mike nodded, seemingly distracted by another thought. Half a minute passed. Finally, Parker asked him what was on his mind, the pacing, the dialogue, too much narrative about the Key West apartment, or not enough? The brunette stripper on the roof was Mary Catherine, as the girl was in the prologue who accompanies them on the boat. Remember, one of the boys removes her bikini top and waves it above his head before they're even out of the harbor, so it's important that I establish in the reader's mind that she's a friendly, playful sort. There's more about her in an upcoming scene. She's a nice girl, Parker. The stripper with the heart-shaped ass? Mike gave him a sour look. Parker cursed beneath his breath. Mike was determined to talk about Maris, and when Mike got something into his head to talk about, he would continue dredging it up until it was talked about. Parker returned his notes to the work table, knowing that he might just as well get this conversation out of the way so he could get on with the rest of his afternoon. First of all, Maris is a woman, not a girl. And whoever said she wasn't nice? Not me. Did you ever hear me say she wasn't nice? She says please and thank you, keeps her napkin in her lap, and covers her mouth when she yawns. Mike fixed an admonishing glare on him. Admit it, she's not what you expected. No. She's taller by a couple inches. He was on the receiving end of another baleful look. He spread his arms wide. What do you want me to say? That she's not the snob I thought she'd be? Okay, she's not. You expected a spoiled rich girl? A total bitch. An aggressive and abrasive whiz, ball-buster. Who would blow in here, disrupting the 425 peace and trying to intimidate us with her New York sophistication and superiority? Instead, Maris was, "Well, you know better than I what she was like." As an afterthought, the old man said, "All the same, she did make an impact, didn't she?" Yes, she had. Just a much softer, more feminine impact than Parker had expected. He glanced at the vase on the coffee table. Maris had gathered sprigs of honeysuckle during a morning stroll and had asked if he would object to her putting them in water, just to brighten the room up a bit, she'd said. Mike, infatuated with her to the point of idiocy, had turned the kitchen upside down until he found a suitable container. For days, the wild bouquet had filled the solarium with a heady fragrance. Now it was an eyesore. The blossoms were shriveled, the water swampy and smelly, but Parker hadn't asked Mike to remove it, and Mike hadn't taken it upon himself to empty the vase. It was a reminder of her they weren't quite ready to relinquish. The shells she had collected on the beach were still spread out on the end table where she'd proudly displayed them. When she carried them in, her feet had been bare and dusted with sand. They'd left footprints on the tile floor, which she had insisted on sweeping up herself. His dying houseplant was rallying because she had moved it to a better spot and had watered it just enough, not too much. 2 fashion magazines that she'd browsed through while he worked on his novel were still lying in the chair she'd last occupied. It was that throw pillow there, the one with the fringe around it, that she had hugged to her breast while she listened to him reading a passage from his manuscript. Everywhere he looked, there was evidence of her. She's an intelligent woman, Mike said. She proved that. Smart, but sensitive. Mike was speaking in a hushed voice, as though he felt her spirit in the room and didn't want to frighten it away, which annoyed Parker more than if he'd scraped his fingernails down a chalkboard. They were acting like saps, he as much as Mike a pair of sentimental fools. And anyway, who said his room had needed to be brightened up a bit? He had liked it just 427 fine the way it was before Maris Matherly Reed had ever darkened the door. "Don't get misty, Mike," he said a shade more harshly than he had intended. "She plays sensitive because she wants a book from me." "A book, not income. I don't think she cares if envy makes her company a red cent. She loves your writing." Parker shrugged indifferently, but secretly he agreed. In spite of the haggling, Maris seemed much more interested in the storytelling aspects of his book than in its earning potential. She can also laugh at herself. I like that in a person. Then, looking at Parker askance, Mike added, "I guess there's no need mentioning that she's beautiful." "Then why'd you mention it?" "So you noticed?" "What? You think I'm blind as well as lame?" "Yeah, she's good to look at." He made a gesture that said, "So what?" Her looks were no surprise. We saw her picture in that magazine article. The photo didn't do her justice. I expected her to be attractive. Noah never dated an ugly girl, Parker muttered. "Not that I knew about." When Mike declined to comment one way or another, Parker went on, "You know what? I'm glad she's attractive. Real glad. It'll make what I'm going to do all the more enjoyable." "What are you going to do?" "You know, I never talk over a plot until I've written at least some of it down. Guess you'll have to use your imagination." "You're going to use Maris?" "Fucking A. And if you don't approve of my language, cover your ears." He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. The air conditioner was working, so why did it feel so damn hot in here? "Now, can we please end this discussion? I've got work to do." Mike calmly finished his glass of lemonade, then rifled through the manuscript pages again. At last he stood, crossed to Parker, and passed the sheets to him. "It's coming along. Don't go overboard with the praise, Parker," said drolly. "I might get a 429 swelled head." On his way out, Mike said, "You may want to rethink your motivation. My character's motivation is perfectly clear." Mike didn't even deign to turn around and address Parker face to face when he said, "I wasn't referring to your characters." Chapter 19. This is my favorite room. Maris basked in the familiar comfort of her father's home study where they were having cocktails. At the last minute, Noah had needed to consult with the contracts manager over a disputed clause, so he had urged her to go to Daniel's house ahead of him. She hadn't minded his being detained. Since her return from Georgia, She hadn't spent any time alone with her father. "I'm rather partial to this room myself," Daniel said. "I spend a lot of time in here, but I like it even more when you're sharing it with me." She laughed. "You didn't always feel that way. I remember times when I'd come in here hoping to coax you away from the work that you'd brought home with you. I made a pest of myself." They smiled at the shared recollections, but Daniel's expression turned somber. "I wish I had those times to relive, Maris. If I did, I'd spend more time skating in the park or playing Monopoly with you. I regret passing up those opportunities. I wasn't deprived much, Dad. In fact, I wasn't deprived of anything. Most of all, you're being far too generous, but I thank you for saying that." Maris sensed a melancholia in him tonight. He'd been very glad to see her, but his jocularity didn't quite ring true. His comic bickering with Maxine seemed forced. His smiles were good counterfeits of the real thing, but they were noticeably strained. "Dad, aren't you feeling well? Is something wrong?" He cited Howard Bancroft's funeral. "It's tomorrow morning." She nodded sympathetically. "Howard wasn't just your corporate lawyer. He was a good and trusted friend, 431. I'm going to miss him. He'll be missed all over this city. For the life of me, I can't understand what drove him to do such a terrible thing. He was grieving his loss naturally. But Maris wasn't entirely sure that Bancroft's suicide was the only thing weighing heavily on Daniel's mind. She reasoned that his mood might be in response to her own. She wasn't exactly a barrel of laughs tonight either. She could attribute her moodiness to two things. Well, actually two people, Noah and Parker. Noah's explanation for his meeting with Worldview had been plausible. Daniel had even verified it. Nevertheless, it rankled that they had kept her unaware of something so vitally important to the future of Matherly Press. She had never been that busy. Had she been anyone else, her high ranking in the company would have demanded she be kept apprised. Their personal relationships should not have been a factor. As senior vice president of the corporation, she had deserved to be informed of Bloom's poaching. As a wife, she deserved her husband's respect. That's what had really infuriated her. Noah's nonchalant dismissal of her anger. He'd treated her like a child who could be easily mollified with a candy stick, or a pet whose trust could be earned with a pat on the head. His peacemaking platitudes had been textbook standards, Marriage 101, Lesson 3, How to Fight Constructively. The way in which he'd placated her had been more belittling than his original offense. Didn't he know her any better than to think she could be so easily diffused and dismissed? Maris? She raised her head and smiled at Daniel with chagrin. "Did I drift? No farther than 1,000,000 miles. I'm sorry, I've got a lot on my mind. Would you freshen my drink, please?" When she hesitated, he waved his hand irritably. I know. You think I'm drinking too much? By the way, I saw through that man-to-man advice Noah gave me. It came straight from you. I worry about you navigating the stairs after you've had a few, that's all. You're a little unsteady to start 433. If I get drunk tonight, you can carry me up the stairs piggyback. How's that? Chastening him with a look, she crossed the room to get his glass and carried it with her to the bar. "While you're at it, why don't you have another?" he suggested. "I think you could use it." She poured him another scotch and refilled her wine glass with Chardonnay. Do I think you need alcoholic reinforcement this evening? Because you look like your puppy has run away from home." True. She was feeling a huge sense of loss. She'd been reluctant to pinpoint the source of it and assign it a name, but in her heart of hearts she knew its name, Parker Evans. She resettled in her chair, and as Daniel methodically refilled the bowl of his pipe, she let her gaze wander around the room. She took in her father's extensive collection of coveted leather-bound first editions. They were meticulously lined up on the shelves of a massive cabinet with gleaming glass doors. She couldn't help but compare this neat and costly library to Parker's haphazardly crammed bookshelves. She contrasted the expensive furnishings and appointments of this room to the wicker chairs and chintz cushions in Parker's solarium. This room had an imported marble fireplace that had been salvaged from an Italian palace. The wood mantel in Parker's house had been carved by a slave named Phineas, and she realized that as much as she loved this house, This room and the fond memories of childhood they evoked, she was homesick for St. Ann Island and Parker's house with its creaky hardwood floors and the cozy guest cottage with its claw-footed bathtub. She was homesick for Mike's clattering in the kitchen and the click of the keys as Parker typed in his rapid, two-fingered hunt and peck method. She missed the oddly harmonious racket of the cicadas and the distant swish of the surf breaking on the beach and the scent of honeysuckle and the feel of the salt air, so heavy it was like raiment against her skin. And Parker, she missed Parker. Are you thinking about him? Daniel asked softly, interrupting her thoughts. Is he what has made you sad? 4:35 made me sad. Hardly, she said, giving her head a firm shake. Has he made me angry? Yes. Would I like to throttle him? Definitely. He's provoking on every level, starting with how he approaches his profession. Only rarely does he take a suggestion or criticism without first putting up an argument, which invariably turns fierce. He stays hidden away in that house on that island. Lovely as the house and island are, he uses them as a refuge. He should be out among people. A writer usually seizes every opportunity to promote his work, but not him. Oh no, he adopts this lofty attitude and pretends to be above all that, but I know better. The reason he remains a recluse is because of his disability. Oh, have I told you that, Dad? He's wheelchair-bound. I didn't learn that until I got there. At first I was shocked because when talking to him over the telephone, I got no indication that he was in any way impaired, except when it came to manners. It took me totally by surprise, but after a while, I don't know, Dad. It's strange when I look at him now. I don't even see the wheelchair. She paused to reflect on that, realizing how profoundly true the statement was. She no longer saw Parker's chair or his disability, and she wondered at what point that had happened. I suppose it's the potency of his personality that makes his disability seem not just inconsequential, but invisible. He's got an extraordinary command of the language. Even his body make, the crude vocabulary is impressive. He has a sly sense of humor, wicked sometimes. He can be awfully grouchy, too, but then I suppose he's entitled to be. Anyone in his circumstances would be resentful. I mean, he's young, in his prime, so his bitterness over being confined to a wheelchair is understandable and forgivable. He's self-conscious of his scars, but he shouldn't be. People, especially women, would find him attractive no matter what his legs look like. He's not handsome exactly, but he's got an animal magnetism. I guess you'd call it, you sense an energy radiating from him even when he's sitting still. When he speaks to you, you're drawn 437 right into his eyes. The intensity with which he holds your attention makes up for his incapacity. But don't get the impression that he's feeble. He's not. In fact, he's quite strong. His hands, when they had kept her head in place for his kiss, when they had trapped her hips and held her still beside his chair, those times they had felt incredibly strong and commanding. Yet at other times, like when he had plucked a leaf from her hair, his touch had been light and deft, even playful. When she'd held a seashell in her palm for him to admire, he had traced the delicate whorls with his fingertip gingerly, as though afraid to apply too much pressure and risk crushing it. A woman would never have to flinch from his touch. He's the most complex individual I've ever met, she said huskily, extremely talented. She conjured up Parker's face and heard herself saying, also angry, very angry. You can sense it in his writing, but even when he's relaxed and joking with Mike, his anger is detectable. His smiles have a disturbing element. There's a cruelty to them, and that's unfortunate because I don't believe he could be cruel at all if not for the anger. It's always there, just beneath the surface. There's a passage in his novel where he describes Rourke's anger toward Todd. He compares it to a serpent gliding through still, dark water, never surfacing, never revealing itself, but constantly there, silent, sinister, and deadly, waiting to poison them both. Probably he's just angry over being trapped in a wheelchair, but I sense there's something I don't know, something I've missed, like there's one more secret yet to come to light. She laughed softly. I can't imagine what it might be. He's sprung so many surprises on me, not all of them good. She took a sip of wine and raised her shoulders in a helpless shrug. That's the best way I know to answer your question. Daniel studied her thoughtfully for a long moment as he continued to pack tobacco into his pipe. He rarely lighted it. He just liked the ritualistic activity. It gave him something to do while assembling his thoughts. 4:39 when he finally spoke. It was to quietly say, "Actually, Maris," my question referred to Noah. Embarrassed, she flushed hotly. For 5 solid minutes she had rattled on about Parker. Oh, well, she stammered. Yes, I wouldn't say Noah made me sad, but I was upset over his meeting with Worldview. I was even more upset that he chose not to tell me about it. Daniel set the pipe aside and picked up his tumbler. As he contemplated the amber contents, he asked, "Did Noah tell you that he had a meeting with Howard the afternoon he killed himself?" The manner in which he had posed the question caused her throat to constrict. This wasn't a casual inquiry. He mentioned it. It took place only a couple of hours before Howard ended his life. Maris lost all appetite for the wine. Setting the crystal stem on the end table, she wiped condensation or perspiration off her palms. What was the nature of their meeting? According to Noah, Howard needed him to sign off on the final draft of a contract between us and one of our foreign licensees. Noah approved the amended language, and that was the extent of it. That's what Noah had told her, too. Do you? She cleared her throat and began again. Do you doubt that? I have no reason to, although Maris waited in breathless suspension for him to continue. Howard's secretary told me that his meeting with Noah was his last for the day, and that when he left the office, he wasn't himself. Specifically, he seemed distressed. I think her exact words were extremely upset. Daniel took a sip of whiskey. Of course, one event probably has nothing to do with the other. Howard could have been upset over any number of things, something in his personal life, something that didn't relate to Matherly Press or Noah, but her father didn't believe that. If he did, they wouldn't be having this conversation. Dad, do you think was good? I see you started without me. Noah pushed open the double doors and breezed in. Darling, I apologize again for making you come over alone. He bent down and kissed Maris, then smacked his lips as though tasting them 441. Good wine it is. She got up and moved to the wet bar, trying to hide from the men and herself that her knees were wobbly. I'll pour you some. Thanks, but I'd rather have what Daniel is having. Rocks only. It's been that kind of day. Noah crossed the room to shake hands with his father-in-law, then rejoined Maris on the love seat and placed his arm around her as she handed him a highball glass. Cheers. After taking a sip of his drink, he said, "Maxine sent me in with the message that dinner is in 10 minutes. I hope her pot roast isn't as dry as it was last time." Daniel grumbled. Pot roast is never dry, Maris said, wondering how they could be discussing something as trivial as pot roast when only moments ago the topic had been a man's inexplicable suicide. Dry or not, I'm going to wreak havoc on it, Noah said. I'm starving, of course. One event probably has nothing to do with the other. She clung to her father's statement, desperate to believe it. This was Noah they were talking about, her husband. The man she had fallen in love with and the man she still loved. Noah, the man she slept beside every night, the man with whom she wanted to have children. She placed her hand on his thigh, and he, without even a pause in his conversation with Daniel, covered her hand with his own and pressed it affectionately. It was an absent-minded, husbandly, and reassuring gesture. Dinner was delicious, and the pot roast lived up to Maxine's standards of excellence. But by the time the lemon tarts were served, Daniel was yawning. As soon as Maxine removed the dessert dishes, he asked to be excused. "Stay and enjoy another cup of coffee," he told his guests as he stood up. "But I should retire. I'll be up early to attend Howard's funeral. Can't say I'm looking forward to it." "I need to say goodnight too, Dad." Today was long and strenuous. As they left the dining room, Maris held back and detained Noah. Laying her hands on his lapels, she went up on tiptoe 443 to kiss him tenderly on the lips. "I think I'll go home ahead of you." He placed his hands at her waist and drew her closer. I thought you and I had plans for later this evening. We do, but I'm about to ask a favor. Would you please stay and help Dad get to bed? I know it's not your place, Waz. I don't mind at all. He's prickly on the subject of his instability, and it's already come up once tonight. But if you invent an excuse to walk upstairs with him, it won't appear that you're escorting him. I would appreciate it. Consider it done, sweetheart. I'll follow your lead. At the door, she pretended to remember that she wanted to retrieve an old address book from her third-floor bedroom. I'll have to look for it. I'm not sure where I left it. Noah offered to get it for her and suggested that she go ahead of him while he searched. She wasn't sure Daniel believed their play acting, but he went along with it. When they said their good nights, Daniel hugged her tightly. Then he set her away from him and peered closely into her eyes as though trying to decipher the troubling thoughts behind them. I want to hear more about this new book and the complex man who's writing it. The reminder of how she'd gone on and on about Parker brought color to her cheeks again. I always value your input, Dad. I'll have a copy of the manuscript sent over by courier tomorrow. We'll get together later in the week to discuss it. He squeezed her hand with a confidentiality and caring that made her want to crawl up into his lap as she had when she was little, seeking comfort and assurance that everything was going to be fine, that all her concerns were needless, and that there was no basis for her undefined disquiet. But of course she couldn't. She'd outgrown his lap, and her confidences were a woman's, not a child's. They couldn't be shared with her father. Daniel moved aside, and Noah stepped up to hug her. Daniel's looking a little down in the mouth tonight, he whispered. Once he's tucked in, I think I'll offer to have a bedtime brandy with him. But make it a short one. 4:45 I'll be waiting. Maris didn't go straight home. She had never intended to. Using her father as a pawn to delay Noah made her feel guilty, but only a little. She would never have deceived them if she weren't desperate to rid herself of nagging doubts that had taken a tenacious hold on her. She took a taxi downtown to the apartment in Chelsea. By the time she reached the door of the apartment, her heart was beating hard, and not because of the steep staircase. She was anxious about what she might find inside. She unlocked the door with the key she'd had in her possession since the night of her surprise party, and, remembering where the light switch was, flipped it on. The air conditioning unit was humming softly, but otherwise the apartment was silent. She noted that the cushions on the sofa looked freshly plumped. Moving into the kitchen, she looked into a spotless, dry sink. There were no dishes in the dishwasher, not even a drinking glass. The wastebasket beneath the sink was empty, its plastic liner as pristine as when it had been placed there. Maid service? Noah hadn't mentioned retaining anyone to clean this apartment. But that didn't mean he hadn't. Back in the living room, she moved toward the room designated as Noah's office. Hand on the doorknob, she paused and said a prayer, although she couldn't specifically say what she was praying for. She pushed open the door. In a single glance, she took it all in, then slumped dejectedly against the door jamb. The room looked exactly as they'd left it that night. Nothing had been disturbed or changed. There were no paper balls in the trash can, no reference books with pages marked, no notes stuck to the computer screen or scrawled on ruled legal tablets. She knew what a writer's work area was supposed to look like. Parker's would have cost an obsessive-compulsive years of therapy. It was strewn with coffee-stained notes and red pencils whose leads were worn down to nubs, and tablets filled with thoughts and diagrams and doodles, and file envelopes with curled, fraying edges, and unstable pyramids of reference material and paper clips bent out of 447 shape during periods of torturous concentration. Yet if one thing were touched or moved on Parker's desk, he would bark at the offender. He knew exactly where everything was, and he wanted it left the way he had it. Mike was forbidden to clean in the area as though the disarray contributed to Parker's creativity. Noah's writing space was immaculate, although, upon closer inspection, Maris saw that his computer keyboard sported a fine layer of dust. The keys had never been touched. Her heart wasn't beating fast now. In fact, it felt like a stone inside her chest as she turned off the lights and left the apartment. She conscientiously locked the door behind her, although she didn't know why she bothered. There was absolutely nothing of value to her inside. She exited the building and descended the front steps, lost in thought, her motions listless. She was weighted down with dread for the inevitable confrontation with Noah. When he returned from her father's house, he would be expecting his docile wife to be waiting for him at home, eager and ready to make love to him. That's what she had deliberately led him to expect. She had led him to believe that she was as moldable as warm clay, gullible, blindly accepting, and he had been easily deceived because up until recently, that's exactly what she'd been. He would arrive home thinking that their argument about worldview was a forgotten episode, that she didn't question the nature of his meeting with Howard Bancroft, that she had no reason to doubt him when he told her he had resumed writing meek and mild and malleable Maris. Stupid Maris. That's what he thought of her, but he thought wrong. As she reached street level, she noticed a passenger alighting from a taxi half a block away. She hadn't expected the good fortune of finding a cab so soon and raised her hand to signal the driver. As soon as he received his fare, he drove the short distance to where Maris stood at the curb. But she was no longer looking at the taxi. Instead, she was watching the man who had alighted from it as he jogged up the steps of another brownstone, entering it with an air of familiarity as though he belonged. Gradually, Maris lowered her arm 449 until then not realizing that it was still raised. She motioned the taxi driver to go on. Walking briskly, she quickly covered the distance to the other apartment building. It was as quaint as the one she'd just left. There was no doorman or other form of security to prevent her from entering the vestibule. She checked the mailboxes. All except one were labeled with a name. Either the apartment was vacant or the tenant in 2A received mail at another location. Again, she climbed stairs, but it was with amazing calm that she approached the door of apartment 2A. She rapped smartly and looked directly into the peephole, knowing that it was probably being looked through from the other side. Nadia Schuler opened the door, and the two of them stood face to face. She was dressed for romance, wearing only a silk wrapper, which appeared to have been hastily tied at her waist as she made her way to answer the door. She didn't even have the decency to look alarmed or shamefaced. Her expression was one of smug amusement as she stepped back and opened the door wider. Maris's gaze slid past her to Noah, who was coming from a connecting room, presumably a kitchen, with a drink in each hand. He was in shirt sleeves, having wasted no time in removing his jacket and tie. Upon seeing her, he stopped dead in his tracks. Maris, Nadia said, "I hope this doesn't turn into one of those dreadful farces a la a Ronald Reagan movie." Maris ignored her. Nadia was insignificant. The only thing she signified was Noah's bad taste in mistresses. She didn't waste any contempt on Nadia. Instead, she directed it all toward the man she had married less than 2 years ago. "Don't bother apologizing or explaining, even if that's what you had in mind to do, Noah. You're a liar and an adulterer, and I want you out of my life. Out immediately. I'll have Maxine come over and pack up your things because I can't bear the thought of touching them myself. You can arrange with the doorman a time to pick them up when I'm not there. I don't want to see you again, Noah, ever." 451. Then she turned and jogged down the stairs, across the small lobby, down the steps, and onto the sidewalk. She wasn't crying. In fact, her eyes were dry. She didn't feel angry or sad or miserable. In fact, she felt surprisingly unshackled and lighthearted. She had no sense of leaving something, but rather of going toward something. She didn't get far. Noah gripped her arm from behind and roughly jerked her around. He grinned down at her, but it was a cold and frightening grin. Well, Maris. Clever you. Let go of me." She struggled to pull her arm free from his grasp, but he didn't yield. In fact, his fingers closed more tightly around her biceps. "I said for you to let was shut up," he hissed, shaking her so hard that she bit her tongue and cried out in pain. "I heard what you had to say, Maris. Every single word. Brave speech. I was impressed. But now let me tell you how it's going to be. Our marriage has been and will remain on my terms. You don't order me out of your life. You don't order me to leave. I leave you only when I'm goddamn good and ready. I hope you understand that, Maris. Your life will be so much easier if you do. You're hurting me, Noah. He laughed at that. I haven't begun to hurt you yet. To underscore his point, he squeezed her arm tightly, cruelly, his fingers mashing muscle against bone. Although tears of pain sprang to her eyes, she didn't recoil. In the meantime, I'll fuck Nadia. I'll fuck whoever I want to, and I don't care if you watch, but you'll stay the obedient little wife, understand? Or I'll make your life and the lives of everyone dear to you a living hell, Maris. I can, I will. His eyes glinted with an evil light as he leaned even closer and whispered, I will, I promise you. Then he released her, so suddenly she staggered and fell against the iron fence that enclosed trash receptacles, painfully banging her shoulder. As he turned away from her and started back toward the brownstone he shared with Nadia, he called cheerfully, Don't wait up. Too stunned to move, Morris watched him go and continued to stare at the empty doorway 453 long after he had disappeared inside. She wasn't so afraid as dumbfounded. Incredulity kept her rooted to the concrete. Although her arm was throbbing and she could taste blood in her mouth, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Noah? Threatening her, physically threatening her with an icy calm that glazed his threats with certainty and made them terrifying. She shivered, then violently and uncontrollably, her blood running cold with the sudden but unarguable realization that she was married to a total stranger. The man she thought she knew didn't exist. Noah had assumed a role, that's all. He had mimicked a character in a book because he knew she'd been infatuated with that character. He had played the part well, never stepping out of character. Not once, until tonight. She was jolted by the fact that just now, for the first time, she had been introduced to the real Noah Reed. Envy Child, 15, Key West, Florida, 1987. Rourke. He rubbed sleep from his eyes as he juggled the telephone receiver in the general direction of his ear. Yeah? Were you sleeping? It was 4:30 in the morning. He hadn't gotten to bed until after 3. The nightclub where he and Todd worked didn't close until 2. One of his responsibilities was to close out the registers, and he couldn't do that until the last customer left, after writing all day. Then putting in an 8-hour shift, he hadn't merely been sleeping, he'd been comatose. Who is this? Mary Catherine. I hate to bother you. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. His bare foot knocked over an empty drink can, and it noisily rolled across the concrete floor toward Todd's bed. He growled a protest into his pillow. What's up? Rourke asked in a whisper. Can you come over? Now? 455. The strip joint was only a few doors down from the nightclub for which he tended bar, and Todd parked cars. Occasionally, during their breaks, they could catch their neighbors' acts. He and Todd had come to know the girls well enough to be admitted gratis. A bouncer let them in through a rear entrance. They watched from backstage. Sometimes they went together, sometimes separately, and they were rarely able to stay longer than 15 or 20 minutes at a time. But those few minutes relieved the drudgery of their lives. Their limited budgets had reduced dating to a bare minimum. Thankfully, the trio of exotic dancers had been neighborly to them in more ways than giving free peep shows. One Mark had volunteered to take Starlight's car to a garage for an oil change and tune-up. What the mechanic did for the car's engine was nothing compared to what Starlight did to Rourke's. As thank yous went, Starlight beat Hallmark all to hell. But this telephone call didn't have the tone of a come-on, and, much to his regret, Mary Catherine had never shown any romantic interest in him. She'd treated him in a brotherly fashion while she flirted shamelessly with Todd and had graced him with several sleepovers. Could you Rourke, please? I'm here by myself, and, well, I need a favor. His heart thumped with optimism. Sure, be right there. Don't mention it to Todd, okay? That dampened his enthusiasm somewhat, because he would enjoy ribbing Todd about getting a middle-of-the-night call from one of his regular lays. Where women were concerned, Todd was a cocksure bastard. He pulled on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, pushed his feet into a pair of sandals, and let himself out without waking Todd. He hurdled the foul-smelling moat surrounding the apartment building and followed the now familiar and well-worn path to the girls' building. He took the stairs two at a time, arriving at their door slightly out of breath. Mary Catherine opened the door before he could even knock. "I was watching for you through the window." He stepped inside, trying not to give away how crestfallen he was by her appearance. She didn't even resemble the stunner 457 she was when she peeled away the vestiges of her nun's habit and stood in the spotlight gloriously naked, or even when she lay spread-eagled on the roof basting in suntan oil. Her face was free of stage makeup. Her eyes and nose were red as though she'd been crying. Her long, curly hair had been gathered into a scraggly ponytail. Most disappointing of all, she wasn't dressed for seduction. She was wearing an unflattering, oversized Dolphins jersey and a baggy pair of plaid boxer shorts. "I got you up, didn't I?" "I was writing," he lied. "Your lights were out. I was plotting inside my head." "Oh." She twisted the hem of the jersey in her fist. "I hate to ask you to do this, Rourke, but is something wrong? I miscarried tonight." He gaped stupidly and speechlessly. "A baby." She flipped out her hand. "Well, I guess it wasn't really a baby yet, just, Anyway, I need some things, and I'm not feeling too good, so I wondered if you'd run down to the 24-hour market for me." He swallowed what felt like a bowling ball, then reflexively wet his lips. Sure. Be glad to. I'd really appreciate it. No problem. But are you okay? Should you call a doctor or something? Want me to take you to the hospital? Have things checked out? No, I'm okay." Taking a deep but shaky breath, she said, "This isn't the first time." He dragged his hand down over his mouth and chin. "You didn't do anything crazy, did you? You didn't cause it? On purpose, I mean?" She shook her head and smiled weakly. "No, nothing that dramatic. It just happened. Rourke, an accident of nature. The first time, yeah, I went to a clinic and had it sucked out, but this time it came out on its own. I started feeling bad at work. Cramps, you know?" He nodded sympathetically, although she could have been talking about ice sculpting for all he knew about it. In fact, he probably knew more about ice sculpting. 4:59. I was invited out with the other girls to a private party, but it had all the makings of an all-nighter, so I begged off, came home, went straight to bed, woke up about an hour ago in a mess. She raised her shoulders. "No more baby." He saw tears shining in her eyes, but she quickly turned away and reached for a small slip of paper and several folded bills. "I made a detailed list. Name brands and sizes, figured you wouldn't know what to get if I didn't." "You're right about that," he said, trying to sound goofily cheerful and failing miserably. This should cover it. He took the list and money from her. "Anything else? I think it's all on there. I'll leave the door unlocked so you can just come in when you get back." He nodded and turned to go, but she touched his arm and brought him back around. "Thanks, Rourke. Really, thanks." He patted the small hand resting on his arm. "Go lie down. I'll be back soon as I can." When he returned, she was stretched out on the sofa, one arm across her eyes, the other hand resting on her abdomen. She lowered her arm and smiled wanly at him as he approached on tiptoe. "Find everything? I think so. Did I send enough money? Don't worry about it. Why aren't you in bed?" "Well, as I said, it's kind of a mess." At the end of a short hallway, one of the bedroom doors was standing ajar. He set the sack of purchases on the floor beside the sofa. "Here's your stuff." Then he started down the hall toward the bedroom. "Rourke, no," she protested weakly as she sat up. "Take care of yourself, Mary Catherine. I'll take care of this." He did, but it wasn't pleasant. For one thing, it was much more difficult to remain detached than he had imagined it would be. He couldn't get it out of his mind that the mess represented a human life which had started out exactly as every human life did. For 461 reasons that would never be known, it had decided to give it up, cash in early, let go. It was said that miscarriages were blessings in disguise, that it was the natural way for a uterus to discard an imperfection. Nevertheless, knowing that a life had ended tonight was depressing as hell. Also, she must have been fairly far along because there was more bloody substance than he'd expected. As efficiently as possible, he stripped the linens, including the mattress pad, and crammed them into a plastic trash bag he found in a kitchen pantry. He sealed it tightly, then carried it out to the dumpster behind the building. On his way back through the apartment, he heard the shower running in the bathroom. He found fresh linens in a hall closet and remade the bed. He was finishing up when she came into the bedroom looking scrubbed and wearing another ensemble of loose t-shirt and baggy boxers. He swept his arm wide to indicate the bed. Climb in. She did, sighing with relief as she lay down. Everything all right? Sure. Did you take some of the Tylenol? 3 figured they couldn't hurt. How about some tea? You've done enough. How about some tea? She looked up at him. You'd really make me tea? Do you have a kettle? I don't think so. A microwave? Of course. 5 minutes later, he was back with a steaming cup of tea, packets of sweetener, and a spoon. I didn't know if you took sugar or not. 2, please. As he stirred the sweetener into her tea, he glanced over at the TV. The sound was muted, but she was staring into the screen. I love this movie, she told him. I bought the video and MV watched it 1,000 times. Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant, a winning combo. Careful, it's hot, he said, passing her the mug. She made room for him beside her on the bed, and he sat down, leaning back against the wall. What's it about? She's gorgeous and in trouble. He's handsome and comes to her rescue. She's scared. 463, he's suave. They fall in love in the end. They watched the video in silence until it played out. Then she clicked off the TV and he took the empty cup from her. Thanks, Rourke. That helped. Nobody's ever made me tea before. My mom always made me tea when I was sick. Was she nice to you? Real nice. I was lucky. Yeah, you were. My old lady kicked me out when I was 15. How come? She caught her boyfriend waving his weenie at me. Why didn't she kick him out? She laughed as though that were funny, although Rourke hadn't meant it to be. You're a nice guy, Rourke. When he grimaced, she added, I meant it as a compliment. Well, thanks. Must say, though, I'd rather be thought of as dashing and dangerous. Her smile faded. Her eyes lost their sparkle and seemed to look inward into something that caused her unhappiness. No, that's Todd. Rourke didn't know how to respond to that and reasoned that it was best to say nothing. He slapped his thighs and moved to get up. Well, I should be Wes. Wait, Rourke. You've been so sweet, I mean, really fucking great. I hate women who are clingy and needy, but I don't want to be alone tonight. Would you stay just until I fall asleep? Okay, sure. Lie down, awkwardly. Rourke stretched out beside her on the bed. She snuggled against him and rested her head on his shoulder. He placed an arm around her. Maybe tomorrow you should call a doctor, he suggested. Yeah, he'll likely want to do a D&C uke. Rourke's thought exactly. He had a vague idea of what was involved in the procedure, and he preferred keeping the idea vague. You weren't on the pill? No, they make me fat, she explained, and he forgot to bring condoms. At least he told me he forgot them. Guess I was stupid not to insist. 465, damn straight. Pregnancy's not the worst that can happen. I know, but he's the type who'd be careful about disease and stuff. So this guy wasn't random? I mean, he's somebody you know well? Rourke, don't ask, okay. Okay, let's talk about something else. But they didn't talk, not for a while. They didn't even move, except for his fingers sifting through strands of her hair, which was fanned out over the pillow, drying from her shower. My name's not really Mary Catherine, she confessed softly. No, it's Sheila. That's pretty. I just used Mary Catherine for the nun bit, I figured. I thought you might. You're smart. Me. I quit school when I left home middle of 10th grade. I'm an idiot. I don't think so. I know so. Anyway, when the customers get tired of the nun act, I'll work up something else, and I'll probably change my name to fit the new act. I'm playing with an idea, want to hear it, love to. I thought I could maybe be a mermaid. I'd have this tail that was all pearly and shimmery. I'd wear a long flowing wig that came down to my ass, maybe even to my knees. You'd be a knockout. You could call yourself Lorelei, like the siren in mythology. She stared back at him with misapprehension. She had a beautiful singing voice, he explained. She used it to lure sailors into the rocks where they would shipwreck. No shit, I gotta remember that. I can write it down for you so you won't forget. She propped herself up on her elbow and regarded him with patent admiration. See? You're so fucking smart. He laughed and she laughed, and then 467, they looked at one another seriously for a long moment, and then she said, "You can play with him if you want to." Immediately his eyes dropped to her chest. She raised the hem of her t-shirt up over her breasts. The objects of his affection and fantasies, what he had admired from afar, were inches from his eyes, his fingertips, his lips. She was giving them to him, a gift. But when he extended his hand, it was to lower her t-shirt back into place. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I can't screw tonight, but I could blow you." "That's not necessary. You think I'd be doing it just for you? Think again." She slid her hand down to his crotch and took his penis in her hand. "I've been wondering what you packed. Starlight's a lying bitch, but I can tell she was telling the truth about you." She squeezed him, and he caught his breath. Blood rushed to the pressure point made by each of her fingers, but he moved her hand away from him. "I'd be taking advantage of the situation." "So? I wouldn't feel right about it, Sheila. Jesus, most guys would kill for an offer like this." "Are you for real?" "I'm real, all right. I'll be cursing myself in the morning. Well, you can jerk off in the shower while you watch us sunbathe." She giggled at his astonishment. "We're not that ignorant, Rourke. Why else would y'all take so many showers? And at the same time, we're sunbathing." She smiled and lay back down, snuggling against him again. "Truth is, I couldn't have given you my best tonight. I really do feel like shit, you know. Go to sleep, Sheila. When you wake up, this'll seem like a bad dream. You're sweet. So are you." He stroked her back and caressed her hair and continued to hold her even after she had fallen asleep. When he returned to his apartment the following morning, Todd was already up and pecking away at his keyboard. "Where have you been?" "Walking on the beach." Todd squinted at him suspiciously. "Alone." 469. "Who is she?" "Alone," Rourke repeated testily. "Huh." Todd went back to his typing, saying, "Only one thing more. Coffee's made, but I used the last of the milk." Chapter 20. Noah decided to give Maris a week to simmer down. He concluded that a woman who catches her husband in adultery deserves a 7-day grace period in which to lick her wounds. It was more than an adequate amount of time for an ego to be restored. If the God of Genesis could create the cosmos in that length of time, surely a wife could come to terms with her husband's infidelity. He also set the deadline to coincide with the one that Morris Bloom had imposed on him. When next they met, Noah needed to report that everything was going smoothly and proceeding according to schedule. It would be nice and tidy if he patched things up with Maris before making that claim. He was of value to Bloom only as long as he was a member of the Matherly family. His pending deal with Worldview would be jeopardized by an estrangement from Maris and Daniel. Even a minor tiff with them might cause Bloom to balk. Before that important meeting, he must reconcile with Maris. If within a week's time she hadn't approached him, he planned to go to her hat in hand and beg her forgiveness. He would rather choke than be penitent, but the ultimate reward would be well worth a few minutes of contrition. In the meantime, he had a suite at the plaza. He would give her space, give her plenty of time to stew, and to contemplate the consequences of ordering him from her life. Like hell, Maris, my dear, he hoped he had made himself clear on that point. Unfortunately, he was forced to see Maris the morning following their nasty scene outside Nadia's apartment. Avoiding Howard Bancroft's funeral was not an option. When he arrived, he saw Daniel standing alone on the steps of the synagogue and knew immediately that his father-in-law was unaware of what had transpired the night before. Daniel greeted him as though nothing untoward had happened. 471, as they somberly shook hands, Daniel asked him where Maris was on her way, I'm sure. "I had to leave ahead of her so I could make a quick stop at the office." The old man bought the lie. In any case, he let Noah lead him inside to get out of the drizzle that had begun to fall. Maris arrived a few minutes later. She looked pale and wan in an unflattering black dress. It wasn't her best color. He'd never liked her in black. She spotted him standing with Daniel in the vestibule, wearing paper yarmulkes, waiting for her. After a slight hesitation, she moved through the crowd toward them. She was too respectful of the situation to cause a scene. He had counted on her discretion, just as he had counted on her not telling Daniel about his extramarital affair with Nadia. Besides being proud to a fault, Maris was boringly predictable. She hugged Daniel tenderly. "How are you this morning, Dad? Sad for all of us, but especially for Howard's family. Shall we go in?" They filed down the long aisle. Maris maneuvered it so that when they entered the pew, Daniel was between them. She was the epitome of decorum, yet Noah knew she must be gnashing her teeth even to be in his presence. Imagining what an endurance test this was for her, he could barely contain his amusement. Following the service, she consoled Daniel and, for his benefit, invented an excuse for having to take a separate taxi back to Midtown. Noah didn't see her for the remainder of the day. Nor did he seek her out for the next several days during scheduled business meetings. She pretended that everything was normal. They had never been overtly affectionate at work, except occasionally behind the closed door of either his or her private office. Around staff members, they had always conducted themselves in a professional manner. Consequently, no one at Matherly Press noticed the chill between them. He went to their apartment when he knew she wouldn't be there to collect a few changes of clothing. He wasn't surprised to find that everything was exactly as he had left it. Maris had not sent for Maxine to pack up his belongings. She would never have entrusted the secret of 473, their separation, to her father's loyal housekeeper. The bad news would have gone straight from Maxine to Daniel, and Maris wanted to prevent Daniel from hearing of it. She would want to spare the old man from worrying about their marital problems and the damaging effects such problems would have on the publishing house. Daniel, none the wiser, continued to take Noah's calls, and Noah continued to pay him brief visits in the late afternoons to discuss the events of the day. His relationship with his father-in-law remained solid. Maris was suffering in silence and alone, and she had only herself to blame. She should never have taken that haughty stance with him. She should have thought twice before issuing ultimatums that served only to make her look and sound ridiculous. He relished the thought of her pacing, regretting her thoughtless outburst, and having absolutely no one in whom to confide. Each time he envisioned her wallowing in her lonely, self-inflicted torment, he smiled. After a few days, however, Noah began to tire of the situation. He considered approaching Maris and putting an end to the silliness, but he stubbornly resolved to let her brood for the full 7 days before approaching her. She would weep and call him names and beg to know how he could have hurt her so terribly when she had done absolutely nothing to deserve it. He would give her the opportunity to vent. Once she had, she would grant him forgiveness. No doubt of that. She would forgive him for the old man's sake. Maurice could always be counted on to spare Daniel any kind of unhappiness. She would forgive him also because women love to forgive and then to make the forgiven miserable every day thereafter for the rest of his post-forgiven life. That wasn't going to be his future, of course, but he figured that's what Maris had planned for him. In light of his deal with Worldview, he would do nothing at this point to enlighten her. That would come later. In the meantime, the temporary separation wasn't without its perks. While Maris wasn't speaking to him, he didn't have to listen to her harping. Nadia was another matter entirely. She continually nagged him to divorce Maris. Her persistence had become tiresome and had created a tension between them that came to a head, ironically enough, on the final day of his 475 self-imposed deadline. They had scheduled a luncheon meeting in an outrageously expensive, trendy uptown restaurant. One of Matherly Press's best-selling authors was joining them to be interviewed by Nadia for book chat. The writer hadn't yet arrived when they ordered pre-lunch cocktails. To other diners, which included a large number of publishing industry personnel. It appeared they were having a civil conversation about current market trends or perhaps the sci-fi phenomenon that had rocked the book world by securing the top spot on every bestseller list, when in fact they were arguing about their immediate future. She knows about us, so why wait? File for divorce now and get it over with. I can't leave the family until the deal with worldview is cemented, he argued. What does one have to do with the other? That is an incredibly stupid question, Nadia. The insulting remark froze Nadia's smile into place. Had they been any place else, her temper might have erupted on the scale of Vesuvius. As it was, she took a languid sip of her martini, smoothed the starched linen napkin in her lap, and adjusted the triple strand of pearls around her neck, which he noticed was suffused with angry color. "Be careful, Noah," she said quietly. "You do not want me angry at you." Like her, he kept his smile in place, but his voice had an edge. "Are you threatening me? Being the cold, heartless bastard you are, I think you recognize a threat when you hear one. Isn't it because I'm a cold, heartless bastard that you can't resist me?" Seeing that the awaited writer had arrived and was being escorted to their table by the maitre d', Nadia flashed him a brilliant smile and spoke for his ears alone. "Do yourself a favor, Noah, and remember that I could give you lessons on how to be heartless." Following the tedious lunch, he escorted her out of the restaurant and onto the sidewalk. A chauffeured car was waiting for them, but Nadia politely declined his invitation of a lift back to her office. He took her hand in what he hoped 477 looked like a friendly handshake between two professionals, but he addressed her with a confidential pitch he knew she would understand. "If it seems like I'm dragging my feet on this divorce issue, it's because I don't want to make an error that could cost us this deal. I want it for us, Nadia. But in order to get it, we must be willing to make a few sacrifices. I can't dissolve my marriage to Maris now. It's out of the question. You understand that, don't you?" To his immense relief, she smiled up at him and looked appropriately contrite. "Of course I understand. I'm just impatient to be with you. No more than I." "In fact," he said, moving a half step nearer to her, "I want to be inside you right now." She closed her eyes and swayed slightly toward him, then glanced around to make certain no one had noticed or could overhear. "Naughty you! You've made me wet." "Then 6 o'clock can't come soon enough." He squeezed her hand quickly, then climbed into the back seat of the waiting car, smiling to himself. The secret to keeping Nadia content was to keep her agitated between her legs. That was the mainspring of her self-worth. Her self-image revolved around it. If she was happy there, she was happy. He disliked her constant nagging, but his argument with her had been stimulating and had geared him up for his showdown with Maris. Call it a rehearsal, he thought, as he stepped off the elevator and pushed through the glass doors leading into the executive offices of Matherly Press. He went into Maris's office straight away, but she wasn't there. On his way out, he bumped into her assistant. "Can I help you, Mr. Reed?" "I'm looking for Maris." Her eyes were magnified by the thick lenses of her glasses as she looked at him quizzically. "She's not coming in today, Mr. Reed. Remember, she's going back to Georgia." "Going back to Georgia? Since when? Shit. This didn't fit into his timetable at all. It required all his acting skills not to give his ignorance away to the secretary." Right. "I know she's leaving today, but she said she was stopping here briefly before going to the airport." 479? "She did? That's not what she told me." I guess she changed her mind." He forced a smile and hoped it looked more natural than it felt. "I'll catch her on her cell phone." He called no less than a dozen times, but kept getting Maris's voicemail. It was obvious that she did not want to be reached. He cursed her throughout the remainder of the workday. If she had suddenly appeared, he could well have killed her with his bare hands. This was the worst possible time for her to play the betrayed wife and run away. Hadn't he made it plain to her that he wasn't going to stand for any crap from her? And that if he told her to roll over and play dead, that's what she was to do? Her pouting could ruin this whole thing. On second thought, fuck her. He had the document that Howard Bancroft had drawn up for him. Unless he was given no other choice, he would rather not use it. From a legal standpoint, that document could make things sticky, and he would rather avoid any legal stickiness. But it was there in his safe deposit box, an insurance policy, an emergency measure to be used if it became necessary. Feeling confident and unconquerable again, he arrived at Nadia's Chelsea apartment shortly after 6 o'clock. He was in the mood for a cold drink and a cool shower topped off by hot, aggressive sex. He was whistling as he jogged up the staircase. But when he let himself into the apartment, his whistling abruptly died. A beefy young man dressed in a tight-fitting black t-shirt and black slacks was emerging from the bedroom, strapping on his wristwatch. He then shouldered his gym bag and casually eased past Noah on his way out the door. His only acknowledgement of Noah was a negligent nod. For minutes after the young man left, Noah remained on the threshold in a slow burn. A burn so hot that he was a combustion chamber, well decked out in Hugo Boss. He shot his monogrammed cuffs, smoothed down his hair, wiped the perspiration from his upper lip. These were conscious gestures, activities for his hands so he wouldn't use them to rip, bash, or otherwise destroy something, animate, or 481. Otherwise, he wasn't particular at the moment. When he was finally under moderate control, he moved toward the bedroom and gave the door a gentle push. It swung back on silent hinges. Nadia was sprawled naked on the wide bed amid rumpled silk sheets. Her hair was damp and tangled, her skin merely damp. Seeing him, she stirred and smiled drowsily. "Noah, darling, is it 6 o'clock already? I lost all track of time." The blood vessels in his temples were pounding to the point of pain, but his voice remained calm. "Who was that man? Oh, you met Frankie? He's a personal trainer at my health club. What was he doing here?" She levered herself up onto one elbow and looked at him with malice, mitigated only slightly by a sly smile. "That is an incredibly stupid question, Noah." Daniel Matherly finished reading the last page of the manuscript. As he lined up the edges and stacked the pages, he said, "That's all you've got so far?" Maris nodded. "I haven't received anything from him since I returned. I've called several times to give him a pep talk, but I've spoken only to Mike, his aide. According to him, the author isn't writing much these days. I wonder why. He's sulking. His muse has flown, nothing that mystical. He's being his stubborn and mule-headed self. Like any mule, he requires prodding." She hesitated before adding, "So I'm going back. Really? When I'm on my way to the airport now. I see. I only stopped by to check on you, tell you goodbye, and to hear your opinion of what you've read so far." She had postponed her departure for a week. After catching Noah in Nadia Schuler's apartment, it was a foregone conclusion that she would return to Georgia and see Parker again. Her husband's affair had given her a green light to examine her ambiguous and conflicting feelings for Parker. But in order to be 483 fair to him and to herself, she had delayed going until she had thought it through from every angle. She didn't want her return to be a knee-jerk reaction to a rapid series of shocking developments in her life. She didn't want it to be the reaction of an angry and vindictive wife. Rather, she wanted it to be an action taken after days of careful consideration. For the past 7 days, she had thought of little else. She had been terribly angry at Parker the morning she left. But the truth of the matter was she hadn't wanted to leave. She could admit that now, and every moment since her leaving, she had wanted to be with him again. Initially, guilt had burned inside her like a live coal. She was married. She had made a commitment at the wedding altar, and she had regarded it a lifetime pledge. All her marriage vows she had taken seriously, but apparently she had been the only one standing at the altar that day Noah had broken his vows. For all she knew, Nadia wasn't the first woman with whom he had cheated. He had certainly had no shortage of girlfriends prior to his marriage. It was possible he had never changed his pattern of behavior from that of a bachelor to that of a married man. He had willfully chosen to be unfaithful to her. She would just as willfully choose to end the marriage. By taking a lover, he had squandered the right and the privilege to be her husband. But even if she hadn't caught him with Nadia, she would be leaving him that night on the sidewalk in Chelsea. Noah had revealed an aspect of himself that appalled, repelled, and frightened her. She would not live another day with a man who hinted at violence so effectively that she believed him capable of it. Their marriage was over. Noah Reed was her past. What she needed to determine was if Parker Evans was her future. She could no longer ignore or deny her attraction to him. It wasn't strictly his intellect and talent that appealed to her, as she had tried to delude herself into believing. She was attracted to him, the man. Countless times she had fantasized kissing him again, having his hands on her, having her mouth on him. She didn't even know if he was 485, capable of making love in the conventional sense, but it didn't matter. She wanted to touch him and to be touched. She wanted to be intimate with him on whatever level and by whatever means it could be achieved. While married, she never would have acted on that desire. During her courtship and marriage, she had never looked at another man or thought of one in a sexual context, which had made her spontaneous attraction to Parker all the more disturbing. During her return flight to New York, she had convinced herself that the island was responsible for the romantic yearning she had experienced there, and that once she was back in familiar territory, they would stop. By the time the plane touched down at La Guardia, she had persuaded herself that the rift between her and Noah was curable, that the temporary lull in their marriage had left her open to fanciful daydreams that would vanish the moment their dozing passion was reawakened. She had talked herself into believing that with a little ingenuity on her part, she could revive their love life and feel again the exhilaration and excitement she had when she left the church on Noah's arm as his bride. What a naive strategy that had been. It made her angry now that she had been willing to assume all the responsibility for their marriage being out of sorts. How could she have been so gullible? Did everyone except her know about Noah's affair? The people with whom they both worked every day had they known? Was she a comically tragic figure, the last to know wife? The staff must have thought, poor Maris, as she toiled away at book publishing, while her husband periodically slipped out for an illicit rendezvous with his mistress. Noah had his adversaries among the staff, but he also had his allies, people he had pirated from the publisher with which he'd been formerly affiliated. Divorcing him would be easy compared to disassociating him from Matherly Press, which brought her to the next hurdle she must face, informing Daniel of their split. She would postpone it for as long as possible. It would come as a double blow for him. He would be losing not only his son-in-law, but his protege. Maris was confident that her father was strong enough to handle it as he had handled all the other 487 setbacks and disappointments in his life. But she saw no point in upsetting him prematurely. However, until the time came when it was necessary for him to know, it was going to be a challenge to keep up the pretense that everything was normal. He was watching her now with his unsettling intuitiveness. It was hard not to squirm under the direct gaze. "So what do you think, Dad, about the book?" "I think it's very good. Speaking as a publisher, I would prod the author to complete it. Then I guess I'm off." She stood up and began pulling on her raincoat. "What does Noah think? He hasn't read it yet." "I wasn't referring to the manuscript, Morris. What does he think of your going away to spend more time with this writer?" "I don't need his permission." Seeing that he was taken aback by the sharpness of her tone, she amended it. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to snap at you. Apology accepted. I don't presume to interfere with your personal life. It's just that—" "Don't stop there. You've come this far." He reached for her hand. "It's just that I remember well when you fell in love with a book and then with the author." She gave him a faint smile. "Is that what you're thinking?" "That I've got a schoolgirl's crush on this writer. It wouldn't be for the first time. I'm older and wiser now." She stopped herself from saying, "I've learned my lesson. This book, this author have nothing to do with Noah and our marriage. Nothing whatsoever." That was the truth. Her marriage was over, whether or not she ever saw Parker Evans again. Had she never heard of Parker or envy, her marriage would have ended. It would have ended because her husband was false and their marriage a sham. "So Noah's agreeable to your going." Noah's feelings on the matter seemed very important to her father, but they wouldn't be if he knew the whole story. She was tempted to roll up her sleeves and show him the bruises on her arms that even a week's time hadn't faded. She could tell him how she'd spat blood for an hour after biting her tongue. What if she 489 repeated Noah's harsh threats, using this same sinister inflection that had been almost more alarming than the words themselves? Her father would be as shocked as she had been. He would be ready to find Noah and mete out punishment with his own hand. That's why she wouldn't expose Noah to him now. She would save it for a day when she had things more sorted out in her own mind. when she wasn't on her way out of town, when she had a workable plan for Matherly Press, as well as her personal life, until she had answers already in place in her own mind, she wouldn't detail the problems to her father. Instead, she looked him straight in the eye and for the first time in her life, lied to him. Yes, he's agreeable. He took her face between his hands and kissed her on both cheeks. "What time is your flight?" "I barely got time to make it." Plagued by guilt for lying to him, she embraced him tightly. She squeezed her eyes closed and wasn't surprised to feel tears in them. "You're my best friend, Dad. I love you very much. And I love you, Maris." He set her away from him so he could look into her face. More than you could ever know. Chapter 21. Parker answered the door. For several moments he looked at her blankly. Finally he said, "Did you forget something?" "Very cute. Thank you. Are you going to ask me in?" He hesitated as though thinking it over, then pushed his chair backward into the foyer, giving her room to step inside. "Where's Mike?" "He went to the mainland for groceries, toilet paper, stuff like that." "And left you here alone?" "I'm not helpless," he said in what amounted to a snarl. "I lived by myself before Mike came on board. Besides, I'm not alone. He was with a woman." Maris realized now that all the signs were there. Mike was away, Parker's shirt was unbuttoned, and his hair was more disheveled than usual. "I'm sorry, I 491 should have called before I came." "Yeah, you should have," he said crossly. "But since you've made the trip, you might just as well come on in. We're in here." He wheeled his chair around and rolled it into the dining room. Reluctantly, Maris followed, wishing there were a way she could turn and run without looking like a coward. Short of that, she wished she didn't have to meet his lady friend looking so bedraggled. She wasn't up to an introduction to anyone, but especially not to a woman that Parker had invited over for some afternoon delight. The skirt of her linen suit was badly wrinkled. There was a run in her stocking. The raincoat, which she had needed in New York, was as out of place here as a snorkel mask in the Sahara. She stood her suitcase in the foyer and folded her coat over it, then combed her fingers through her hair, which had been wind damaged during the boat ride over from the mainland. There was no time for further repair. Fortifying herself with a deep breath, she stepped through the arched opening between the hallway and dining room. Her primping had been unnecessary. Except for Parker, the room was empty. She looked at him inquisitively. "Up there," he said, motioning with his chin. "I've noticed it swaying before," she told him, looking overhead at the chandelier. "It catches the current from the air conditioning vent." Reasonable explanation, but wrong. "It's the hanging ghost," she expelled a short laugh. Finding him alone, after all, had left her feeling a little giddy. "Hanging ghost?" He proceeded to tell her a tale about a planter who'd fallen on hard times. His desperate attempts to recoup the family fortune were ill-conceived and only plunged them deeper into financial ruin. He hanged himself right here in the dining room. Upon reflection, he added, "I trust no one was having dinner at the time. You really believe that his ghost is—" She motioned toward the swaying fixture. "Up there? Hell, yes. It doesn't bother you to have a ghost residing in your house. He lived here for almost a century, 493 before Mike and I moved in." He shrugged. "He doesn't seem to mind us, so we ignore him. Ordinarily, today, he's kept me company. Pretty damned good conversationalist." Maris peered at Parker suspiciously. Then her eyes strayed to the open decanter on the sideboard. Coming back to him, she said, "You're drunk. Not yet, but well on your way. Working on it." He rolled his chair over to the sideboard. "Care to join me?" "Sure." His head came around quickly, his surprise over her answer turning into a wicked grin of approval. "Sin suits you, Mrs. Matherly Reed. You should engage in it more often." He took a clean glass from a silver tray and began to pour from the decanter. "Say when? When?" After pouring the two drinks, he wedged both glasses between his thighs and rolled his chair back to her. "Help yourself." It was a blatant dare. Keeping her eyes locked with his, she reached between his legs for one of the glasses. "Take your time," he drawled. She pulled the glass from between his thighs and clinked it against the one remaining. "Cheers," he grinned again. "That might put some needed color in your cheeks. but you're going to have to drink more than that if you want to catch up with me." After saluting her with his glass, he tossed his drink back like a shot. She sipped the straight bourbon more cautiously. "Is this what you do now? Instead of write, you drink?" "You me've been talking to Mike. When you refuse to take my calls, he's a tattletale. Some things I can see for myself. You're a clever girl, all right. Why have you stopped working on Envy, and why are you getting drunk in the middle of the afternoon? What better time? Besides, all the great writers were drunks, didn't you know? I'll bet Homer went to the ancient Greeks' equivalent of AA. From Edgar Allan Poe to Fitzgerald, Towas Parker, why are you doing this?" "Why'd you come back?" he snapped. 495 in return. "I asked you first because I don't have any of the narcotics I used to take, and I'd have a hard time hanging myself from the chandelier." "That's not funny. It wasn't meant to be. You've mentioned suicide twice. It's offensive and tasteless, particularly since a good friend of mine blew his brains out last week." The exchange ended there. Parker averted his head, and for a time neither of them spoke. Maris sipped her bourbon until she'd drunk it all, then returned the empty glass to the sideboard. Finally, Parker said, "Mike, finish the mantel." "I noticed. It's beautiful." She crossed to the fireplace and ran her fingertips over the wood satin finish. "He did an excellent job, be sure and tell him." "I will. Who was your friend?" She turned back to him. "Our corporate lawyer. I'd known him all my life. He was like an uncle to me. I'm sorry. For him, it was over before he felt any pain. For the people who cared about him, it wasn't that easy. They'll feel the pain of it for a long time. Problems? Not that anyone knew of. Then why'd he do it? That remains a mystery." Speaking to the mantel, she said almost as an afterthought, "Noah had a meeting with him that afternoon. He detected nothing wrong?" "No, nothing. What was their meeting about? Normal business." "Why?" "Just wondering." She faced him again. "Why?" Rather than answer, he asked if she wanted another drink. "No, thank you. My toes are already tingling." He glanced down at her shoes. "You're dressed for New York. Why don't you change? Then you can read the segment I've been working on since you left." 497. She smiled in surprise. "So you've been writing?" "Mike only thinks he knows everything. This couldn't have worked out more perfectly. We can speak freely." Noah was pretending a nonchalance he didn't feel. To further convince his visitor of his insouciance, he idly twirled the skewered olive in his martini glass. Maris went out of town again. Is this typical of her? Morris Bloom had arrived at the Reed's West Side Co-op wearing his condescending attitude like a fashion accessory. Noah had insisted that they meet informally and alone without Bloom's flunkies. They were like hummingbirds around a tropical blossom, hovering when they weren't actually fluttering. Noah had given his doorman an exorbitant tip to admit Bloom and to ensure his memory loss about it later. He'd been hospitably waiting for Bloom when Bloom stepped out of the elevator. Bloom had practically marched into the apartment, surveying it as a drill sergeant would a barracks, his colorless eyes seeming to be searching for flaws. Apparently it passed inspection. Very nice. Noah had attributed the tasteful decor to Maris. She has an eye for such things. Drink? Now they were seated on facing sofas, Tiffany martini glasses in hand, and Maris's name had entered the conversation again. "She goes away frequently, doesn't she?" Bloom asked. "Not until recently, when she began working on a project with an author who lives on an island off the coast of Georgia." "You're sure of this?" Since Noah felt his control over his wife and his mistress had slipped lately, Bloom's insinuation smarted. "Sure about what?" he asked testily. "My wife's whereabouts?" Bloom stretched his colorless lips into his distinctive facsimile of a smile. "I knew a man whose wife was allegedly interviewing interior decorators to redo their recently purchased winery in Sonoma. Turns out she was consulting with a notorious divorce lawyer in L.A. who did his best work in bed. The wife wound up with the lawyer, the winery, and just about $499 everything else. Once the fleecing was over, the man considered himself lucky to come away with his dick still attached. There's a lesson to be learned there." The implied criticism rankled, but Noah chuckled. This writer is shriveled and disabled, wheelchair-bound. Passion hasn't drawn Maris to Georgia. The draw could be something more damaging than a love affair. Noah pulled the olive off the skewer with his teeth and chewed around his lazy grin. If you're suggesting that Maris is up to some corporate subterfuge, you truly don't know her. She doesn't think as we do, Morris. She's a bookworm, a romantic, a dreamer, head in the clouds. Trust me, she won't be springing any nasty surprises on us. I assume she'll be surprised when Matherly Press becomes part of Worldview. We'll know soon. I like the confident ring of that. Still smiling slyly, Noah set his glass on the coffee table and reached for his briefcase. With a flourish, he clicked open the latches. Delivered on time, as promised, he passed Bloom the document prepared by Howard Bancroft. After finding Nadia naked in bed and reeking of another man's sweat, following closely Maris's inconvenient and unexpected disappearance, he had determined that his next action must be bold and definitive. He was tired of playing cautiously, tired of other women, for God's sake, dictating what he did and when he did it. He must move quickly and aggressively. It was time to take care of Noah, and only Noah, and let the rest of them go fuck themselves, or their meat-headed personal trainers. Jesus, Bloom scanned the document, rapidly flipping through the pages. He was familiar enough with legal jargon to catch the gist of it. Noah waited to be congratulated. But when Bloom finished glancing over the last page, he returned the document to the coffee table. Very nice. Now all that's needed is their signatures. Noah's inflated chest emptied like a punctured balloon. Not necessary, Morris. Didn't you read was 501 that it's valid with your signature alone? He chuckled as he stood up and buttoned the top button of his perfectly tailored gray suit jacket. A problematic clause, Noah. I'm already dodging antitrust laws and myriad other trade regulations. He waved his pale hand in a dismissive gesture. They're nothing more than time-consuming nuisances, but only if everything else is in perfect order, and I mean all the I's dotted and T's crossed. I couldn't swing a deal of this magnitude with a legal trapdoor like this waiting to open up beneath me. I wouldn't even want to try this document as it is now, would flag the feds. Even if it didn't, the Matherleys could raise a hue and cry, and then we'd all be screwed. I don't know about you, but when I get screwed, I like it to feel good. He winked, and Noah wanted to kill him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a dinner date. He turned and headed for the door. Noah blinked the pulsing red lights out of his vision and followed. Not to worry, Morris, I'll get the signatures, Bloom said. I never worry. He opened the door, then paused and turned back to Noah. One of their signatures would probably be sufficient. Either your father-in-law's or your wife's. He mulled it over for several seconds, then nodded. Yes, I'd feel protected with only one in addition to yours. You keep the antitrust thugs off our backs, Noah said stiffly. Leave the Matherleys to me, gladly between the two. I'd rather take on the federal government. His grin made him look like a leering skull recently exhumed. Call me when you have that signature. Only when you have it, all right. My time is extremely valuable, and this has taken far too long already. Then he was gone. An hour later, Noah entered Daniel's home study. Seared by Bloom's parting shot, he had deliberated for only a few minutes before deciding which Matherly to approach. He hadn't spoken to Maris in more 503 than a week. She was still pissed over Nadia. The power of attorney document was hardly an olive branch to hold out to her. Besides, she had recently revealed a stubborn streak he hadn't known she had. Daniel was the weaker of them. He had earned his spurs years ago, but age had dulled them. He was no longer the formidable force he'd been, tired, and in declining health, he wasn't as obstinate as he once was. If he put up any resistance at all, Noah was confident of his ability to wear him down. Maxine answered the door and told him that Daniel was in his study. He went in there immediately after dinner, said he was going to read for a while before bedtime. Sure enough, when Noah went in, an open book was resting on Daniel's lap, but his head was bowed low over his chest. and for a second Noah feared the old bastard had died. That's the way his luck had been running lately. Daniel, he raised his head. Hello, Noah, I was just reading. Do you always snore when you read? Tell me I wasn't drooling too. Not that I saw. Good. Have a seat, drink? No, thanks. On the way over, an unpleasant thought had crossed Noah's mind. What if Maris had told her father about his affair with Nadia? Maybe she had confided in Daniel before running off to Georgia. To crown a totally shitty day, all he needed was for his father-in-law to accuse him of adultery and order him from his house. But the old man was behaving normally. Noah sat down on the love seat. I'm sorry to disturb you, but Maris will call later, and I'll be required to give her a full report right down to what you ate for dinner. Grilled sole brown rice and steamed vegetables, a menu she'll approve. She also put me in charge of keeping you company while she's away. Daniel snorted. I don't need a babysitter. I agree. But please go along with me or I'll catch hell when she returns. He set his elbows on his knees and leaned 505 forward. Let's say we go to the country tomorrow for the weekend. Get in some fishing, relaxation. I could use it. God knows, I rarely go up there anymore. Before she left, I ran the idea past Maris, and it met with wholehearted approval. I think she feels guilty for not taking you to the farm more often. If we go, it will alleviate her guilt and give her peace of mind knowing that you're enjoying yourself. Daniel pondered it for a moment. Noah said no more. He couldn't push too hard or the old man would become suspicious. He'd made his pitch. It was time to shut up and let Daniel make his decision. What time tomorrow? Noah's tension eased and he smiled. I have a breakfast meeting that would be difficult to reschedule. We could leave right after. That doesn't give Maxine much time, Towas. Actually, Daniel, I was thinking that we could go alone. Really balk it. He glanced over his shoulder as though to assure himself that the housekeeper wasn't eavesdropping. Lowering his voice, he said, If Maxine goes, she'll fuss over you like a mother hen. You'll be accounting to her for every drink, every fat gram. Forget puffing your pipe. She nags worse than a wife, and everything I do will be reported straight to Maris. Sometimes we men must take a stand. Here, so, are we all set? I am, if you are. Great. He stood and crossed the room to shake Daniel's hand. I'll be over in the morning around 10, pack light. I'll call the grocer up there and have him deliver food and drink to the house, so it'll be well stocked when we arrive. As he moved toward the door, he spoke over his shoulder. I'll even volunteer to break the news to Maxine that she's not invited. Chapter 22, while Maris studied his manuscript, Parker studied her. She had taken a full hour in the guest cottage and had returned wearing a loose, casual skirt that came almost to her ankles, along with the sleeveless shirt that tied at 507 her waist and allowed an occasional glimpse of bare midriff. She had kicked off her sandals when she settled into the easy chair and tucked her feet beneath her. Her hair had been shampooed. A fresh application of lip gloss had left her mouth with a peachy shine. And whether it was the whiskey she'd drunk or cosmetics, there was more color in her cheeks than when she arrived. She looked and smelled delectable. He supposed he should be grateful that she found his manuscript so absorbing that she was unaware of his scrutiny. She was focused solely on the pages lying in her lap, and he was irrationally jealous of his own work for the amount of her attention it was receiving. Before her unheralded arrival this afternoon, he'd been well on his way to getting good and trashed. He hadn't been able to write worth a crap all day, although from a meteorological standpoint it was a perfect day for it. Cloudy, gloomy, and gray, it was the kind of day when he usually immersed himself in his story and came up for air only when forced to by hunger, thirst, or needing to relieve himself, but his mind had been a blank. Well, not a blank. He just wasn't able to write down what was on his mind because all that was on his mind was Maris. As it had been since she left, he could think of little else today. Maris presiding over a meeting. Maris smiling at Noah. Maris hailing a taxi. Maris kissing Noah. Maris working at her desk. Maris sleeping beside Noah. Maris shopping on Fifth Avenue. Maris opening her thighs to Noah. The revolving mental images had been enough to drive him crazy. Had been enough to drive him to drink, anyway. He wondered now if he'd had a premonition of her arrival. Yeah, maybe he had, because he'd been in the dining room, a room he visited only rarely. He'd been feeling sorry for himself, quaffing wild turkey as fast as he could pour it, and glumly staring out the window at nothing. When he heard a motorized vehicle turning into the lane off the main road, he had 509 assumed it was Mike returning. He remembered hoping that Mike hadn't forgotten to get a bag of bite-sized Milky Way bars. When he saw Maris behind the wheel of the approaching golf cart, his heart had sputtered and knocked like an ailing engine. Subconsciously, had he been watching for her, pining like a grass widow searching the horizon for sight of her sailor's ship. He hated to think of himself as some wretched, pathetic figure waiting for Maris to grace him with her presence. God, had he sunk that low? But he realized now that that's exactly what he'd been doing since she'd turned her back on him and stalked out of the cotton gin. Since that morning, he'd been steeping in his misery, stewing in his jealous sweat, sucking on whiskey bottles and nursing his fantasies. Torturous fantasies of her with Noah, delicious ones of her with him. At night, he had erotic dreams in which she clutched him and chanted his name in breathless, urgent, orgasmic whispers. During the daylight hours, he occupied himself with visions of her caressing him, of her fingertips skimming his chest and belly, of her mouth silkily sliding. Was it Todd's? He jerked upright as though his wheelchair had goosed him. Huh. He cleared his throat and shook off the sexual reverie. Pardon? The baby that Mary Catherine miscarried, was it Todd's? What do you think? It's suggested. Do we ever know? He shook his head. I think it's better to leave it with just a suggestion. Let the reader come to his own conclusion. I agree. She thumbed through the pages again, stopping occasionally to reread a passage. He's a remarkable character, Rourke. I mean, he's so, well, heroic. As Mary Catherine says, he's nice, Parker grimaced. He's not too nice, is he? I don't want him coming across as a saint, or worse, a puss. He doesn't. She smiled reassurance, but he continued to frown doubtfully. Trust me, Parker, I'd tell you if he were nice to the point of being dull. Women readers aren't turned on 511 by nice heroes any more than male readers lust after heroines who are too virtuous. There should be at least a hint, maybe even a promise, of corruptibility. You don't have to worry about Rourke in that regard. Women readers will love him for this scene alone, if for no other. He's very male. His responses are instinctually masculine. He looks at everything in a sexual context first before expanding his viewpoint to include other factors, like morality. At the same time, he's sensitive to Mary Catherine's needs. He declined her invitation to have sex, demonstrating that he knows where the lines of decency are drawn. Without hitting the reader over the head with his goodness, you imply that he has a strong conscience and moral fiber. He upholds a code of honor, eh? She glanced up and caught him silently laughing at her. What? You really get worked up over this stuff, don't you? That's my job. I understand your need to get excited over it, but at the end of the day, it's still only a book, Maris. Not to me, it isn't. She spoke softly and a bit shyly. When I really love a book, the characters become real to me. I think it stems from losing my mother at such an early age. I needed people around me, so the princes and princesses I read about became my adopted brothers and sisters. I lived in palaces and on pirate ships. I climbed mountain peaks and hacked my way through dark jungles. Captain Nemo's submarine became as familiar to me as my own bedroom. The characters in my books took me along on their adventures. I laughed and cried with them. I was involved in their lives. I was privy to all their secrets. I knew their hopes and dreams as well as their fears. They became like family. She straightened a bent corner of one of the manuscript pages and gave a small, self-conscious, self-deprecating shrug. I suppose that passion for fiction carried over into adulthood. For several ponderous moments, she kept her head down. Eventually, she looked across at him. He leaned toward her and spoke very softly. If you can get that turned on by a book, I'd like to know what else you have a passion for. 513. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Their minds were moving along the same track. He could see it in the way her eyes turned smoky and hear it in the catch of her breath. "The F word turns me on," she whispered. "The F word? Food?" He threw back his head and laughed. It rumbled up out of his chest and felt so good it startled him. For the first time in years, his laughter was spontaneous. It wasn't tinged with bitterness and cynicism. She fired a fake pistol at him. "Gotcha," I concede. "You're hungry, famished. Mike will never forgive me for being such a rotten host. I suppose I can put together some sort of meal, but you have to help. Lead on." They moved into the kitchen and, working side by side, assembled BLTs. "Avocado?" he asked, as he set the microwave to cook the bacon strips. "Yum, you have to peel it," Mike says. "I can't do it without bruising it." "One thing I like about you," Parker was, "only one, is that you own up to your shortcomings." "Well, there are so few of them I can afford to be humble." She threw a Frito at him. They ate the chips out of the bag and pickles straight from the jar. "Different from what you're used to, isn't it?" he asked around a mouthful. "Obviously, you have me confused with a pampered, spoiled brat." "No," he replied honestly. "You worked too hard to fit that description. Thank you, you're dedicated." "Yes, I am. You get the job done. I try." "So is that why you came back?" "Am I a job you left unfinished?" "I came back to deliver the letter of agreement along with your signing check for $15,000. You never heard of Federal Express? I wasn't sure a carrier would 5115 deliver to St. Anne." He gave her a look that said he knew better, and she got busy picking at the crust on her bread. "Okay, we're being honest. I wanted to make sure you were writing, Parker, and if you weren't, to prod you along. My dad advised it." "Oh, so you came back because your daddy thought it was a good idea?" "Not exactly." "Then why, Maris? Exactly." She looked over at him, opened her mouth to speak, reconsidered, and began again. "We had quarreled before I left. I wanted to clear the air between us, otherwise our working relationship was. He bleated a sound like the buzzer on a TV game show. "To you, this might look like the backwoods. But believe it or not, we've got telephones, emails, faxes, various methods of communication. But you wouldn't take my calls or answer my emails and faxes. Eventually, I would have. I wasn't sure. Yes, you were." He ended the parley there by holding up his hand and stopping her next argument. "You hopped that jet plane because you wanted to see me again. Admit it, Maris." Her chin went up defiantly, and he thought she might deny it. But she surprised him again. "All right, yes, I did. I wanted to see you." Folding his arms on the tabletop, he leaned toward her. "Why? Not because of my natural charm. We established early on that I have none." He stroked his chin. "So I'm wondering, did you and your hubby have a spat afterward? You thought, I'll show him. I'll trot myself down to Hicksville and have a fling with a gimp. Is that why you came back?" He figured she would storm from the room, retrieve her things from the guest cottage, then hightail it to her golf cart and leave him in a wake of epithets. But again, he guessed wrong. She remained where she was and addressed him in a remarkably calm voice. "Tell me, Parker, why do you insist on being cruel? Does being mean to people make you feel stronger and more manly? Do you use meanness 5-17 to cancel out the wheelchair? Do you deliberately piss people off in order to keep them at arm's length? Do you hurt them before they have a chance to hurt you? If that's the case, then I'm truly sorry for you. Indeed, for the first time since I met you, I pity you." When she did leave the table, her pace and posture were dignified. Her back was straight, her head high, and as Parker watched her disappear through the kitchen door, he felt like the lowest life form on earth. He had accused her of using him to get to Noah, when precisely the opposite was at play. He was using her to get to Noah, afraid she would leave before he could apologize. He backed his chair out of the kitchen and quickly rolled it down the central hallway and through the front door. He was relieved to find her on the veranda, leaning into one of the support columns, staring out at the giant live oaks that stood sentinel on both sides of the front path. "Maris, I'll leave in the morning." "I don't want you to go." She laughed softly but without humor. "You don't know what you want, Parker, to write. Not to write, to be famous, to be a recluse, to have me here, to send me away. You don't even know whether or not you want to go on living. Whatever the case, I shouldn't have come back. My reasons for returning were muddled at best, even to me. I should have stayed in New York where I belong and left you alone to luxuriate in your anger and bitterness and to keep boozy company with a ghost you can get back to your pathetic pastimes tomorrow after I leave. He rolled his chair directly behind her and placed his hands on either side of her waist where it flared into hips. Don't leave. Leaning forward, he pressed his forehead into the small of her back. He rolled it to the left and right of that shallow depression while his fingers flexed, tightening his grasp on her. I don't give a damn why you came back, Maris. I swear I don't. Even if you're here just to make your husband angry, I don't care. You're here and I want you to be. He moved his hands around to her front, where he rested them for a time on the knot of her shirt before slipping them beneath it and touching her skin. 519, massaging gently, he gradually drew her backward. She spoke his name plaintively, part statement, part query, part sigh of resignation. He continued to draw her backward until her knees bent and he settled her onto his lap. He turned her, draping her legs over an armrest of his chair so that he was cradling her like an infant. She looked up at him with concern. Is this all right? He sifted her hair through his fingers. He stroked her cheek with his thumb, then dragged it across her lower lip. This is perfect. Chapter 23. It required all his willpower not to kiss her then. He knew she expected it, which was one reason he didn't. The other was because he was still feeling guilty over suggesting that her motives weren't pure, as though his were. Want to go for a ride? He asked. A ride? Down to the beach. I can walk. You can ride. He disengaged the brake and navigated the wheelchair down the ramp off the veranda onto a paved path that led through the woods. This is convenient, she remarked. I had the paths laid during the reconstruction of the house. Mike said you never even considered using a motorized chair, that you like doing things the hard way. Self-propulsion is good exercise. Mike feeds me well. I don't want to go to Flab. What is that wonderful smell? Magnolia. There aren't any fireflies out tonight. The lightning bugs think it's going to rain, is it? We'll see, won't we? The paved path went as far as the sand dunes, where it connected to an elevated path constructed of weathered wood planks. Sea oats brushed against Maris's legs as they went over the dunes. Beyond them, the path expanded into a platform exactly 8 feet square. Parker stopped and 521 set the brake on the wheelchair. The deserted beach spread out before them. From this stretch of it, the mainland couldn't be seen. It looked as primordial as it had been when it was formed. The moon was obscured by the dense cloud cover, but it shed enough light to see the surf as it broke. It left a silvery residue that sparkled briefly before dissolving into the sand. The breeze was as soft as the breath of a sleeping baby, and the only sound was the redundant swish of the tide. This is an amazing place. Maris spoke in a reverential whisper, usually reserved for church. Dense forest growing right up to the beach, and no high-rise hotels to spoil the view. Rather than appreciating the view, he was rubbing a strand of Maris's hair between his fingers, studying the texture, enjoying the feel of it. She turned her head to look at him. What kind of narcotics? I should have known you'd catch that slip of the tongue. I did, and it's been on my mind ever since. What kind of narcotics did you take? Her expression wasn't censorious, simply interested. Sympathetic? Maybe. He let go of her hair and lowered his hand. Pharmaceuticals. Painkillers, great big quantities of them, heap in handfuls because of your legs? It was a long recovery. From what? Parker, my own stupidity. After a short pause for emphasis, he continued, I underwent several operations, first to reconstruct the bones and replace the missing pieces with plastic or metal. Then the muscles and tendons had to be reattached. After that, the skin, hell, Maris, you don't want to hear all that, and I really don't want to talk about it. Bottom line, I was in the hospital for over a year, then in other facilities. I went through years of physical therapy. It was a bitch, like hell must be, only worse. That's when I got hooked on prescription painkillers. When the doctors refused to prescribe any more, I bought the pills off the street from independent vendors, drug dealers, with whom I became bosom 523 buddies. She didn't appear to be shocked, but she might be if he told her the depths to which he had sunk in order to maintain his stash. So he summed it up. I was a mess, but you pulled yourself out of it. No, I got grabbed by the balls and yanked out of it. Mike? Mike? He repeated, shaking his head over the miracle of it. For reasons I will never understand, he befriended me. He appeared one day out of nowhere, through the blurred vision of a drugged-out stupor. I saw him standing there amid the squalor, looking at me as though trying to decide if I was worth the effort it was going to take to save me from myself. Maybe he was sent to you, a guardian angel, fairy godfather. At least he wasn't the Grim Reaper, although in the weeks just following his rescue I sometimes wished I was dead. Before I knew what was happening, he seized my stash and slapped me into detox. That couldn't have been pleasant. You don't want to know. Believe me. When I got out, he enrolled me in more therapy, physical and emotional, cleaned me up, installed me in an apartment outfitted for the physically challenged, asked what I intended to do with the rest of my life. When I told him I had an itch to write, he set me up with a computer. He started you writing, he put it in the form of a dare, which gave you a reason to go on living. No, by then I had decided I must go on living. I had a damn good reason to, he thought darkly. Can I ask a very personal question, Parker? You can. You might regret it. Is Rourke you? He'd known she would get around to it sooner or later. She was too smart not to have pieced it together. A writer writing about a writer, naturally she would see the parallel and ask. The answer he had ready wasn't a lie, just not the whole truth, not entirely loosely based upon. Fair to say, she nodded solemnly, but pried no further. Did you start writing the Mystery Series 525 right away? No, I tried several genres. Devised and discarded a dozen plots a week for almost 2 years. Several thousand acres of trees went into my trash can before the Dick Caton character clicked. He was the first thing that held my interest, that took my mind off my physical limitations. When I had what I thought was a publishable story, I retained an agent and told her she could submit the manuscript if she swore on her life and the lives of her children never to reveal my identity to anyone, and Mackenzie Roan came to be. She touched his cheek. It was a rebirth for which we can all be grateful. I'm just sorry for the suffering you had to endure to get there. In the long run, it's going to be worth it. The moment the sentence was out, he realized he'd spoken it in the present tense. He feared Maris might notice and question him about his ultimate goal, but she had turned her head away from him and was gazing out across the surface of the water. The lights of a tanker winked on the horizon. Raindrops began to fall, creating wet dimples in the sand. They fell on the wood platform in light spatters. Parker heard them even before he felt the sprinkles on his skin. They felt as warm and soft as tears. Parker, remember that first day I came to the Cotton Gin? You suggested that Noah had married the boss's daughter to further his career? That yanked your chain? Yes, but only because you hit the nail on the head. Deep down, I knew it. She turned and looked into his face. I caught him this week with another woman. The simple statement was followed by a pause that gave him time to respond. He kept his expression neutral. I won't bore you with the sordid details. How sordid? Sufficiently sordid. Enough to send you scrambling back here. Payback time? No, I swear that's not why I'm here. Noah's affair provided me with justification for coming back, but the truth is, I didn't want to leave in the first place. 527. Then why did you go? It was a matter of conscience. Over what? Nothing happened. Something happened to me, she exclaimed softly, pressing her fist against her chest. I wanted to stay with you, and that was reason enough for me to leave. Being around you wasn't healthy for my marriage. What I was feeling for you frightened me. For my peace of mind, I needed to reestablish myself as a happily married woman. Ironically, I'd been back in New York only one day when I discovered that Noah had broken our marriage vows. He's a fool. She gave him a smile for the indirect compliment, but it turned rueful. So am I. I'm a fool for not acknowledging sooner that our marriage wasn't what I wanted it to be. Nor was Noah the man I wanted him to be. He wasn't the hero of his book. And now you think of Roark as a hero. Shaking her head, she said, I'm not confusing fact with fiction, Parker. I've outgrown that. You're real. I can touch you. She reached for his hand, studying it as she traced the veins on the back of it with her fingertip. My marriage, such as it was, is over behind me. I don't want to talk about Noah anymore. Fine by me. He gathered a handful of her hair, then wound it around his fist and drew her closer until their faces were inches apart. He hesitated for several heartbeats, then settled his lips against hers, tested the angle, readjusted. He was moderately controlled until he heard a small whimper from her. He backed off, looked down into her eyes, and recognized a desire that equaled his own. Control was abandoned. He covered her face with wild, random, artless kisses, and she was doing the same to him. Then mouths melded and tongues touched, and they kissed with carnal greed. Eventually, Parker pulled back and caught his breath, then proceeded with more temperance. His tongue stroked her lower lip. He raked it gently between his teeth. He laid light kisses at the corners of her lips before pressing his tongue into her mouth. He angled his head first to one side, then the other, but he never broke contact. Even when he withdrew, his lips remained against hers, 529, making sipping motions as gentle as the rainfall. Her lips barely moving against his, she whispered, "The night we met, when you kissed me. I didn't want you to stop." "I know, you know. Don't you think I felt it too, Maris?" In reply, she threaded her fingers up through his hair and played sexy with her tongue. As they kissed, he unbuttoned the row of buttons, untied the knot at her waist, and pulled open her shirt. Her breasts were proportionately small, beautifully round, and now sprinkled with rainwater. Heavier drops beaded on her skin. Some formed rivulets that trickled over the smooth curves, intersecting and crisscrossing in erotic patterns. "Parker, you know it's raining?" "Yeah." He cupped her breast and reshaped it with his hand. His thumb whisked a raindrop off the tip. He leaned down and rubbed his lips across it. "As you told me once, you won't melt." Then he took her nipple into his mouth. "I might," she sighed, making his dream a reality. She folded her arms around his head and clutched him to her, repeating his name on ragged breaths. His hand waded through what seemed like unfurled bolts of fabric until he found skin. He slid his hand between her thighs, all the way up to her center. He touched her through her underpants. "Okay?" She made a sound that he took for a yes. Her sex was pliant and very wet. He eased his fingers into her. "Oh, God, Parker." His fingers stroked her from within, while his thumb drew circles on the outside. Soon she was thrusting her hips up against his hand. "Just let it happen, Maris." She relaxed, and although her breathing was still shallow and quick, she stopped working at trying to climax. He continued to nuzzle her breasts. Her nipples became small and hard against his flicking tongue. The stroking of his fingers intensified, and the circles drawn by his thumb shrank 531 to center on one spot. Then he felt it, that unique tension that claimed her involuntary. Imperative, impossible to bridle, uncontainable. Her back arched, her head fell back, and she covered her eyes with her forearm. Her exposed neck begged to be kissed. He bent over it and pressed his lips against the hollow of her throat while sweet sounds vibrated from it. He remained there until the last of the aftershocks had rippled through her and she went limp. He withdrew his hand from beneath her skirt and smoothed it back into place. He then gathered her close, securing her against his chest by resting his chin on the top of her head. Weakly, she laid her hand on his chest. "You buttoned your shirt." "For supper, one of my mom's rules." She undid the buttons and rubbed her cheek against his chest hair, then laid her head against his heart. Better. The rain continued to fall on them, soaking their hair and clothes, but neither noticed or cared. He stroked her back, his fingers stopping at each individual vertebra. "He hasn't fucked you worth a damn, has he?" He felt her stiffen, and for a moment he feared that he'd gone too far, said too much, offended her with his blunt language. But it was an initial reaction that passed quickly. She relaxed against him again and said softly, "I thought so until a few minutes ago." You were hungry for it. I didn't know that until you touched me. My sex life was another self-delusion. She must have felt his smile because she raised her head and looked at him. You must be feeling pretty good about yourself. His grin was unrepentantly cocky, but it turned into a soft smile. I feel good. He kissed her lips softly, growling against them. But you feel better? They kissed long and deeply. He was reluctant to end it, but eventually did. We'd better get back to the house before Mike organizes a search party. He reached for the brake lever to release it, but she stopped him. What about you? This. She rocked her hips against his erection. Don't you want me to do something? 533 wincing, he clasped her firmly around the waist and gasped. Yeah, I want you to stop moving like that. Oh, sorry, he gave her a crooked smile and curved his hand around the back of her neck. When we make love, I want to be concentrating on the pleasure of it and not worrying about how I'm going to come without dumping us out of this chair. It's that earth-shaking? It will be, yes. But I had all the fun, shows how little you know. She smiled and he kissed her quickly, then turned him around and headed for home. By the way, since I need 2 hands to drive this damn thing, you'd better button up your shirt or Mike'll get an eyeful. The following morning, Daniel got up early. He showered and dressed quickly, then packed a few changes of clothing to take to the country before going downstairs. Maxine had been most unhappy to hear about his planned weekend without her, and had made her displeasure known. So he was very meek this morning when he asked her if it would be too much trouble for him to have his breakfast in the courtyard. No trouble at all, Mr. Matherly. It'll take me just a few minutes to get the tray ready. Perfect. I can use the time to make a couple of calls. He went into his study and placed the first call to a number he now had memorized. He said little during the 5-minute call. The majority of the time was spent listening. Mr. William Sutherland finally said everything he had to say and asked, Do you want me to proceed, Mr. Matherly? By all means. Daniel placed the second call of the morning to Becker Howe. He wasn't surprised that even at this time of day when most New Yorkers were queuing up at Starbucks and crowding subways to get to their offices at a reasonable hour, his call was answered by Mr. Oliver Howe himself. Howe, rather pompously, had always boasted that he put in a 14-hour workday except on holidays when he worked only 8. Apparently his schedule was as arduous as it had always 5:35. Ben, despite his advanced age, Howe's publishing career had been launched at approximately the same time as Daniel's and in a similar fashion. Howe was bequeathed his company from his grandfather within months of his graduation from his university. He and Daniel had remained friendly rivals through the years, and eventually their acquaintance had evolved into a grudging friendship. They held one another in the highest esteem. Ollie, it's Daniel Matherly. As expected, his old colleague was delighted to hear from him. After exchanging pleasantries, Oliver Howe said, I can't play golf anymore, Danny boy. Goddamn rheumatism won't let me. That's not why I'm calling, Ollie. This is business related. I thought you had retired. That's the rumor, but you of all people should know better. The fact is, I've run across an exciting proposition that I thought might interest you. Daniel emerged from his study a few minutes later without the benefit of his cane. He felt invigorated. He was even rubbing his palms together as he approached Maxine. Would you please go out and buy some bread at that kosher bakery I like? They don't have bread in Massachusetts, mister? Reed said he was going to have the house stocked with food. I know, but I'm hungry for, the kind with the seeds on it. I know the kind. That bakery is across town. I'll go after you've had breakfast. Noah will be picking me up after breakfast. Better go now. I can serve myself breakfast. She eyed him suspiciously and with good cause. His sudden yen for a particular bread was a ruse to get her out of the house. He had a guest coming for breakfast, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. Maxine continued to argue, but eventually she huffed out the service entrance, muttering to herself. She'd only been gone a few minutes when Daniel answered the front doorbell and invited his guest inside. My housekeeper is out on an errand, he explained, as he led the way to the courtyard. Maxine always set the table for 3 on the chance that Maris or Noah or both would drop 537 by. Even though Maris was out of town and Noah was due to arrive later, Daniel was relieved to see that she hadn't broken with habit. He indicated a chair at the round wrought iron table. "Please sit. Coffee?" "Yes, thank you." Daniel poured. As he passed the cream and sugar, he said, "Thank you for coming on such short notice. It wasn't so much an invitation as an edict, Mr. Matherly. Then why did you come? Curiosity." Daniel acknowledged the candor with an appreciative nod. "So you were surprised to hear from me?" "Shocked, actually. I'm glad that we can speak frankly with one another because I know your time is valuable, and I'm on a tight schedule myself this morning. My son-in-law is picking me up at 10 o'clock and driving me to our house in the country. He invited me to spend some quality time alone with him while my daughter is away." He lifted a napkin-lined silver basket toward his guest. "Muffin? No, thanks. For bran muffins, they're not bad. My housekeeper makes them herself." "No, thank you." He returned the basket to the tabletop. "Where was I, Mr. Matherly? I know that you're not in your dotage, so please don't insult my intelligence by pretending to be. You didn't invite me here to sample your housekeeper's bran muffins." Daniel dropped the pose. Planting his elbows on the table, he clasped his hands together and looked at his guest from beneath his white eyebrows, now drawn into a steep V above the bridge of his nose. "I would stake my fortune on the probability that when Noah and I arrive at our country place, he will have in his possession a document of some sort that empowers him to conduct business for my publishing house." He spoke with the brusque efficacy that had always been at his command, and on which he had built his reputation for hard and sometimes ruthless dealing. 539. Over the course of the weekend, I will be pressed into signing this document. He raised his hand to stop his guest from speaking. "No, say nothing. You would do well only to listen." Following a long, thoughtful, somewhat mistrustful hesitation, Daniel was motioned to continue. Envy Child, 20, Key West, Florida, 1988. Todd hadn't counted on it taking this long. He was impatient to attain wealth and achieve fame in that order. After the mortgage on his parents' house was paid off, the profit he'd made on its sale had been a pittance. Each parent had carried a meager life insurance policy, but his mother had used his father's to bury him, and Todd had used hers to lay her to rest. Once all their affairs were settled, the leftovers that comprised his legacy were hardly worth counting. He barely had enough to finance his relocation to Florida and had arrived in Key West virtually penniless. The cost of living was far higher than he and Rourke had estimated, even though they were living in veritable squalor and eating cheaply. He earned good tips parking cars, but the cash was quickly consumed by rent, gas, food, and other necessities, and his monthly installments on a PC. He, unlike his roommate, wasn't fortunate enough to have a great uncle he had seen only twice in his entire life, but who had felt a familial obligation to give his grandnephew an expensive college graduation gift. Rourke's advantage had rankled. Todd had wasted no time in leveling the playing field and acquiring a computer on a lease purchase plan. He was bummed over his chronic shortage of legal tender. He was even more bummed over his chronic shortage of creativity. Fame, even more than wealth, seemed so elusive as to be out of the question. Writing fiction was hard work. He had dozed through countless boring lectures on the subject, but he was fairly certain that none of his creative writing instructors had emphasized how labor-intensive it was. That had never been a starred point in his classroom notes. 541. That question had never been asked on an exam. True or false, writing is damn hard work. At least once a week, he and Rourke went to Hemingway's home. The Spanish colonial estate was their shrine, and they went as pilgrims to pay homage. Todd had always been an admirer, of course, but he was only now beginning to appreciate Hemingway's greatness. Talent was something you were born with. Either you had it or you didn't, but talent by itself was useless. Hours of tedious effort were required to awaken and exercise that talent, to write that riveting one true sentence that seemed so damn simple when read. That simplicity was deceptive. It didn't happen by accident, nor was it a skill easily acquired. Writing was demanding, solitary, back-breaking work. A writer mined the tunnels of his brain using words for his pickaxe. A week's effort might yield only one nugget that was worth keeping, and you could weep with pathetic gratitude over that. Todd admired those who wrote and wrote well, but his admiration was tinged with resentment. Hemingway and his ilk were stingy with their talent and skill. One would think that after having spent so much time studying their work, poring over every phrase, analyzing it word by goddamn word, the ability to write like that would rub off, that the brilliance would be contagious. Didn't desire count for something? But there were days when he couldn't find even a grain of genius in his own work. Nor could anyone else, it seemed. He balled up the written critique he had received from Professor Hadley and hurled it toward the corner of the room. Rourke walked in just as the paper ball landed on the floor several inches short of the trash can. Hadley was a hard ass. Hadley is an asshole. Don't I know it? He raked me over the coals, too, seriously, then left me there to smolder. So what I thought is, tonight, being our night off, we should get drunk. Love to, Todd said moodily, can't afford it. Neither can I, but being a bartender isn't without its perks. With that, Rourke brought his hand 543 from behind his back and waggled a bottle of cheap scotch. You stole it? This piss won't be missed. You're a poet, and didn't know it. Let's go. Todd rolled off his bunk. You don't have to ask me twice. On the beach, they passed the bottle back and forth between them, toasting the sunset, then the twilight, finally the night sky. They continued to toast the heavens until individual stars began to blur, and Bob and the universe became a little fuzzy around the edges. Starlight, Starbright, First Star, etc. Make a wish, Rourke. I wish you'd pass me the whiskey. Todd handed him the bottle. Rourke drank, handed it back, then stretched out on the sand and stacked his hands beneath his head. He began to laugh. What? Todd asked as he used his butt to grind a more comfortable depression into the sand. Wishes, Rourke replied. Reminds me of a genie joke. There are hundreds. Which one? This guy finds a magic lamp, rubs it, genie pops out, grants him 3 wishes. The guy wishes for a Ferrari and poof! Next morning there's a shiny new Ferrari parked in his driveway. He rubs the lamp again. Genie pops out, says he's got 2 more wishes. The guy wishes for $10 million and poof! Next morning, $10 million is neatly stacked on his nightstand. He rubs the lamp again. Genie pops out, says he's got 1 last wish. The guy wishes for a penis that would reach the ground and poof! Next morning, he wakes up and his legs are 3 inches long. When their laughter subsided, Rourke added, moral of the story, be careful what you wish for. Todd grumbled. I wish Hadley's dick would shrivel to nothing and then drop off, if he's even got one, which I doubt. Which manuscript did you send him? The Vanquished. You've been working your ass off on that book. What'd he say? Todd took another swig from the bottle. The plot stretches plausibility. My dialogue sucks. 545, Hadley said sucks. Words to that effect. What? He said my dialogue was crisp and well-paced, but my plot is predictable and needs punch. He looked over at Todd. Maybe we should collaborate? Shit, no sharing. I put in a 2-year apprenticeship without any remuneration. You sold a short story, Rourke reminded him. 1 lousy short story to a local magazine for $25. It'll be read in the crapper if at all. He pitched a seashell back into the surf. I'm living in an apartment where the roaches are carnivorous and the tenants downstairs are armed and dangerous. But you can't beat the view. You can, however, beat your meat while taking in the view. There is that, Todd replied solemnly. I've never jerked off so much in my life. The palm of your hand isn't sprouting hair, is it? Here's to nude sunbathing among exotic dancers. He raised the bottle in salute, but Rourke took it from him and helped himself to another swallow. I'm broke all the friggin' time, Todd continued morosely. My car's got over 160,000 miles on it. Meanwhile, you're parking Porsches and BMWs, a job you could train a chimpanzee to do. A chimp is cuter. Would probably get better tips. Todd glared at Rourke. Are you going to let me finish this, or what? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your pity party. Rourke passed the bottle back to him. Have another drink, thank you. Todd drank and belched a loud, gurgling burp. When all this hardship pays off, I want the glory to go to me, myself, and I, no offense. None taken. I don't want to collaborate with you either. I was joking. Oh, Todd flopped down onto his back in the sand. So what did Hadley really 547 say in his notes to you? I told you. Was it the truth? Why would I lie? To make me feel better. Rourke snorted. I'm not that charitable. Right? Right. You're a son of a bitch. So maybe you would lie for another reason. Rourke sat up. Something on your mind, Todd. If so, why don't you just say it? You always downplay Hadley's critiques. I'm not going to wear a hair shirt over one man's opinion, which is all his critiques are. I don't let myself get depressed over them the way you do. Maybe? Maybe what? Maybe that explains why you downplay them. On the other hand, you might be trying to throw me off track. Rourke shook his head in bafflement. What the fuck are you talking about? Forget it. Like hell I will. First you accused me of lying, and then you provided me with a shitty motivation for it. I take exception to both. And I take exception to your thinking you're a better writer than me. Than I, Rourke corrected. Fuck you. Todd surged to his feet, but the earth tilted drastically and threw him off balance. He landed back in the sand. Rourke grabbed him by the shoulders and brought him around. Why would I deliberately mislead you about Hadley's critiques? Todd flung his hands up and threw Rourke's off. To get the jump on me, you can't stand the idea of my getting published before you. Oh, like you'd be thrilled if I sold a manuscript ahead of you. I'd rather have my guts ripped out up through my throat. For several moments, the narrow distance between them was volatile, teeming with molecules of hostility ready to spark. Todd made his hands into fists in anticipation of an attack. To his surprise, Rourke started to laugh. You'd rather have your guts ripped out up through your throat, 549. Todd tried not to smile, but he lost the battle, and soon he was laughing too. In the heat of the moment, not to mention my inebriation, that's all I could think of to say. I don't recommend it for your book. Point taken. They stared at the oceanscape for several minutes. Then Rourke said, I'm done for the night. Think we can make it to the car? Todd took satisfaction in Rourke's being the first to cave. Fuck, man, I don't know. I'm wasted. Rourke threw his arm across Todd's shoulders and helped him to his feet. They made it to the parking lot, although it took a while because they stumbled often and stopped frequently. Their drunken efforts made them weak-kneed with hilarity. Neither was in any condition to drive, but Rourke got behind the wheel because he was slightly less drunk than Todd. It was past noon the following day, as they medicated their hangovers with burgers and fries, that Todd resumed the conversation. You know, a little rivalry could be good for us, Rourke groaned. Don't start that again. I don't consider you a rival, Todd. Bullshit. Of course you do. How could rivalry possibly be good for us? It makes us work harder. Admit it when you see me writing. There's no way you can shirk off. If I'm at my keyboard, you can't sit down and watch a ball game on TV. I'm the same. If you're writing, I feel guilty if I'm not writing too. If you put in 7 hours a day, I've got to put in at least that much. That competitive edge is what drives us. I'm driven by nothing except a desire to write good fiction. Todd waved his hands in the air. St. Rourke, glory and hallelujah, you're pissing me off. Okay, I'll drop it. He took a bite of his cheeseburger. Anyway, the point's moot. I'll be offered megabucks for the vanquished before you even complete your book. Then we'll see who's green with envy. That is not going to happen. Todd laughed. Oh man, I wish you could see the malicious glint in your eye. You just won my argument for me. 500, chapter 24. Is there any coffee? Isn't there always? Parker shot Mike a dark glance as he rolled his chair across the kitchen and poured himself a fresh mug from the coffee maker. Usually you come and ask if I'd like a refill, check and see if I need anything. I didn't want to take a chance on having my head bit off. You made it plain at breakfast that Maris and I should make ourselves scarce today, and that's what we're doing. I'm working on a difficult passage. I didn't want any distractions or interruptions. He was on his way back through the connecting door when he heard Mike mutter, You could have asked us nicely. Parker stopped and reversed direction. Did you say something? Mike threw down the dish towel he'd been using and did an about face. I said her blouse was buttoned wrong last night when you finally saw fit to bring her in out of the rain and let me know where you were. Wow, you covered several transgressions in one sentence, Mike. Shall we break it down and discuss it iniquity by iniquity? Or should I just acknowledge that you're riled in general and get back to my work? I came home after a day on the mainland to find the house wide open, lights on, nobody home. I thought you'd been abducted. Did it occur to you that I could have been taken up in the rapture and that you'd been left behind? Bet that really would have pissed you off. You and the rapture are irreconcilable themes. I would never pair you with a thought about it, and I soon ruled out the possibility of kidnapping. Who'd be crazy enough to want you? Man, you're ticked. I have a right to be. I wouldn't have even known Maris had come back if I hadn't noticed 2 sets of dishes in the sink and went out to check the guest house. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes. You could have left a note telling me you were going down to the beach, 5:53. I could have. But I was afraid your maternal instincts would kick in and you'd follow us down there to make sure we kiddies were all right and not up to any mischief. Parker dropped all vestiges of humor, saying tightly, "That's right, Mike. I didn't want you to catch us playing naughty. I wouldn't care, but Maris might. Which brings me to the next point. I don't want to hear it. You've cooked up a plot of vengeance and you're going to act it out to the bitter end, aren't you? We've been over this. Aren't you? Damn right I am, Parker shouted. His raised voice didn't deter Mike. However, what's the final chapter going to be? What? Give away the ending. Tell you and spoil the surprise. I don't think so. Mike glared at him. It's not going to be a happy ending. I'm not after rave reviews, only revenge, which always makes for good motivation, ergo a good plot now. Are you finished? Not quite. What about Maris? She's definitely a plot device. You're using her, aren't you? In spite of who she is, because of who she is. Mike must have sensed Parker's unshakable resolve. Maybe his imperious tone reminded the older man that he had overstepped his bounds. Or maybe he simply wore out. Whatever the cause, Mike's anger dissolved. His angry posture settled back into its elderly sag. Parker, I implore you to give this up. Let go of it. Tell Maris everything, for your good as well as hers. Tell her. Tell me what? At the sound of her voice, the 2 men turned quickly. Evidently, she had walked into a spirited exchange, and it felt like a quarrel.
Tell me what? She repeated.
I've written some new pages, Parker said. They're printing out now. I'll get them. Mike gave Parker a look that was rife with meaning. But whatever. 555, the meaning was, Maris couldn't decipher it. He went into the solarium, leaving them alone. He just made a fresh pot of coffee, Parker remarked. Thanks, but I've passed my limit. If I drink any more this morning, I'll be swinging from the chandelier along with your ghost friend. I'd pay to see that. His smile was forced and the attempted humor fell flat. Maris couldn't account for the mood in the house, mainly because she couldn't define the mood. It had started last night when she and Parker returned from the beach. Mike, who had arrived in their absence, had been on the veranda watching for them, standing with his hands on his hips and looking perturbed. He'd admonished them for getting soaked to the skin. He said he expected that kind of nutty, irresponsible behavior from Parker, but Parker had no right to subject Maris to his zaniness. He had then hustled Parker into his bedroom at the back of the house. Maris knew which room it was, but she'd never been invited to see it, not even when Mike had conducted her on a guided tour of the house, including his suite and the unfinished rooms on the 2nd floor. Feeling slightly downcast over the abrupt conclusion to the romantic evening, she had returned to the guest cottage. She sensed that it wasn't their getting caught in the rain, or even their unexplained absence from the house that had upset Mike. He was more than slightly annoyed, more concerned than the situation had warranted. She couldn't figure out what they had done or hadn't done to provoke him. If it were anyone else, she would guess that the personal valet was jealous of the newcomer. It stood to reason that someone in Mike's position would resent an intruder into the comfortable life he had made for his charge. Their days had a rhythm that he wouldn't want disturbed. Understandably, the interloper would be regarded as a threat. His first instinct would be to protect his position and importance. He would also want to shield the individual he cared for against any potential harm. But Mike hadn't behaved jealously toward her. He didn't treat her as a danger who might damage Parker. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely pleased that she had entered their lives. He'd shown her every kindness in 557, and even the most insignificant disputes, he took her side over Parker's more often than not. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel that Mike had a general idea of what they'd been doing down at the beach and that he disapproved. Whatever else had factored in, this was the basis of his indignation. When she returned to the guest cottage, she discovered that she hadn't buttoned her shirt correctly, that in her haste, she'd skipped a button, a dead giveaway to hanky-panky. Still, she was more mystified than embarrassed. She and Parker were well beyond the age of accountability, and it should have been clear to Mike that whatever had transpired on the beach had been consensual. Could it be a moral issue with him? Not knowing the present state of her marriage, did Mike think Parker was romancing another man's wife? In any case, their return to the house had quelled any plans either she or Parker had for continuing what had been started on the beach. She prudently remained in the guest cottage until this morning, and although she'd lain awake for a long time half expecting Parker to come to her, he hadn't. This morning at breakfast he'd been testy and irritable, more so than usual. And he'd acted as though their time on the beach together had never happened. All this was weighing heavily on her mind. She was trying desperately to stave off a bad case of the blues. Despite the tender lovemaking last night, her relationship with Parker was still unspecified and tenuous. At any moment she feared a geocentric shift of emotions that would plunge her headlong into despair. She'd been made a fool of by one man. She didn't want to repeat that particular mistake ever, but certainly not within the same week. Following that first lame attempt at conversation about caffeine, neither she nor Parker had said a word. Their eye contact had been haphazard and fleeting. Parker seemed to be making a concerted effort to avoid it altogether. Feeling awkward, she asked if he was happy with what he'd written that morning. "It's all right, I guess." He mumbled into his coffee mug, keeping his head down. This was silly. They were grown-ups, not adolescents. Up till now, he had 559 seized every opportunity to slip a blatant sexual innuendo into their conversation. He certainly hadn't been shy about demonstrating his attraction to her, starting with the night they met. His sudden bashfulness made no sense. "Did Mike lecture you?" He looked over at her, about the foreplay. I was going to say about seducing a married woman. Is that what I did? Not without a lot of encouragement. Then does it count as a bona fide seduction? Parker, are we going to play a game of semantics? Or are you going to answer my question, Mike? Is concerned for you. Why? He thinks I'm rotten to the core. He thinks the sun rises and sets in you. He's afraid I'll hurt you. Looking at him intently, she asked, "Will you?" "Yes." Startled by his blunt reply, she sat down at the kitchen table without breaking the eye contact they had finally established. "At least you're honest. Brutally so, it puts most people off." "Noted. But I'm not most people." The hard line of his lips softened. Something sparked in his eyes which had been so remote only seconds ago. They moved over her, alighting for a time on her mouth, her breasts, her lap. Those spots that had experienced his intimate touch began to tingle with sensual recollection. When his gaze reconnected with hers, he said gruffly, "Noted." They lapsed into a long stare that went unbroken until Mike re-entered the kitchen, bringing with him several pages of text. The print was getting dim, so I had to replace the cartridge. He handed the pages of manuscript to Maris. "I need to get back to it," Parker said, wheeling his chair toward the solarium. "Don't talk about me while I'm gone." "We've got better things to talk about," Mike retorted. Parker slammed the door shut behind him. Maris laughed. "You two are like quarreling siblings or an old married 561 couple. God forbid. Were you ever married, Mike? A confirmed bachelor. How does crab au gratin sound for dinner? Delicious? Was Parker married? No. Women? He removed a package of frozen crab meat from the freezer and set it on the countertop before turning to her. What do you think? She lowered her eyes and traced the wood grain in the tabletop with her fingertip. Of course there have been women. More than a few, fewer than many, nothing lasting, never serious. She nodded. He went back to assembling the ingredients for his recipe. Parker shared with me how you rescued him from the pit, so to speak. When he turned back to her, she saw that this revelation had surprised him, but he recovered and said, "He gives me more credit than I deserve. All I did was tell him things he already knew. Like, I told him that he was on a sure path of self-destruction. However, I pointed out to him what a slow path he'd taken. I asked why he was dilly-dallying. I told him that if he truly wanted to be dead, he could have found a way to take himself out." Good psychology, he shrugged modestly. The main thing is, it worked. He indicated the manuscript pages she had carried in with her from the guest house. Do you like the latest installment? I've been rereading the chapter about Mary Catherine's miscarriage. Todd is beginning to reveal himself as the villain. Interesting, Mike murmured. That you think of him as the villain? Aren't I supposed to? I believe that's Parker's intention, yes. Do you read everything he writes? Only what he asks me to, which is, he grinned at her as he reached into the cabinet for a casserole dish. Everything he writes. I'm sure he values your 563 opinion, Mike scoffed at that. He thinks the only opinion that counts is his. It's more the feedback than the opinion that he wants. I've learned by working with writers that they like having a sounding board. Even if the sounding board never talks back, they need someone to listen to them as they process thoughts and ideas. You perform a valuable service to Parker beyond the obvious. He didn't carry the conversation toward the obvious services he performed for Parker. Instead, he asked if any of her associates at Matherly Press had read the manuscript. To honor Parker's request for anonymity, I'm keeping it under wraps. I did share it with my father, though. He's as positive about it as I am. Nobody else? No. Several times she had urged Noah to read it. Each time he had shown little interest, but in a rushed and absent-minded way had promised that he would get to it as soon as his schedule permitted. Now she knew why his schedule was so tight. Much of his time had been allocated to his mistress. Switching gears, she said, speaking of Dad. It was unlikely that her cell phone had rung without her hearing it, but she took it from her skirt pocket and checked the lighted readout. No missed calls. I should go call him again. I haven't been able to get an answer at his house this morning, and that's unusual. She wasn't worried yet, just a little curious as to why Maxine was out so long. Ordinarily, she had supplies delivered so she wouldn't have to leave the house and Daniel unattended for extended periods of time. Her errands were usually quickly dispatched. Daniel hadn't gone to the office today. Maris had checked, so apparently he and Maxine were out somewhere together. Maybe they'd gone for a walk in Central Park or to a museum or to a movie. Daniel enjoyed all those things, and Maxine sometimes accompanied him, welcoming the break from her routine. But Maris had been trying to reach them for hours. She had left voicemail messages for them to call her as soon as they returned. Either they hadn't checked for messages, or they had 565, been out for a very long time, and one was as uncustomary as the other. You're welcome to use our phone, Mike told her. Thanks, but I'll use my cell. Before leaving, she asked Mike if there was anything she could do to help him with dinner. I'm a working woman, but not a total stranger to the kitchen. I'll let you pour the wine when the time comes. She had known he would refuse her offer, as Maxine always did, but she wanted to offer anyway. Then will you excuse me? Collecting the new pages of manuscript, she headed for the back door. I'm eager to curl up with the next chapter. Chapter 25. Noah answered his ringing cell phone. Hello? Where are you? Nadia? Yes. Noah, Nadia, she replied waspishly. He took a cautionary glance over his shoulder to make certain that Daniel hadn't yet made his way downstairs. Afternoon sunlight was pouring in through the open slats of the window shutters, casting long stripes of light and shadow across the hardwood floor and lending the pale saffron walls a mellow glow. The Matherleys' country house was a bit fussy and cluttered to suit his taste. He favored contemporary right angles and sleek surfaces. But for what it was, the restored colonial had been nicely done several years ago. It had been featured in Architectural Digest, the country retreat of a book publishing icon. Here in the living room, the easy chairs were wide and deep, and each had a requisite footstool. The intricate brass fireplace screen was an original to the house. Rosemary Matherly's collection of china plates from all over the world was displayed behind the glass doors of a tall cabinet. Scattered about on end tables and in shelves were photographs of Daniel with notable authors and luminaries from other fields of endeavor, ranging from the entertainment industry to sports, 567 to politics, including 2 presidents. Pictures of Maris chronicled her childhood, adolescence, and emergence into young womanhood. There were several photos of Noah and Maris together. One taken at their wedding reception showed the laughing bride hand-feeding him a bite of wedding cake. He took perverse pleasure in looking at it now as he talked to his most recent mistress. "I've been calling you all day," she said, "and I've been avoiding you. When I see one of your numbers on the caller ID, I let it ring. I figured that, so this time I'm calling from a friend's phone. Male or female, that depends on whether or not you're speaking to me. You've got a selective memory, Nadia. Obviously, you've forgotten why I'm not speaking to you." "Of course I haven't forgotten, but I woke up this morning deciding to forgive you. So was. You decided to forgive me? I didn't boink my personal trainer. I've seen your personal trainer, Noah. No one would want to boink him." She was at it again, mocking him, being condescending, just as she'd been when he found her swaddled in damp sheets and post-coitus bliss. Hearing the ridicule in her voice now resurrected the rage he'd felt then. The emotion that had roiled inside him hadn't been inspired by jealousy. He couldn't care less who she fucked or how often. Being mocked by her, that's what had rankled. Rather than reacting with embarrassment or remorse or shame or fear, which was the reaction he really craved to see from her, she had smiled at him insolently. How dare the bitch? He'd been angry enough to kill her. He'd even entertained vivid mental flashes of placing his hands around her slender neck and squeezing until her eyes bulged, squeezing until her heart stopped. He'd had the presence of mind not to act on the murderous impulse, but it had been strong enough for him to get a glimpse of his soul's dark side. Like the dark side of the moon, it was out of 569 sight, but always there. Several times during his life it had been necessary to step over the boundary between light and darkness. But those brief forays into that dark region had left him shaken, feeling that he'd been lucky to return. He didn't venture into it unless he was given no other choice, but recently he'd taken 2 prolonged glimpses into its shadows. First with Maris outside Nadia's apartment following her discovery of their affair, then again with Nadia. In both instances, he'd wanted badly to hurt the offender, silence her, injure her beyond recovery, kill her. He was intrigued now, beguiled by the extent of his dark side. He hadn't known it was so expansive and dense. The urge to explore it to its farthest reaches was almost irresistible. Never guessing the malicious nature of his thoughts, Nadia still believed they were arguing over her fling with the weightlifter. "The point is that you acted like a complete ass at lunch that day, Noah. I felt it. Appropriate to remind you that nobody calls Nadia Schuller uncredibly stupid and gets away with it. You got in your shot and I got in mine. Now, can we please move beyond this?" He was tempted to call her the obscene name that so aptly applied and then hang up. That's what he wanted to do, but it wouldn't be smart to alienate her now. The deal with worldview hung in the balance. Breaking with Nadia might jinx it. Morris Bloom seemed to like her. She'd been instrumental in bringing them together. Why not continue to take advantage of her usefulness? Ultimately, she would get what she had coming. But not until the worldview deal was secured. His reward for eating a small portion of crow now would be $10 million. In fact, for $10 million and control of Matherly Press, he was willing to do much worse. "Noah, please, please tell me where you are." Her voice had turned soft and conciliatory. She was even making it easy on him. It was a win-win situation, and he couldn't ask for better. Smiling to himself, he said, "I'm alone in the country house with my father-in-law I've got. Why would you subject yourself to that? Actually, I invited him. We've got business to discuss." "Ah, worldview, you're planning a coup de grace." "Precisely." He explained that Maris was out of town again and that Maxine had been left in the city. "It's just me and the old man, fishing, male bonding." Then a little arm twisting. "I doubt it'll come to that. He's not going to give in easily, Noah." "Not easily, but he'll eventually be persuaded. I'm sure of it." "Need a cheerleader for your side? I could drive up. You could tuck me into a corner somewhere. Is the country house roomy enough to accommodate you, me, and your father-in-law?" "Interesting proposition. I'm tempted to sneak you in, but it wouldn't be prudent. Once the old man is into his cups, he tends to wander. What if he ventured into the wrong bedroom and saw something straight out of the Kama Sutra? Which page, you're incorrigible." "Absolutely. I have no shame whatsoever. That's why I'm willing to risk being caught. If the old man stumbles in on us, who knows? It might do his heart good." She lowered her voice seductively. "The best sex is making up sex. You know, I could bring along a box of chocolates, the gooey kind, the ones with the soft, creamy centers that you love to lick out." "Good phone sex, Nadia. I'm aroused," he said truthfully. "Give me 2 hours. I wish I could see you right now, but you know that you can't come here." "Oh, I know it's out of the question. I have an enormous stake in this merger, too, and wouldn't do anything to jeopardize it. It's just that I miss you. Guess I'll have to be satisfied with my trusty vibrator. Do you have enough batteries? I'm never without. Oops, I hear Daniel coming. Must go. I'll see you when I get back to the city." "Later, darling," he clicked off, then added, "Love 573, you too, sweetheart," to a dead phone. He turned just in time to see Daniel entering the living room. "Oh, damn. That was Maris. She wouldn't let me call you to the phone, afraid she'd be interrupting a nap. Want me to get her back? She said they were about to sit down to dinner, but I can probably catch was, no. How is she? Working hard on the manuscript. Says it's awfully hot. The weather, not the manuscript," he added with a grin. "Misses us terribly, otherwise fine. Then don't bother her." Daniel settled into one of the easy chairs and propped his cane beside it. "I worked up quite a thirst during my nap." Noah laughed easily as he crossed to the table that served as a bar. "Thirsty work, naps, double scotch. On the rocks, please. I called the deli in town. They'll soon be delivering double-thick Reuben sandwiches, potato salad made with real mayo, chocolate cake and vanilla ice cream for dessert. God, I love the bachelor life," Daniel said as he accepted the drink from his son-in-law. What a good idea this was. Maris was glad she had changed for dinner because for the first time since her arrival, it was being served in the formal dining room, the hanging ghost notwithstanding. She was wearing a gray silk dress she had bought early in the season at Bergdorf's, thinking it would be perfect for dinner out in the country. She reasoned that the lightweight fabric, slip-style bodice, and flared skirt were also perfect for dinner at home in an antebellum plantation house. She had accessorized it with a choker of pale coral beads. Mike had laid a beautiful table. Fragrant magnolia blossoms had been arranged in a crystal bowl in the center of the table, flanked by silver candlesticks with white tapers. He'd used china, silver, and crystal stemware that represented good taste and a sizable investment. "This is lovely, Mike," she remarked as he held the lyre-backed chair for her. "Don't be too impressed," Parker said from his place at the head of the table. "It's all rented for the evening." "Yes, from Terry's Bar and 575 Grill," Mike said drawly. "Besides smoking baby back ribs, he does a huge formal party rental business." She laughed. "Wherever it came from, I like it. It all belonged to Parker's mother," Mike informed her as he poured the wine, forgetting that he'd delegated that job to her. She looked toward Parker for confirmation. The tableware was handed down through generations of Mom's family. It was bequeathed to either the first daughter or daughter-in-law. "My mother had neither, so it came to me by default." It's been in storage since she died. This is the first time it's been used. He slid a glance toward Mike. Can't imagine what the special occasion is. Maris raised her wineglass to the completion of envy. I'll drink to that. Mike raised his glass. It's not finished yet, Parker reminded them, but he raised his glass all the same. The crystal stems sounded like chimes when they clinked them together. The Pinot Grigio was cold and crisp, a perfect complement to the meal Mike had prepared. Parker might have disavowed that this was a special occasion, but she noticed that he had changed for dinner, too. She wondered if Mike had mandated the extra grooming or if it had been voluntary, although his only nod toward styling his hair was to rake his fingers through it. The tousled look suited him. He had recently shaved. She could smell the sandalwood soap. He was wearing his customary casual pants, but his shirt was tucked in. The sleeves were rolled back to just below his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. The candlelight blurred the lines that years of pain had etched into his face. It softened the hardness that resentment had stamped on his features and allayed the bitterness that compromised his smiles. He also seemed to be relaxed and enjoying himself. While they ate, he regaled them with wild stories about Terry of bar and grill fame, who was reputed to be everything from a modern-day pirate to a drug runner to a white slave trader. I don't know or care which rumor is true or if any of them are. He grills one hell of a burger. 577. Maris shuddered at the memory of the tavern. I can't recommend the place. Totally unsavory clientele. Hey, Parker said, looking affronted. She gracefully turned the conversation back to the book. The tension mounts. I presume you mean between Rourke and Todd. It's becoming palpable, she said. What I read today leads me to believe that it's soon to come to a head. I'm giving nothing away. A hint, please? He looked at Mike. Think I should divulge a few plot twists? The older man considered it for several seconds. She is your editor. That's right, I is, Maris declared. They laughed, then she leaned toward Parker to make her appeal. What if you're about to make a fatal mistake, editorially speaking? If you talk me through the next few scenes, I could steer you clear of any potential pitfalls and save you a lot of rewrites. Parker's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You know what that sounds like? A veiled threat? Not at all. She flashed him a saccharine smile. It's outright extortion. He placed his palm over the mouth of his wineglass, and his strong fingers absently traced the pattern cut into the crystal. His eyes remained on her. She looked back at him with challenge. Mike pushed back his chair and stood up. Who's ready for strawberry sorbet? I made it myself from fresh berries. Without disengaging her eyes from Parker, she asked, Need any help? No, thank you. Mike went into the kitchen through the connecting door and it swung closed behind him. Maris was slightly short of breath. Her tummy felt weightless despite the meal she'd just eaten. 2 glasses of wine were hardly enough to make her feel this lightheaded, so she attributed her sudden case of the flutters to the way Parker was looking at her like she was the tastiest item at the table that evening. Well, what's it to be, Mr. Parker? Tell you what. His eyes, which had strayed to the vicinity of her breasts, moved 579 slowly up to her face. We'll play a game of high-card draw, she arched her brow inquisitively. Remember the scene in Grass Widow, he continued, where Caton and the reluctant witness to the murder played that game? Vaguely, she lied. Actually, she remembered it vividly when the book was published. That scene had created a buzz. Erotically charged was how Publishers Weekly had described it. The reluctant witness was a woman, right? Frenchy, fragile, fair, and flighty, so nicknamed because was that part I remember. He grinned a fox's grin. The one he grinned right after isolating the plumpest hen in the flock. Maris knew she'd been had, but she didn't care. In fact, she was struggling to contain the idiotic smile her lips were aching to smile. Pulling a serious face, she said, My memory is a little dim on the rules of this game. Easy. They used a standard deck of cards. They each draw a card. High card wins. Wins what? If Caton won, Frenchie had to give him a clue to the murderer's identity. What if she drew the high card? Caton granted her a sexual favor. He granted her a sexual favor, right? She tapped her pursed lips with her fingertip as though stymied by the illogic. It seems to me that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Caton would win either way. Well, see, he made up the rules and he's no dummy. But Frenchie was a crotch throb by any standards, long red hair, legs that go on forever, pale freckles on her tits, an ass that, well, you know the type. But unfortunately, she's not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Maris gave the swaying chandelier overhead a glance before continuing. So the outcome of this game was that Caton got the information and the crotch throb. Was that a brilliant idea or what? And you expect me to be no brighter than Frenchie? You expect me to play by these 581 rules. I guess that depends on how badly I want to hear those plot twists, or on how badly you want those sexual favors. Chapter 26. Daniel was holding in his hand the final handiwork of Howard Bancroft's legal career. Noah had waited until after dinner to produce it. They were relaxing in the cozy living room, now lighted only by the soft glow of table lamps. Daniel had just finished reading the Power of Attorney document. He peered at Noah over his reading glasses, so there was an ulterior motive behind this weekend of TGRness. Noah expelled a puff of cigar smoke. Not at all, Daniel. I could have presented this to you in the city at any time, but you chose to give it to me here. Why? Because here in the country your mind is uncluttered. We can talk uninterrupted away from the distractions of the office without Maxine fussing over you at home. We can speak frankly one man to another, son-in-law to father-in-law. He could see that the old man was still dubious. He had expected him to be. In fact, he had expected a fiery outburst. Daniel's reaction was much milder than Noah had been braced for. But the old man was stubborn and unpredictable. His mood could fluctuate drastically within seconds. There might yet be an eruption of temper, and it might come at any moment. Noah watched warily as Daniel worked his way out of his easy chair and propped himself on his cane. Noah leaned forward solicitously. Do you need something, Daniel? More port? Let me get it for you. I'll get it myself, thank you, Daniel said brusquely. He did so, leaving Noah in a state of carefully concealed agitation. His feet were propped on the ottoman in front of his chair. His posture was a slouch. He appeared to have nothing weightier on his mind than the smoke rings he blew toward the ceiling. 583, Daniel returned to his chair and declined to speak until he had taken a few sips of his port. If this is a family meeting, why have you chosen to conduct it when one family member is noticeably absent? Noah took his time answering. He studied the smoldering tip of his cigar as though carefully choosing, then analyzing what he was about to say. This is an extremely delicate matter, Daniel. Which is my point, mine also. It's not an issue to spring on Maris over the telephone. He took a sip of his single malt scotch. As he returned the tumbler to the end table, he noticed the wedding reception photograph of them. He touched the silver frame wistfully and smiled fondly. Maris thinks first with her heart, then with her head. His gaze moving back to Daniel, he added, You know that you've lived with her longer than I have? She's not a child. True, she's a woman, and her instincts and reactions are purely feminine. They're endearing. They make her the lovely person she is. But they don't always serve her well professionally. Remember how emotionally she reacted last week when she learned of my meeting with Worldview? I predict her reaction to this document would be even more irrational. For several moments, he stared at the document that now lay on the coffee table between them. If I know my wife, she would panic. She would think that we're shielding her from something ugly. She would leap to an erroneous conclusion. You have terminal cancer? You need a heart transplant. Well, you get my drift. God knows what she would imagine, and we would have a hell of a time dispelling her worst fears. He shook his head and laughed softly. Last week, she accused us of leaving her out of the loop and needlessly protecting her from an unpleasant situation. If I sign that document without discussing it with her first, she'll be furious with us, no doubt. I guess it comes down to choosing when we want to have a scene like the one we had last week before or after the document is in place. If it's before, her response time will be protracted. She'll put you through a 585 battery of physical exams before she's satisfied that you're not at death's door. If it's after the document is signed, he continued, her reaction time will be abbreviated, which personally I think is our best option. We all have better things to do with our time and energy. He paused to take a few puffs on his cigar. I'm thinking of Maris too, Daniel. I'm trying to spare her from having to make a difficult decision. She cannot bring herself to accept some of life's inescapable certainties, like my mortality. Noah nodded solemnly, or even the possibility of reduced capacity. She is in complete denial on the subject. You've always been her hero. She would look upon this document as a betrayal of that image. She might even feel that by executing a power of attorney document like this, we're tempting fate that as soon as she signs it, you'll be stricken with a debilitating malady. He paused strategically and pretended to consider his wife's behavior. In all honesty, I doubt Maris would sign it at all unless you had signed it first. That would ease her mind, relieve her conscience and her sense of responsibility. Daniel picked up the document with one hand and tugged thoughtfully on his lower lip with the other. I'm not a moron, Noah. Noah's breath caught in his throat. I see the validity of such a document. He expelled that anxious breath slowly and tried to sound perfectly composed as he said, apparently so did Howard. He authored it, which puzzles me. Howard knew that a similar document is already in place, along with my will and other personal documents. Mr. Stern drew them up years ago, but Howard had copies in his files. As Howard explained it to me, those documents were outdated, and now came the tricky part. Up to this point, he had counted on it being an exercise in persuasion. His arguments were sound, and as Daniel had noted, not without validity. Now, however, he must do some fancy footwork, and one misstep could trip him up. With calculated casualness, he 587 rolled the ash off the tip of his cigar into a pewter ashtray. I think Howard realized how obsolete that previous power of attorney document was. He brought it to my attention first, instead of bringing it up with Maris for the reasons we've cited tonight. He didn't want to upset her. Why didn't he bring it to my attention? For the same reason, Daniel. He averted his gaze as though it pained him to say what he was compelled to say. Howard was worried what your reaction would be. He didn't want you to think that he thought you were no longer capable of making these kinds of decisions for yourself. We were better friends than that, Daniel snapped. For God's sake, we'd been confiding candidly in each other for decades. I had joked with him about the foibles of growing old. This goes beyond complaining about a few aches and pains. Howard was sensitive to the delicate nature of this document. Noah raised his hand when he saw that Daniel was about to interrupt. I'm only telling you what he told me. He was afraid you would take umbrage. That I'd shoot the messenger? Noah shrugged as though to say, something like that. It's such a personal, private matter. Howard thought it might be better if someone in the family were to bring it to your attention. Daniel harumphed and took a sip of port. He flipped through the document again. He paused to reread a particular clause, and even before he said anything, Noah knew which clause had snagged his attention. Until Maris signs this was, I would have full power of attorney. I know. I spotted that flaw too. Why would Howard construct the document this way when he knew it would go expressly against my wishes? Not that I mistrust you, Noah, but Maris is Matherly Press and vice versa. There will never be a decision made or acted upon without her involvement and approval. Of course, Howard knew that, as do I, as does everyone. When I pointed the loophole out to him, he was mortified and acknowledged that it was an oversight. Noah chuckled. I think his old-world heritage sneaked in while he wasn't looking. He was thinking of Maris as a daughter and 589 wife, not as a senior executive of a multi-million-dollar company. He had enormous affection for her, as you know, and probably still regarded her as the sweet little girl in pigtails he used to bounce on his knee. Anyhow, I insisted that he add the codicil on the last page, which stipulates that the document is invalid until signed by all of us. He hoped that Daniel wouldn't notice that the last page could be detached without it appearing that the document had been tampered with or altered. That had been a last-minute brainstorm, one he should have thought of sooner. He'd hired the unscrupulous lawyer with whom he'd threatened Bancroft to write the codicil. The legalese sounded legitimate, although it lacked the classy touch of the rest of the document. He hoped Daniel wouldn't notice that either. Noah took one final draw on his cigar, then ground out the lighted tip and left it lying in the ashtray. He slapped his thighs lightly as he stood up, officially closing his sales pitch. Speaking for myself, I'm bushed. Obviously, you need to sleep on this. We can talk about it later. Have you thought about what you'd like for breakfast? There's enough food, was. I don't need to sleep on it, Daniel said abruptly. Let me sign the damn thing and get it over with. I'm tired of talking about it. Noah hesitated. Don't decide anything this weekend, Daniel. Take the document back to the city. Have Mr. Stern review it. And by doing so, question the judgment of my late friend. No. Howard's suicide has already generated nasty speculation. I won't have people saying that his competence had slipped. Where's a damn pen? Signing won't make it legal. It has to be notarized. That had been another potential problem with an obvious solution, the lawyer downtown, whose breath was stronger than his principles. After this was all settled, Noah would have to deal with him or risk being blackmailed, but that was a problem for another day. We'll make it official once we get to the city, Daniel grumbled, but I want this matter concluded tonight for my own peace of mind. Otherwise, I won't be able to relax or think about breakfast or anything else. Tomorrow, I want nothing on my mind more problematic than baiting a hook, so give me a 591 goddamn pen. Noah's acting performance was superb, if he did say so himself. He reluctantly produced a pen and passed it over to Daniel. But before releasing it, he gazed deeply into Daniel's eyes. You've had a lot to drink, he said, oozing concern. Nothing will be lost by waiting until, was Daniel yanked the pen from his son-in-law's hand and scrawled his signature on the appropriate line. The dinner party on St. Ann Island was moved out onto the veranda when a yellow jacket invaded the dining room. The buzzing menace appeared out of nowhere and alighted on the rim of Maris's as-yet-is-styed coffee cup. She sent up a faint squeal, ill-timed because it immediately followed Parker's statement about sexual favors. Remembering the instruction of a summer camp counselor many years before as to what one should do when stinging insects threatened, she froze in place. Parker, seeing the real cause of her squeal, yelled, "Mike, bug spray, now." Mike charged out of the kitchen armed with a can of Black Flag. He aimed it with deadly accuracy, and the yellow jacket died an agonizing death witnessed by the three who fanned chemical fumes away from their faces. Parker ventured that the pest had been hiding in the flowers in the centerpiece. Mike insisted that if the magnolia blooms had had a yellow jacket in them when he brought them inside, he would have discovered it long before now. Before a full-blown argument could ensue, Maris tactfully submitted that the insect could have gotten into the house any number of ways, and then suggested that they take their desserts onto the veranda, which should be comfortably cool if Mike were to turn on the ceiling fans that had been thoughtfully installed during the house's refurbishing. He served their pink sorbets and frosted compotes garnished with sprigs of mint. Maris insisted on pouring the coffee in the gracious manner that Maxine had taught her and accomplished serving them without one rattle of cup against saucer. Parker frowned down into the bone china cup. This thimble doesn't hold enough coffee to taste. What's wrong with an ordinary mug? $5.93. Neither she nor Mike paid any attention to his grumbling. She rocked contentedly in the porch swing, listening to the night sounds that had been so foreign to her when she arrived and had now become so familiar. Penny for them, Parker said. I was wondering if I'll ever become reaccustomed to the sounds of traffic on Manhattan streets. I've gotten used to cicadas and bullfrogs. Mike gathered their empty dessert dishes onto a tray, then carried it into the house. As soon as Mike was out of earshot, Parker asked, planning on leaving us any time soon? The overhead fans blew gently on his hair. The light spilling through the front windows was cast onto only one side of his face, leaving the other side in shadow. Maris couldn't make out his eyes at all, and what she could see of his expression was inscrutable. "I'll have to leave eventually," she replied softly. "When your first draft of Envy is finished and you no longer need me around." Two different things entirely, Maris. His stirring voice caused her tummy to go weightless again. The front door squeaked with a homey, comforting sound as Mike rejoined them and refilled their coffee cups, giving Parker a mug this time. When he sat down in the wicker rocking chair, it creaked dangerously, and they all laughed. "Hope that relic holds up," Parker remarked. "Are you referring to me or the chair?" Mike asked good-naturedly. "I don't dare sit in it," Maris said, patting her stomach. "Too much dinner." "It was a good meal, Mike," Parker said. "Thanks." "You're welcome." He idly stirred a sugar cube into his coffee. "What we need to round out the evening is a good story." If only we knew a good storyteller. Being deliberately coy, Maris looked at Parker from beneath her eyelashes. He grimaced and groaned, but he was pleased by their curiosity. Clasping his hands, he turned them palms out and stretched them above his head until his knuckles popped. Okay, I can't fight both of you. Where'd you leave off?" 5:95, they'd gone to the beach and killed a bottle of whiskey, Morris said, the scene still fresh in her mind. "I still don't understand why their language must be so vulgar." Parker frowned at Mike's comment and motioned for Morris to continue. "Todd accused Rourke of being less than straightforward about the critiques he had received from the professor. Have you read the part where Rourke got pissed?" Parker asked. "Yes, and his anger was justified. He's never given Todd any reason to mistrust him. Conversely, he's been burned by Todd on numerous occasions," Mike noted, "most recently with Mary Catherine. I think I need to add another scene with her," Parker said, almost to himself. "Maybe she tells Rourke that the child she miscarried was Todd's." "I thought you'd decided to let the reader draw his own conclusion." "I had, but I might change my mind. This would strengthen the animosity building between Rourke and Todd. What if," he thought it over for a moment before continuing, "what if Todd drops Mary Catherine flat, avoids her, even complains to Rourke that she's a pest, a clinging vine, something like that. Meanwhile, she pours her heart out to Rourke. She admits that it was Todd's baby she lost and that she has fallen in love with him and so forth. Rourke likes her as a friend, and he was there that night to clean up Todd's mess, literally, so he's really bothered by the way Todd treats her." "Does Todd ever know about the baby?" Maris asked. "No, I don't think so. Mary Catherine doesn't want him to know, and Rourke won't betray her confidence by telling him." "I told you this guy had honor?" "Not so fast," Parker said quietly. "Didn't it strike you that he protested too much when Todd accused him of being less than honest about Hadley's critiques?" Slowly, she nodded. "Now that I think about it, have they been more favorable than he let on?" Parker withdrew several sheets of 597 folded paper from the breast pocket of his shirt. "I dashed this off just before I quit for the day." She reached for the pages, but Mike suggested that Parker read them out loud. "Want me to?" Parker asked, addressing Maris. "By all means, please." Chapter 27, Parker unfolded the sheets of manuscript and held them up to catch the light. "Dear Mr. Slade," he read, "according to your last letter, you wish me to send future pieces of correspondence to your recently acquired post office box instead of to the street address. As it makes no difference to me, I can only assume that the request arises out of an unspecified desire to convenience yourself." Parker cringed. "Good God, verbose old bastard, isn't he?" "Well, he does teach creative writing," Maris said. "One would expect him to be effusive." "Effusive is one thing, but that is obnoxious." Parker gave his outspoken valet a dirty look. "Thank you, Mike, for that unsolicited and tactless observation. You criticized it first. I'm allowed. I'm the author." Maris smothered a laugh. "You might consider trimming some of the fat, Parker. Just a little okay. No problem. On the other hand, just for the sake of argument, Hadley's verbosity is consistent with his character. Remember that he hails from an old and distinguished Southern family. They had more stiff-necked pride than money and lived well beyond their means. Confederate sabers on display in the parlor. A matriarch whose hedac medicinae was Tennessee sour mash, a batty maiden entree deflowered, then jilted who lived in the attic, smelled of gardenia and wouldn't eat uncooked fruit. I remember reading those colorful details, Maris said. My grandparents had friends like Hadley's family is described, Parker told her. I remember their speech being flowery and overblown, $5.99. Maris looked toward Mike for confirmation. I rely on your superior knowledge of Southern culture and heritage. Is it too much? As usual, he's exaggerating, the older man replied. But there's definitely an element of truth there. If you scratch the surface of just about every multi-generational Southern family, you'll find at least one cleric, one loony, one outlaw, and enough liquor to float an armada. Laughing, she turned back to Parker. Go on with the letter. He located the spot where he'd left off. Once a relationship has been built on a particular foundation, it's extremely difficult to destroy that foundation and reconstruct it with different specifications without also destroying the original relationship. You've lost me, Mike said. What's he talking about? I agreed to trim the fat. Okay, Parker said, annoyed by the interruption. He ran his finger down several lines of text. In summary, he's saying that they began as professor and student. He says it's hard to break the habit of assuming a professorial role with Rourke, hard not to lecture or teach, and instead to address his comments to him as a peer. He looked over at Mike. Got that? Thank you. Okay, here. Not that I'm your peer, Mr. Slade. Your writing has surpassed my ability to critique it. It deserves an appraisal more distinguished than mine, although you could not solicit one that would be more appreciative of your talent. He goes on for several paragraphs, confessing that he had entertained writing aspirations of his own before being forced to acknowledge that he wasn't gifted with the talent. He says his role is to teach, instruct, inspire, yada yada. He flipped to the second page. Rarely does one with my limited ability have the opportunity to work with someone as talented as you. I consider it a privilege to witness the development of a great American novelist, for that's what I believe you will ultimately become. Parker raised his index finger, letting them know that he was getting to the crux of the 601 passage. Your writing far surpasses that of any other student, past or present, including your friend Todd Grayson. He has written an engaging story with several interesting characters, specifically his protagonist. However, his writing lacks the emotional depth, the heart with which yours resonates. I have no doubt that he will publish. He can produce a mechanically correct manuscript, incorporating all the textbook elements of fiction. That does not necessarily mean that he writes well. He can teach students the basics of writing, acquaint them with the rules of fiction, familiarize them with the writers who have mastered these techniques. But only God dispenses talent. That indefinable and elusive quality cannot be taught or otherwise acquired, no matter how earnestly one desires and seeks it. I learned this sad truth from my own experience. Were talent attainable, I would be writing my own novels. Thank the God to whom you pray, Mr. Slade, for you were blessed with that magic. You were christened with a rare and wonderful ability. Your friend was not. I fear that eventually this lopsided appropriation of talent will cause a breach between you. During my tenure, I have observed thousands of young men and women. Because of this vast exposure to people from diverse backgrounds, I consider myself a superior judge of character. At the very least, I'm an astute observer of it. Some human characteristics are common to us all. Manifestation of these characteristics is dependent upon circumstance. Everyone has temporary displays of fear, happiness, frustration, and so on. Other traits are unique to certain individuals. They define the person and his character. Among these traits are admirable examples like humility, charity, bravery. Unfortunately, these have dark counterparts like jealousy, greed, and envy. Persons governed by one of these traits typically cloak it with charm, and most are very successful at it, because along with the trait invariably comes the cunning to conceal it. Nevertheless, the trait lives and matures inside them as insidiously as an eel inside a cave, waiting, even anticipating the times when it can strike anything or anyone that threatens. Do not wish to speak ill of your 603 friend. I would like to think that my barometer for integrity has failed me completely, and that I'm terribly wrong about the qualities that motivate him. But I remember Mr. Grayson's machinations which caused you to be late for an important meeting with me. Plainly put, it was a dirty trick with malicious overtones. Frankly, I'm surprised that the friendship survived it. It's a credit to you that it did. I don't think Mr. Grayson has it within himself to forgive to that extent, which is yet another notable disparity between your characters. He wouldn't presume to choose your friends for you. I wouldn't want the responsibility even if you were to grant it to me, but I'll conclude by using an expression I've heard around campus. It's a contemporary idiom which does the English language a grave disservice, but which in this distance seems appropriate. Heads up. Look forward to reading the next draft of your manuscript. In your cover letters, you never fail to apologize for taking up my time and to thank me for the careful consideration I give your work. Mr. Slade, be clear on this. It is a privilege, not an imposition. Sincerely yours, Professor Hadley. Parker refolded the pages and returned them to his shirt pocket. No one spoke for a moment. Maris had been lulled by his words and the cadence with which he'd read them. She shook off the mild daze and gave the swing a gentle push. So Todd's gut instincts were right. Rourke's reviews from Hadley were better than the ones he received. Parker nodded, and Rourke was dishonest about it. I don't think that matters. He looked across at her, and the intensity of his stare compelled her to continue the thought. Todd wouldn't have taken it well if Rourke had said, "You guessed right? Hadley thinks you're a hack with limited talent, while he believes I have the potential of being the next Steinbeck." Mike agreed. If Rourke had told him the truth out there on the beach, Todd would have ended their relationship then and there. Your story would be over. The end. Parker grunted a non-response. 6:05. Reading from the manuscript seemed to have darkened his mood, although Maris couldn't figure why. The content had obviously captivated her and Mike. The letter had been a clever way to move his story along without relying strictly on narrative. Since she and Mike had approved it, she couldn't account for his sullenness. "What's bothering you, Parker? Rourke's supposed to be the good guy, right? He's the lamb in the goat-lamb comparison. That's one way of looking at it, I suppose. It doesn't bother you that he deceived his friend? His motivation wasn't deception, it was kindness. He was trying to spare Todd from what Hadley referred to as Thesad truth, because he knew it would be devastating. Todd simply wasn't as talented as Rourke. Rourke might have sensed from the beginning that Todd lacked was, she snapped her fingers. No, he knew it, didn't he? Of course he knew that he was better. He had to know it. Or else, why did he get a post office box to prevent his mail from coming to their apartment? He was afraid that Todd would intercept one of his glowing critiques from Hadley. "Nothing escapes you," he said, his mood seeming to lift. "Now forget that you know it." Why? Because it becomes crucial in the next chapter or so. The mention of the post office box was a foreshadowing. He smiled enigmatically. Todd intercepts one of the letters, right? She guessed. Maybe even this letter, because this is the one that could be the most damaging to the friendship. It spells out the differences in their talent and their characters. Todd, let's see. He borrows a pair of jeans or something, maybe without asking Rourke, and he finds the letter in a pocket, thanks. I hadn't figured out yet how he was going to get his hands on it. That's pretty good. She beamed. Todd reads this letter. He can't believe what he's reading. His secret fears realized Rourke is superior to him. That's why he had tried to sabotage Rourke with Professor Hadley. It hadn't 607 worked. Indeed, it backfired. Hadley saw through him. Furthermore, Rourke has won Hadley's praise. A double whammy for Todd. He reacts by doing what? You tell me? She concentrated hard, unconsciously gnawing on a corner of her lip. I was going to say that he would be crushed, but on second thought, that would be out of character. She shook her head. No, he's too egotistical to let a university professor destroy his ambition. I think he would be furious, livid. She formed claws with her hands and held them at the sides of her head, explosively, volcanically enraged. How does he channel that rage, Maris? He confronts Rourke with the letter. No, he doesn't. Parker, Mike cut in softly. He's not honest enough to take that approach. He was Parker, Mike repeated. He waits. He was Parker. He was Parker. God damn it, Mike, what? He rounded on the older man, but Mike didn't flinch from his hard look. In fact, he returned it. The air was electrically charged, as it had been in the kitchen this morning. In both instances, thoughts were telegraphed that Maris couldn't interpret. Parker was the first to relent. He closed his eyes and massaged his forehead. I'm sorry, Mike, forgive me. I was following a train of thought. It's okay. I know you hate distractions when you're on a roll. Dinner was great. So you said, oh yeah, right. Well, thanks again. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Mike stood and picked up the silver serving tray that held the empty carafe and coffee cups. Before the mosquitoes carry me off, I think I'll go in. Good idea. Good night. Good night, Mike, Maris echoed. At the door, Mike turned and addressed. Parker, do you want me to wait up and 609 help us? No, I'll be fine tonight. Go to bed. The older man hesitated, glanced at Maris, then nodded and went inside. Once they were alone, Maris raised her hands in a helpless shrug. Explain to me what just happened. When? Just now, between you and Mike. Nothing. Parker, she cried softly. He blinked innocently. Nothing. She stared him down, but he didn't relent. Vexed over being totally shut out, she got up from the swing. Fine, play word games, but play them without me. Good night. Don't go away mad. Then don't talk down to me. I hate being patronized. He dragged his hands down his face. And you should. I'm sorry. He sucked in a breath of the sultry air and turned his head away to stare out at the row of live oaks. It's this thing between Mike and me. Sometimes he sees a darkness creeping over me, a mean ugliness, like I was when he found me. It scares him, I guess. He's afraid I'll drop back into that abyss. He yanks me out of it before I can sink too far. Turning back, he fixed his eyes on her. Something like that, thank you. They simply looked at one another for several moments. Then he smiled crookedly. It's been a roller coaster evening. Yes, it has, but I wouldn't trade a minute of it. He reached out, encircled her wrist with his fingers, and gave it a tug. She moved nearer, but not close enough to suit him. He curved an arm around her waist and pulled her closer, hooking the other hand around the back of her neck. He drew her down for a kiss. She placed her hands on his hard cheeks. Their mouths melded and tongues plundered in a delirium of longing. When at last they pulled apart, he pressed his face into the softness of her middle. I've been craving this all day. There were times when I thought you'd forgotten about last night, 611. He gave a soft, harsh laugh, not fucking hardly. His head nudged her breasts through the silk cloth of her dress. His humid breath filtered through it to her skin. He cupped her bottom in his hands, buried his face deeper into her. Threading her fingers through his hair, she sighed. Ah, Parker, please. Yes, anything. Just ask. What? I can't do this. You can. You have. You did last night? Remember? One hand found bare skin beneath her skirt, warmth between her thighs. Her knees went weak, but she pushed his hand down and stepped out of his reach. I can't. We can't. He gulped a breath and blinked her into focus. Why not? She licked her lips, tasted him. I'm worried about my father. Your father? He seemed to grope for a definition of the word. Your father? You're afraid that he wouldn't approve, that he'd come after me with a shotgun? What? She smiled and shook her head. No, nothing like that. I've been trying to reach him all day. She gave him a quick summary of her attempts. Finally, just before dinner, I tracked our housekeeper Maxine to her sister's house. She stays with her when she takes a day off, which is rarely. Anyhow, She told me that Dad had gone to our country house in western Massachusetts for the weekend. He and Noah. They insisted she stay behind. They wanted to go by themselves. So, they're big boys. What does their leaving New York for the weekend have to do with us necking here on the veranda? Nothing directly. Then I don't get it. Maxine watches Dad like a hawk or a mother hen. I wouldn't be worried if she were with him. I don't like the idea of his being alone. He's not. No, he was alone with Noah. What she didn't tell Parker was that Noah had assured Maxine that Maris was aware of their weekend plans, that she had sanctioned 613 them. The loyal employee had been distraught to learn that Maris had not been consulted. Why did Mr. Reed mislead me? Why, indeed, Maxine had then told her that Daniel had entertained a guest for breakfast. Who? I don't know. She explained about the errand he'd sent her on. I think Mr. Matherly dreamed up a reason to get me out of the house. When I got back, he was washing dishes. Washing dishes? He didn't want me to know that two-place settings had been used. When I questioned him about it, he got defensive and said that they were his dishes, and that if he wanted to use a dozen-place settings at breakfast, he could. It was all nonsense, Maris. He apologized for it later. The important thing is that someone definitely came to the house while I was out, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. Did he seem upset? No. In fact, he seemed very upbeat and eager to be off when Mr. Reed arrived to pick him up. Then I'm sure we're worrying over nothing. Maris hoped her assurances sounded sincere to the anxious housekeeper. To her own ears they rang hollow, even as she repeated them to Parker now. I'm relieved to know where he is, and I'm sure he's all right, but I'll feel better once I talk to him. Did you try contacting him at the country house? The line has been busy for hours, and even though I didn't want to speak to Noah, I also tried his cell phone. It was busy too, so I left a voicemail message and the phone number here. I hope you don't mind, so long as you didn't give my name. Of course not, but the point is moot. Nobody's called. I need to check my cell, see if there's a message on it. Sorta weird. What? That your dad would agree to spending a weekend with your estranged husband? Dad doesn't know we're separated. He registered the expected surprise. I 6:15, guess I should have told him right away, but the time never seemed right. I wanted to choose a time when it would have the least impact. Do you think Noah plans to spring the unhappy news on him this weekend? That was my first thought, she said tightly, or possibly to ask Dad to intervene on his behalf. He's got his position at Matherly Press to protect. If that's the reason he married me, that'll be his reason for wanting to prevent a divorce. Would your father intervene on Noah's behalf? Absolutely not. He knows I've been unhappy. He just doesn't know the extent of my unhappiness. Lowering her voice, she said, until I came to St. Anne Island and met you, I didn't know how unhappy I'd been, he groaned. Don't look at me like that, Maris. Like what? Misty-eyed. In fact, you'd better get before I decide not to be so gracious and understanding about this. We wasted another perfectly good hard-on. I'm 0 for 2. You're vulgar. Just as Mike said, laughing, she smoothed her hand over his ravaged hair. It was a lovely evening. It was getting lovelier, he groused. I'm sorry. She bent down and laid a soft kiss on his lips. Sleep well? Oh, yeah, like a baby, a horny little baby. If it's any consolation, Parker, what? I did last night, and I do remember chapter 28. There were no messages on Maris's phone. She tried Noah's cell, but a recording informed her that the number she had called was unavailable. Terribly worried now, she dialed the house telephone. Daniel answered on the second ring. She slumped with relief, but her greeting sounded like a reprimand. Dad, where have you been? Most recently, I've been to the bathroom. Did I forget to ask permission? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump down your throat. It's just that I've been trying to reach you all day. I didn't know you'd gone to the country until I talked to Maxine. Since then, I've called repeatedly. This is the first time the telephone has rung. I noticed just before coming upstairs to bed that the receiver on the telephone in the kitchen was askew. Apparently Noah didn't hang it up properly when he called in a food delivery. More likely he had left it off the hook deliberately, knowing she would want to talk to her father. He knew she would be crazy with worry when she couldn't reach him. Was this Noah's mean form of punishment for her leaving him? It was amazing how clearly she could see his true nature now. What had kept her blind to it for so many years? A book, she thought, scornful of her own naivete. Well, she was no longer naive. She wanted him gone, expunged from their lives. She couldn't stand his being a member of their family for another day. Why wait to tell her father about the dissolution of her marriage? Fortunately, she came to her senses before she could act on the impulse. First of all, that would necessitate a lengthy discussion, and it was as late in Massachusetts as it was on St. Anne Island. Second, that was a conversation that should be conducted face to face, especially since it involved their business interests as well as their personal lives. Setting her enmity for Noah aside for the time being, she asked Daniel if he was all right. Why wouldn't I be? Since I hadn't talked to you, I had imagined all sorts of things. 6:19, none of them good, I'll bet. The way I used to worry if you were 10 minutes late coming home. Have our roles reversed, Dad? Not at all. I still worry about you if you're 10 minutes late. But rest assured that I've had a very pleasant day. Starting with a mystery guest for breakfast. She wanted to ask him about that, but couldn't without giving away that Maxine had tattled on him. She hoped he would volunteer the information. What did you do that made your day so pleasant? Nothing much, and that was the beauty of it. Was the house in order when you arrived? Spick and span, where did you go for dinner? Harry's or another of your favorite spots? We ate in. I thought Noah would have told you. When you called this afternoon, I came downstairs just as he was hanging up. She opened her mouth but closed it without saying anything. Noah had lied to him. Apparently Daniel had caught the tail end of a telephone conversation and Noah had pretended it was she. Damn him. Maybe he did mention it and I forgot. Not surprising, he said, seeming to have missed the anger in her voice. You've got a lot on your mind. How's the book coming? Great. Actually, the story is really percolating now. It's amazing to watch how the writer's mind works. I've never been this involved with the creative process, and it's fascinating. I can tell that you're enjoying it, immensely. And the author, still the curmudgeon? Either he's mellowing or I'm becoming accustomed to him. I don't know which. Probably a little of both. Probably. Maris sensed him hesitating. Then he said, I'm glad you heeded your instincts and went back to work with them. So am I, Dad. It was the right decision. I'm positive of that. You're happy there? With the work? With everything? Yes, very, she said quietly. 6:21. Good. You deserve to be, Maris. To anyone listening, the conversation sounded innocent enough, but given the one they'd had directly before her departure from New York, she knew that her father was conveying more than he was saying. He knew she'd been unhappy with Noah and their marriage. It wouldn't surprise her if he knew about Noah's infidelity. Daniel Matherly was known for his ability to ferret out secrets. During her last visit with him, she had hardly kept secret her feelings for Parker. Without naming him, she had talked about him nonstop with the uncontainable excitement of someone falling in love. This roundabout conversation was her dad's way of letting her know that he sanctioned it. She swallowed a knot of emotion. I needed to hear your voice, Dad. It's good to hear yours, too. I'm sorry I disturbed you so late. You could never disturb me, but in any case, I wasn't asleep. I'll call you again tomorrow. No, wait. Considering the lies Noah had told today, the thought of him being with her father like the faithful son-in-law for the remainder of the weekend turned her stomach. He probably had in mind to get chummy, to get on Daniel's good side. Maybe he planned to make a tearful confession and plead his case with Daniel before Maris told him about their separation. Not if she could help it. Dad, I'd like to send Maxine up there tomorrow. She's been dying to go to the country and see the summer flowers in bloom. Would you mind? Flowers, he harumphed skeptically, letting her know the excuse was transparent. I've had only one day's peace away from her. But, he sighed, if it would make you feel better, it would make me feel better. I'll call her first thing in the morning. It relieved her to know that Maxine would drop everything and go at a moment's notice. She could be there well before noon. Call me when she arrives so I'll know she made the drive safely. All right, sweetheart, I'll call you tomorrow. And Maris? Yes, make the most of your time there. 623. Don't deny yourself the happiness being there gives you. Don't worry about anything. Are you listening to your old dad? Everything is going to work out well. Will you trust me on that, sweetheart? I always have. She leaned her cheek into the small telephone, wishing it were his spotted, wrinkled hand. Good night, Dad. I love you. I love you too. Parker's bed was a monstrosity. It was narrow by king-size standards, but what it lacked in width, it made up for in height. The headboard was tall and carved, the wood aged to a saddle-brown patina that reflected the glow from his reading lamp on the nightstand. The bed was standing on an area rug that looked like an authentic Aubusson. The overhead fan was like those Maris had seen before, only in movies. A brass pole was suspended horizontally 6 feet below the tall ceiling. At each end of the pole was an axle that idly turned a set of papyrus blades. There were no draperies on the 3 tall windows, only louvered shutters, which were painted white to tastefully contrast with the caramel-colored walls and dark hardwood floor. One wall accommodated a massive chifforobe that was crowned with carvings that matched those on the apex of the headboard. Apparently it held all his clothing because there was no closet built into the room. The TV and VCR, housed in a cabinet on the wall opposite the bed, were the room's only nods toward modernity other than the wheelchair parked in front of the nightstand. There was no other apparatus one would assume to find in the bedroom of a disabled person, but she wasn't too surprised. She'd seen him lift himself into and out of the gaiter. Parker was bare-chested, propped against the headboard reading, when Maris slipped through the door. He slowly lowered the book to his lap. "Hello, are you lost?" She laughed nervously, a bit breathlessly. "Nice try, but I think I was expected. I hoped, I even said my prayers. Then it's all right if I come in. Are you joking? I thought maybe we'll miigwaz. Not if you lock the door." 6:25 since coming into the room, she'd kept her hands behind her. Feeling for the doorknob at the small of her back, she depressed the lock button to guarantee their privacy. Keeping her hands behind her back, she approached the bed. The polished floor planks felt cool against the bare soles of her feet. Her short nightgown was no weightier than air against her skin, and judging from the intensity with which Parker was watching her as she moved toward him, he had noticed that it wasn't very substantial. She brought her hands from behind her back. "I brought you presents, too, to be exact." The first was a standard drinking glass that belonged to the wet bar in the guest house. She extended it to him. He took the glass from her and held it up, looked at it for a few seconds, then laughed when he saw the winking phosphorescent lights inside, lightning bugs. "I caught them myself," she said proudly. "I saw them through the guest house window while I was dressing for dinner and chased out after them." She'd sealed them inside the glass by stretching a piece of plastic wrap over the top, then puncturing it to ensure the fireflies a longer life. When he looked up at her, his eyes shone with feeling. "It's a great present, thank you. You're welcome. Shall I?" She took them back and set them on the nightstand. "What's the other?" He indicated the book she was now hugging to her chest. "Are you going to read me a bedtime story? Sort of? I wondered why you were wearing your glasses." I took my contacts out, nodding toward the empty side of his bed. She asked, "May I?" "Be my guest." She rounded the end of the bed and crawled onto it, then folded her legs beneath her and sat back on her heels, facing him. "You're already reading a bedtime story." He closed the book lying in his lap and set it on the nightstand. "I'd rather hear yours." She turned the book toward him so he could see the title stamped in gold into the green cloth cover. "Grass Widow," he read, smiling. "A novel by my favorite author." "What?" "Him." There's no call for false 627 modesty. "But you've got high standards, Miss Matherly. You're a hard sell. What do you like about this novel?" His use of her maiden name didn't escape her, but she didn't interrupt their game by acknowledging it. She opened the book. "Well, in particular, I like the scene where Dick Caton, the handsome, sexy, roguish, but engaging hero, uses a card game to obtain information from the bimbo, Frenchie." "Whatever. It's a provocative and involving scene. The fans certainly thought so, critics too." She pursed her lips and frowned. However was, "Uh-oh, here it comes." "The scene has raised a few points. Typical editor," he said under his breath. For every compliment, there's a criticism. Look, Mr. Evans, if you don't value my points, Was, no, I do value them. Those raised points of yours. His eyes dropped to her breasts. I'll take them like a man. He placed one hand behind his head and gave her a smug grin. That was a metaphor. I got it, she said dryly. Shall I proceed? Please, give me a for instance. She dragged her eyes away from the furry hollow of his armpit. For instance, the language is very descriptive. Isn't it supposed to be? Yes, but in this passage, it was explicit to the extreme. Why's that bad? I didn't say it was bad. My problem is with its accuracy. Accuracy? Right. I'm not sure that the mating positions you've described are anatomically possible for human beings, I mean. He snuffled a laugh, then stroked his chin somberly. I see. Could you be more specific? There are several examples, so what I thought, she said, pausing to clear her throat, as she opened to the marked page, is that we 629 could act it out and see if these configurations are doable. That's what you thought. He drawled sexily, yes, that's what I thought. He remained very still for several moments, gazing at her. Then slowly he removed his hand from behind his head. As I recall, our handsome, sexy, roguish, but engaging hero begins by placing his hand on Frenchie's thigh. It's a comforting gesture, nothing more. He wants to reassure her that he poses no threat. He placed his hand on her thigh just above her bent knee and squeezed it lightly. Through the baby blue silk of her nightgown, she felt the heat and strength of all 5 fingers individually. Debatable, she murmured. The part about imposing no threat but will give him the benefit of the doubt. In exchange for that gesture of kindness, and despite the fact that Deck had drawn the low card, Frenchie tells him that at the time of the murder, she had heard a noise coming from the alley, which caused her to look out her bedroom window. That's when she saw. Needlessly, Maris referred to the printed page. The man in the red baseball cap running from the neighboring building. A valuable piece of information, Parker said, especially since Frenchie can describe the cap right down to the logo embroidered on it. Our hero thanks her with a kiss. Parker removed her eyeglasses and framed her face between his hands. His thumb stroked her cheekbones while his eyes touched on every feature. He followed their path with his lips. When he reached her mouth, he kissed it softly, sensually. Maris struggled to keep her response down to a low moan of arousal. When he pulled back, he whispered, "She tastes incredible." It doesn't say that. It doesn't. It should. He's compelled to go back for more. Frenchie doesn't resist. He kept the kisses gentle. They teased and tantalized and left her wanting. It was several minutes before they separated, and by then Maris felt drugged. A delicious lassitude had afflicted her limbs. Even so, she had 63-1 enough presence of mind to continue the game. Needlessly, she reached for her glasses and fumbled trying to get them on correctly. Never mind, she dropped them alongside the book. I know what comes next. Frenchie, that lucky girl, draws the high card again. Caton's pretty damn lucky himself. He gets to grant her a sexual favor. But he's uncomfortable with their position, so he pulls her astride his lap. Parker curved his hands around her waist. She came up on her knees and straddled him. If I'm remembering correctly, Caton kisses her ears, her throat, but Parker was way ahead of her. He had, after all, written the scene and knew the sequence. The straps of her nightgown had been lowered before she was completely settled on him. Her breasts lay cupped in his hands, his thumbs brushing her nipples. And now he was taking one into his mouth and sucking it lustily, pressing it hard between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. Shamelessly, she folded her arms around his head, holding it fast. Whimpering wordless sounds, she kissed the crown of his head, his temple, any place that she could reach without dislodging him, because she didn't want him to stop. Her sex softened and swelled, opening like a piece of fruit that had been ripened beyond its ability to contain itself. Parker reached between her thighs, and when he touched her, she shuddered involuntarily. Her body closed wetly around his fingers. "Go ahead," he urged. "You know what you want to do?" His name staggered out on an uneven breath. "Go ahead, Maris." She began to move, rocking her hips against his hand, forcing his fingers deeper into her, responding to his subtle stroking until she was in the throes of an orgasm. Or so she thought, until he slid beneath her and simultaneously lifted her up higher, supporting her hips with his strong hands and drawing her to his mouth. She gave a harsh, dry gasp of pure shock, but it was soon expelled as a low, keening sigh of incredible pleasure. She flattened her palms against the headboard, and when that became insufficient support, she leaned into it, resting her cheek against the 633 cool wood while giving herself over to the mastery of his tongue. His flexing fingers embedded themselves in her flesh. His hair was soft against her lower belly, the stubble on his cheeks pleasantly scratchy against her inner thighs. She became lost in the sensations, utterly lost. Her mind and body were governed by sensual impulses to the exclusion of all else. She surrendered herself to the primal rhythms pulsing through her. Numerous times she strained toward orgasm, but he would quieten her efforts with the softest of kisses and the sweetest of words before wickedly coaxing her to the brink again. When he did let her come, it was shattering. The last tether on consciousness was clipped, and she soared, lost touch, spun in delirium. Coherence returned gradually. Languorously, a feather drifting down. Her skin was damp, her chest flushed, her nipples taut and red. Her heart was pounding, and each beat echoed inside her head. She rested against the headboard until her breathing had slowed. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized they were wet with tears. She lowered herself to sprawl on Parker's torso like a shipwrecked victim washed ashore. Her nightgown was wadded around her waist. Her hair clung to her cheeks and neck in damp strands. Parker smoothed his hands down her back over her hips. They settled on her ass. He squeezed it gently and made her smile. His heart was beating hard and strong directly into her ear. Each time she inhaled, her nose was tickled by chest hair. She had an up-close view of his nipple, which was flat until she touched it. Then it beat it up hard against her fingertip, and she felt his quick intake of breath. Between their bellies, she could feel his erection. "Give me a moment," she said weakly. Laughter rumbled in his chest. "I'm not going anywhere." Several minutes passed. She soaked up the intimacy, realizing how bloody fabulous it was to be a woman in such intimate contact with a man. No, not a man. She'd had a man. She loved being intimate with this man. Until now, she hadn't known there could be such a vast difference between two members of the same sex, of the same 635 species. "You deviated from the book," she whispered. "Did I? My memory's a little foggy. There was nothing like that in the book, nothing that even comes close. In any book." She raised her head and looked at him, inched up and softly kissed his lips, then slipped her tongue into his mouth and rubbed the tip of his. As the kiss intensified, she seductively ground her pelvis against his erection. He broke from their kiss and angled his head back until it was buried in his pillow. His skin appeared to be stretched tightly over the bones of his face. His hands were gripping her hips hard in an effort to keep her still. "What?" she asked innocently. "That's not in the book either." "Oh, sorry. Let's see what comes next." Without changing their position, she awkwardly reached for her glasses and slipped them on, then opened the book and pretended to read silently. "Oh yes, I remember now." He takes her hand and guides it to his cock. That's what it says. Coming off him slowly, she resumed her original place beside him. She straightened her nightgown and was about to replace the straps on her shoulders when Parker gave his head a negative shake. Maris pulled the gown off over her head. For a few seconds she held it against her chest, then tossed it toward the foot of the bed. Parker took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring slightly. He ran his hand over her breasts, down her rib cage and belly, and combed his fingertips through her damp pubic hair before returning to her breast. He lightly pinched the nipple between his fingers and watched it harden. She laid her hand on his stomach. The hair grew laterally toward a silky strip that took a downward turn at his navel. Her eyes tracked it. Her hand followed it beneath the sheet, but Parker reached down and stopped it. This is where the fantasy ends, Maris. Her gaze swung up to his expression was set and hard. He wasn't kidding. In a matter of moments, he had physically withdrawn and taken a giant step backward, emotionally. I don't understand. 6:37. This isn't fiction. I'm glad it's not. This is reality. I know. You don't have a clue, he said harshly. You pull that sheet back, and you'll get a jolt of reality you never bargained for. She took a quick glance at his legs beneath the covering of the sheet. Smiling softly, she shook her head. Do you think I care about your scars? I think you will. Yeah, you're wrong. She gazed into his face and, near tears, said, Parker, you can't possibly comprehend what you've done for me. No, listen, please, she said when he was about to interrupt. I may only have the courage to say this once. She removed her glasses, rubbed her eyes, moistened her lips, smiled ruefully. I've never played sex games like this before. I've only read about this kind of play. I thought it only occurred in books. What you said the other night on the beach, while crude, was correct with Noah. I never felt free to express myself sexually. What happened between us just now would have been unthinkable to me a few weeks ago. That was totally out of character with the woman who entered Terry's bar and grill looking for you. I didn't know until now what I'd been missing. I've been craving that kind of passion. Sensual meltdown, absolute and unapologetic sexual abandon. You gave me that? But it's incomplete. It won't mean anything unless we share it. Let me share it, she finished huskily. Please. He continued to stare at her, but his expression was no longer tense and set. In fact, he looked more vulnerable than she would have believed possible. I'm not pretty, Maris. You're beautiful. Tentatively, she leaned toward him. He didn't stop her. She began at his neck and kissed her way down. Her lips whisked across his skin. Her tongue licked it softly. Mouth wetly covered his nipple, and he hissed a profanity and sank his fingers into her hair. She pressed another open-mouthed kiss just below his navel as she pushed the sheet down below his hips. He groaned her name when she encircled his penis. With her hand, it throbbed with life and 639 vitality. She stroked it slowly, varying the tension of her fingers as she worked her way up. She rubbed her thumb across the tip, smearing a pearly bead of semen that had leaked from it. Isn't this how Frenchie got her nickname? She asked in a voice unintentionally smoky. Maris, her name vaporized on his lips when she bent over him. She reveled in the musky taste and scent. She loved feeling the quickening in his belly, hearing his hoarse exclamations of arousal, experiencing the feel of him inside her mouth. His grip on her hair tightened, not enough to hurt, only enough to let her know it was time to switch positions. She bridged him with her thighs and remained poised above him while he took his penis in his own hand and rubbed the smooth head against her, baiting her desire until she had to have him inside her. Then she sank down, sheathing him slowly, her body stretching to take all of him. He took several rapid breaths, and as he exhaled, he whispered, "Wait?" So she remained still. He slid his hands up and down her thighs. His thumbs met in the mesh of their public hair and stroked her V until her head fell back against her shoulders and she moaned his name. Only then did he angle his hips up, encouraging her to ride him. She did, changing tempos and angles, holding still when he indicated that's what he wished her to do to protract the pleasure. During those pauses, she used the walls of her body to milk him. His eyes would darken. He would swear lavishly, then he would nudge her into motion again. Leaning down, she guided his head to her breast. He rubbed his rough cheek against it, then his closed lips before caressing her nipple with his tongue lightly and rapidly, until she called his name and pressed her hips deeply into his belly, securing him inside her. He pulled her down onto his chest, and they came together. As he pulsed inside her, he splayed one hand over her bottom and cupped the back of her head with the other, and holding her possessively with both, kissed her mouth. They couldn't get close enough, deep enough, into each other far enough to satisfy the passion. When it finally waned, she stretched out on top of him. She could feel the rugged terrain 641 of his scarred legs beneath hers. But she wouldn't think about that now. She had scars too, less visible than his, but there nonetheless. Later, there would be time and opportunity to ask questions and to listen and to sympathize and then to return their previous unhappiness to the past where it belonged right now. She wanted nothing to intrude on the present. She wanted to bask in the knowledge that she had pleased Parker well. She hated Noah Reed for all the times he had rejected her overtures, making her feel awkward and undesired, and then if he did respond, for making her feel somehow insufficient. But she didn't waste this precious time thinking about him either. The thought of him was fleeting, like a twinge in one side that's painful only for an instant before it disappears. Instead, she concentrated on the wonderful pressure of Parker still nestling inside her. She kept her thighs tightly closed, her belly pressed firmly against his to maximize the closeness. Moving only her lips, she kissed his throat. The end? Several moments elapsed before he replied. Not quite, Maris. But she had already fallen asleep. Chapter 29, Daniel stood at the kitchen window eating a sandwich and staring out at the rainy night. Periodically, lightning illuminated the countryside, but it was a friendly storm, unthreatening and nonviolent, a summer thunder shower that would dissipate quickly and leave the skies clear by dawn. His telephone conversation with Maris had thrust his mind into overdrive. It was churning a mile a minute. He wished his body, like his brain, would experience occasional energizing jump starts like this. If it did, he'd be able to bicycle back to New York and then run a marathon. Mentally, he felt that athletic and robust. After the call, he'd tried for an hour to fall asleep. Finally, surrendering to his insomnia, he had come downstairs. Midnight snacks were verboten at home, especially when they added up, to more fat grams than he was allotted 643 for a week. But Maxine wasn't guarding the refrigerator tonight, and what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. She would be here soon enough, bossing and monitoring him as if he were a child. Thank God, he thought with a chuckle. He didn't know what he would have done without Maxine caring for him and Maris all these years. He polished off the sandwich. The leftover Reuben had been satisfying, to say nothing of the warmth that 2 fingers of brandy had spread through him, rather than making him feel languid and sleepy. However, the alcohol had invigorated him. He was restless and ready to act. He'd always been a man of action, seldom placing problems on the back burner and letting them simmer. He favored confronting them immediately. Standing still wasn't his style. He preferred channeling his energy positively and productively rather than squandering it on self-doubt and hand-wringing indecision. But this situation warranted more consideration than most. He was uncertain about the order in which to take the actions necessary to rectify it. He had his strategy in place, but it required careful orchestration and perfect timing. That's what had his mind working double time tonight. This situation didn't have a nucleus on which he could focus his problem-solving ability. It didn't lend itself to a swift and fatal attack. It was mercurial, constantly changing. It was a multi-layered and complex conundrum involving both family and business, individuals and money, power and emotions. A complicated mix, especially when one of the persons involved was his daughter. He was glad Maris was in Georgia. Away from New York, things were about to get ugly. Bluntly, the shit was about to hit the fan. The more distance between it and Maris, the better. Inevitably, she would catch some of the media fallout, but he hoped to buffer her as much as possible, and the geography would help. Sorting through the personal aspects of this mess was going to be painful enough for her. Doing so in the public eye would be hell. Although, he thought, smiling, she won't be without consolation. It had been evident to him for months that she was unhappy with her husband and their marriage. It had become equally evident that the book in progress alone hadn't 645 drawn her back to the sea island, exotic and lush as it might be. Her duties and responsibilities at Matherly Press were enough to keep an overachiever like her stretched thin. Normally, her daily grind would prevent her from becoming personally involved with one author and one book, even if she were so inclined to invest that much of herself, which she never had been before. It didn't take a rocket scientist to conclude that the allure wasn't strictly the book, but the author Parker Evans, AKDDA Mackenzie Rune. Oh yes, he had discovered the name of Maris's elusive author, as well as his successful pen name, Years earlier, when the Deck-Caton mystery series had started appearing routinely on the bestseller list, he had tried to flatter, coax, blackmail, and threaten the author's real name out of his agent in the hope of luring the writer to Matherly Press. She, however, would not be intimidated, even by the venerable Daniel Matherly. "If I told you, Daniel, I'd have to kill you." She had steadfastly protected her client's identity against disclosure, and Daniel had grudgingly admired her for it, but he knew it now. For several weeks, he'd had a private investigator on retainer. Hoping that his misgivings about Noah were proved wrong, he had hired the investigator to probe into his son-in-law's past, including his life prior to the publication of The Vanquished. The whole idea of a covert investigation had been distasteful to him. His approach had always been bold and forthright, and he despised the furtiveness associated with a private investigator. He had envisioned having to consort with a sleazy B-movie type with a stained necktie and a leering yellow grin. But when William Sutherland arrived for their discreet appointment, he contradicted the stereotype. Sutherland was the founder of an elite and expensive agency, a retired Secret Service agent wearing a well-tailored dark suit. He had a firm handshake, an authoritative bearing, and a distinguished service record. Within 5 minutes of that first 647 handshake, Daniel was outlining his requests. The last thing Daniel had expected to learn from Sutherland's initial report was novelist Mackenzie Roan's true identity. That's not what he'd been looking for. Unexpectedly, one of publishing's best-kept secrets had landed in his lap in a sealed manila folder. But the staggering revelation was yet to come. Parker Evans and Noah Reed had a history. They had been roommates at a university in Tennessee, and then after graduation they had lived together in Key West. There they'd had some sort of falling out, the particulars of which were still unknown. Sutherland was presently investigating further, and Daniel was certain that soon all the facts would be disclosed. In the meantime, he had pieced together the facts he knew, and they would have made an engrossing novel. Maris was presently residing in a plantation house on a remote island belonging to Parker Evans, her estranged husband's former friend with whom he'd parted antagonistically. The synopsis alone brimmed with the ingredients of a juicy novel: friendship, love, hate, deception, revenge, envy, possibly. The only thing lacking in this scenario was a motive for the main character, Parker Evans. He had lured Maris with his book for a specific purpose. He hadn't selected her at random. What had motivated him to become involved with Maris, even professionally, when he must know that she was Noah's wife? Daniel wondered if she was aware of their connection. Considering Noah's unfaithfulness, she would feel justified to play tit for tat with his former fraternity brother. But a childish retaliation wasn't like her. Daniel doubted she knew. If she knew, she would have been reluctant to fall in love with Parker Evans, and she was in love. That became clearer by the day. Daniel wanted to celebrate her newfound happiness, but he would be wary of the budding romance until he knew why Parker Evans had engineered this chain of events. He had been tempted to confront the man either in person or through Sutherland, and demand to know just what kind of story he was plotting, but he couldn't do that without tipping his hand to both Maris and Noah, and he wasn't quite prepared to do that. Close, but not quite, 6:49, so he'd been forced to bide his time while Sutherland delved deeper. It was possible that Evans's motivation would come to light in another form: his manuscript. Having read the latest installment that Maris had shared with him, Daniel was convinced the writer was chronicling his rocky friendship with Noah, depending on how long it took him to commit the story to paper. It might be told through the pages of his personal record before Sutherland could wade through the official one. During the wait, Daniel's primary concern was Maris. He'd known about Parker Evans before she returned to St. Anne. He could have stopped her. He didn't. For one thing, it was clear to him that she yearned to go. He was also comforted by the fact that Parker Evans was spoken well of by the people who lived on St. Anne, who ordinarily resented the intrusion of outsiders, as Sutherland had discovered when he sent a man down there to ask questions. Daniel had gambled that Maurice and her heart would be safe with the writer. If his friendship with Noah had ended over a matter of honor, then Daniel must assume that Parker Evans was an honorable man. Indisputably, Noah Reed was not. Regardless of what else transpired, Noah's affiliation with the Matherleys was about to come to an end. He thought he had smiled and cajoled himself into Daniel's good graces with this male bonding weekend malarkey. Daniel had gone along for his own curiosity and amusement, secretly appalled by the extent of Noah's deceit. Unbeknownst to the self-assured and insufferably smug Mr. Reed, his head was on the chopping block and the axe was about to fall. In a symbolic gesture, Daniel dusted bread crumbs off his hands and put his plate and empty brandy snifter in the sink. Contrary to his weather predictions, the storm had intensified. Flashes of lightning were closer, the thunder louder. One clap of thunder shook the house, causing Rosemary's china plates to jingle in their cabinet. Dear Rosemary, 20 years she'd been gone and he still missed her. This house made him particularly homesick for her. They'd spent such happy times here. 6:51, switching off the kitchen light, he made his way through the dark house. As he climbed the staircase, he favored his arthritic joints by leaning heavily upon the balustrade. Damn, he hated getting old. No sooner had the thought flashed through his mind than a voice came out of the darkness at the top of the stairs. You forgot your cane. Jesus! Daniel raised his hand to his lurching heart. In a brief glare of blue-white lightning, he saw Noah on the landing. You startled me. It's careless of you not to use your cane, Daniel. I'm all right, he continued up the stairs, having to put both feet on each tread before progressing to the next one. Did the storm wake you? I never went to sleep. Noah's remote tone of voice gave Daniel pause, but he smiled up at his son-in-law with affected congeniality. I was having trouble sleeping myself, so I took advantage of being away from Sergeant Maxine to eat a snack. By now he was only 2 steps below the landing, but Noah appeared to have taken root there. He made no attempt either to assist Daniel or to step aside. Indeed, he seemed to be blocking his path. He disliked having Noah looming over him, but he tried to act casually as he indicated the sheets of paper Noah was holding at his side. Reviewing the document I signed earlier? Let him, Daniel thought. Let him memorize it for all the good it will do him. The document wasn't worth spit, except in Noah's devious and disillusioned mind. No. Noah replied calmly. This is the report on me from your private investigator, Mr. William Sutherland. More than being shocked or alarmed, Daniel was angry that his privacy had been invaded. His lips narrowed into the firm, thin line that anyone who had been subject to his stern disapproval would recognize. That was locked in a drawer in my desk at home. Yes, I know. It took some rifling, but eventually I found it. Interesting reading. I thought so too, Daniel said, 6:53, stiffly. Did you really think I wouldn't know I was being investigated? Noah asked, laughing lightly. Your bloodhound is good, Daniel. The best that money can buy, I'm sure. Secret Service training and all that. But he asked questions of one friend too many, according to the report. You don't have any friends. Call my doubles tennis partner an acquaintance, then. Smart fellow. Smart enough to see through Sutherland's lame reason for the inquiries. His smile, which had been in place up to this point, vanished. I'm curious to know only when the surveillance began. There was no reason now to play dumb or to equivocate. I'd been deliberating it for months. It commenced shortly after your premature anniversary party. Why then? Because that was the night I became convinced that you are a seasoned deceiver and liar. Noah kept every urbane feature schooled except one eyebrow. He raised it in query. Really? I don't know if you've been deceiving us all along, or if you've been walking the straight and narrow until only the last several months when Morris Bloom approached you about selling my publishing company out from under me. I prefer to think the latter, because that would make me less of a fool for being taken in by you. But I fear that one could not acquire and perfect your skills for duplicity in such a short period of time. They've been cultivated, Hondoise. You're becoming redundant, Daniel. You've already said I was a seasoned liar. Quite right. The night of the party at the Chelsea apartment, I caught you in several lies, and while some could be explained as necessary for surprising Maris, others bothered me. It was also unlike you to think so far ahead and plan a celebration, when ordinarily you rely on your secretary to buy Maris's gifts for every special occasion. So I began observing you carefully, looking beyond the obvious, beyond the man you show to the world. That's when I began seeing you for who you really are. How clever of you, Daniel. No, if I'd been clever, I wouldn't have been duped at the start. You're very good at the masquerade, Noah. Exceptional. 655, you've also proved your mettle as a businessman and publisher. I had admired your abilities long before you came to Matherly Press, like Maris. I was impressed by The Vanquished and wrongly assumed that only a person with integrity could author a book of matching integrity. Noah folded his arms across his chest and smiled as he enunciated, "It's fiction, Daniel. It wasn't by accident that I wrote The Vanquished from that humble, hillbilly, righteous point of view. I created characters with high-minded ideals, not because I adhere to them or even believe in them, but because I know that's what sells books. The average Joe and Judy want to believe that valorous people do exist, that evil can be overcome by good, that virtue is a reward unto itself. They get off on that kind of bullshit. The Vanquished was bloated with the sentimental Southern sappiness that my parents spoon-fed me. I was forced to stomach it when I was growing up, so I used it. I poured it all into that novel so I could close the cover on it and leave it there forever. The dewy-eyed heroine, he continued scornfully, the flawed but valiant hero, their blood-stirring, star-crossed love story. Every word of it was tripe disguised by pretty prose. It didn't mean shit to me, except for the royalties it earned and the reviews that brought me to the attention of publishers and ultimately paved the way into your office. Why ultimately to me? Because Daniel, you were the only supremely successful publisher with a marriageable daughter who, to my good fortune, had gone on record claiming that The Vanquished was her favorite book. Even knowing Noah's true nature, Daniel was stunned by this declaration. You freely confess to being that callous? Is that how you honestly feel about your profession, about people, and life in general? And then some. Daniel shook his head sadly. Such a sad waste of talent. Come on, Daniel. Let's not weep over my hypocrisy. We publish a gritty police series that's written by a flaming fag. He takes breaks from writing about his 657, tough heterosexual hero to get fucked up the ass by his young assistant. One of our religious book authors has been convicted of tax evasion and insurance fraud. Hypocrisy? On your Christmas party list are several hopeless alcoholics. A brother and sister writing team whose oh-so-close relationship would scandalize the mothers who read their books aloud to their children. We publish one cocaine addict for whom you footed the bill of a rehab clinic at least twice that I know of. All of them write very good books and we publish them. I don't see you getting squeamish over their addictions and aberrations when the profits come rolling in. Those profits pay for your weekly massages, and this house and chauffeured limousines and all the other niceties you pompously enjoy up there in your ivory tower. You've made your point, Daniel conceded angrily. I've never denied keeping an eye on the bottom line. I pride myself on having been a good businessman. I've fought countless corporate battles against unscrupulous foes and outlasted economic crises that naysayers predicted could not be withstood. And yes, there have been times when, for the good of Matherly Press, I've had to be disingenuous. I've resorted to guile when I felt it was necessary. His eyes pierced through the darkness separating them. That's why I was able to detect it in you, Noah. And once I got a whiff of it, it became obvious to me that you reek of it. Noah crossed his legs at the ankles and leaned indolently against the newel post. He looked over the sheets in his hand, although he couldn't have actually been reading them. Except for flashes of lightning, it was too dark to read. I'll admit that some of this is less than flattering. Daniel wondered how much he knew. Was this only the initial report? He couldn't remember what had been committed to paper and what the investigator had told him over the telephone that morning, promising that he would receive a written update as soon as it was available. Noah said, "If you believe this, I'm a wretched human being. I actually admire your ability to keep a civil tongue when speaking to me. It hasn't been easy, 659. No, I suppose not. I assume you're most upset over my traitorous alliance with Worldview?" Daniel chose not to disabuse him. Better to let him continue entertaining his misconceptions. I can forgive that before I can forgive your mistreatment of Maris. She knows, by the way, he said placidly, dropping the sheets and letting them scatter about the affair with Nadia. I know. He was obviously taken aback. She told you? No, but her unhappiness with you and your marriage has been apparent for some time. She's been happy enough, he said, with a blasé flick of his hand. She loves her work more than ever, now that she's working with this new author. He's handicapped, and that really appeals to her. It's important to her to feel needed, so he didn't know about Parker Evans. Daniel happily clung to that secret knowledge. Maybe I didn't cater to the nurturing aspect of Maris's personality, Noah continued with a nonchalance that Daniel found nauseating. I'm self-sufficient to a fault that caused a few minor tiffs, but your precious daughter wasn't too dissatisfied with her life, not until she caught me with Nadia. Her happiness came from within herself. She was happy in spite of you, Noah, not because of you. You even sabotaged her chance of being truly happy. Noah snapped his fingers. You're referring to the vasectomy. Yes, Daniel said bitterly. That had been one of the most disheartening discoveries to come from Sutherland's report. The secret vasectomy. As I recall, you cited business obligations as your reason for not accompanying us to Greece. Maris had in mind for us to screw our way through the Mediterranean and return pregnant. I invented a plausible excuse for wiggling out of the trip and used the time you were away to have the procedure that ensured I wouldn't have to worry about birth control again. I was puzzled when I first read about the vasectomy, Daniel admitted. Wouldn't a child have secured your ties to us and the 661 Matherly fortune? And therein lay the answer. He looked Noah full in the face. You didn't want a child competing with you for a share? Noah uncrossed his ankles. That's the first thing you've said during this conversation that's incorrect, Daniel. You deny it? Not at all, he said blandly. You're wrong in that I'd ever settle for a measly share. Daniel snorted with contempt. Don't count your chickens yet, Noah. That document I signed tonight is worthless. You think so? He asked smoothly. I was only playing along, seeing how far you would go. What I really find galling is that you attached Howard Bancroft's name to that document. He would never have drawn up a was. Oh, but he would, Noah said, interrupting. He did, rather than let it be circulated that his father was a Nazi officer who was personally responsible for exterminating thousands of his kindred. Daniel received that news like a punch to the gut. You used that to coerce him? So, Noah said with a slow smile, you knew about his whoring mother. Howard was my friend. Daniel practically strained the words through his clenched teeth. He confided in me years ago. I admired him for making his life into what it was instead of letting what he couldn't change defeat him. Well, it did, didn't it? In the long run, he couldn't live with the tragic truth. A truth you threatened to spread, Daniel said, seeing the clear picture now. Noah shrugged and smiled beatifically. See, that's the difference between you and me, Daniel. Come to think of it, between me and just about everybody, you go after what you want, but you fall short of total commitment. Your conscience has drawn an invisible line, and you never step across it. You're shackled by principles and ethics. And while that moral demarcation is admired, it's terribly restricting. I, on the other hand, suffer no such impediment. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get what I want. I stop at nothing, and I let nothing stand in my way. My credo is, find a man's weakness and you own him. 663 to achieve the goal I've set for myself, I'll go to any lengths, even to talking a good man, into committing suicide. I didn't talk Howard into anything. He thought that up all by himself, although I'll admit that he did me a huge favor when he stuck that pistol in his mouth. What do you suppose he was thinking about when he pulled the trigger, Heaven? Hell, his mother with her legs spread. What? Daniel's beloved friend Howard had suffered untold heartache over his terrible secret. All his life he had tried to atone for it with good deeds, kindness, and tolerance. At last he had come to terms with it. Then this travesty of a human being had tortured him with it. Worse yet, he could stand there and smile about it. Daniel realized he was looking into the face of a pure, unrepentant depravity. Noah's indifference to the evil he had done enraged him. Tears of godly wrath blurred his vision. Heat blasted through his veins as though the temperature of his blood had reached the boiling point in a matter of heartbeats. "You're despicable," he growled, and charged up the last 2 steps. Chapter 30. Parker was the first thing Maris saw when she opened her eyes, and nothing could have pleased her more. He was sitting in his wheelchair beside the bed watching her while she slept. Even before stirring, she smiled into her pillow and asked drowsily, "How'd you manage to get up and into your chair without waking me?" "Practice." She sighed and stretched luxuriously, then sat up and drew the sheet as high as her collarbone. "What time is it?" "Time for you to clear out. Unless you want Mike to catch you flagrante delicto." He was wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. His shoulders and arms, as she knew, were well formed, the muscles taut and defined. His belly was flat, and beneath it, his sex was appreciably full even while relaxed. Beyond his lap were his legs. Last night, she had made a point to show no interest in them 665 because of his self-consciousness. Apparently their lovemaking had convinced him that his apprehension was unnecessary. He wouldn't be sitting here now with his legs exposed, making no attempt to cover them if he didn't want her to see them, so she looked, and it was impossible to conceal her reaction. She stopped just short of gasping out loud, but the sudden catch in her breath couldn't have been missed, especially since he was watching her so closely. His features were rigidly set, his eyes were shuttered, his voice sliced like a razor. "I warned you that it wasn't pretty. Oh, my darling, you were terribly, horribly hurt." She slid from the bed to kneel in front of him. Shark attack was the first thing that came to mind. She'd seen pictures of victims who'd barely escaped with their lives, having huge chunks of their flesh mangled or ripped away. Parker's scars could be compared only to something that vicious. The worst of them was a hollow as large as her fist where a section of his quadriceps had been gouged out. From there a scar cut a gully half an inch wide down the entire length of his right thigh and curved around toward the back of his knee. On his lower legs was a network of crisscrossing scars, some raised and bumpy, while others looked like flat, shiny ribbons of plastic that had been stretched between puckered skin. His calves were disproportionately small and flaccid. He was missing the smallest 2 toes on his right foot. Overwhelmed with compassion for the agony he must have suffered, she timorously traced one of the raised scars with her fingertip. "Do they still hurt sometimes?" She looked up at him sorrowfully, then leaned forward and kissed one of the worst of the scars that snaked up his shin. Reaching down, he stroked her cheek. She lifted his hand to her mouth and kissed the palm. He said, "Now that your morbid curiosity has been satisfied, can we get in one fast fuck before breakfast?" She yanked her head back. "What?" "I think you heard me." As shocked as if he'd struck her, she stood up, reached for her nightgown and held it against her, a flimsy shield. "What's the 667 matter?" "Nothing, except an early morning woody that needs your attention." She shook her head in befuddlement. The coarse language wasn't that startling, but he wasn't being naughty for naughtiness' sake. No flirtatious wink accompanied his words. He was being purposefully, hurtfully crude. "Why are you acting like this? This is what I'm like, Maris." "No, you're not." He gave a dismissive shrug. "Okay, whatever." He pushed his chair backward, then turned it away from her and headed across the room toward the chifferobe. "I've got something for you, Parker." She called in exasperation. "What?" "Why are you acting this way? I don't understand. What happened between last night and this morning?" "You don't remember? Well, let's see. Between last night and this morning, I'd say your orgasms outnumbered mine about 2 to 1, but after your 5th or 6th, I honestly lost count. Of course, with women, it's sometimes hard to tell when one leaves off and another starts, or if they're even for real, but if you fake it, honey, you fake it convincingly." He'd opened the door to the chifferobe and removed a box from one of the interior drawers. Now he spun around and faced her, grinning cruelly as he looked her up and down. "And I'll say this for you, Mrs. Matherly Reed. You're tight as a goddamn fist and wet as a mouth. Very nice. I wonder why your husband went out for it." Tears of mortification filled her eyes. Angrily, she swiped one away as it slid down her cheek. Hastily, she pulled on her nightgown, the only article of clothing available. I don't know what's the matter with you, but I won't continue this. I can't match you for vulgarity. Sure you can. You've got an expansive vocabulary. Maybe not one as colorful as mine, but if you put your mind to it, I'll bet you come up with something suitable to say. Maybe on your plane ride back to New York. I assume you're leaving. Not even deigning to answer, she headed 669 for the door. Wait. He rolled his chair over to her. Envy, the final draft. He practically thrust the box into her hands, so she had no choice but to take it. She looked at it, then at him. It's finished, has been all along from the beginning. What you've been reading in installments is the polishing draft. She gaped at him. Words failed her. I never submit a partial manuscript, Maris. No one sees my book until it's finished. I wouldn't have sent a prologue unless I had a book behind it. Why Parker? Why deliberately mistaking her meaning? He shrugged. Personal policy. That's just the way I work. Maris felt as though the spot on which she stood were eroding rapidly and that at any second it would disappear out from under her altogether, but she wasn't going to sink without a fight. That's just the way you work, she repeated, raising her voice to a shout. What the hell was all this for, Parker? Or is that even your name? How many do you have? What in hell has this been about? Why the lies, the games? They seemed like fun at the time. We both got laid. Several times last night you moaned. Yes, yes, harder, faster, Parker X-rated things too. Sounded to me like you were having fun. For several beats she just stared at him, wondering at what point he had become this sarcastic stranger. Then she hurled the box as far as she could throw it. It upended in midair, the lid came off, and some 400 manuscript pages scattered in that many directions across the polished hardwood floor and Aubusson rug. Maris stalked to the door and jerked it open. Mike was standing on the other side of it, one hand raised, about to knock. The other was holding a cordless telephone. Maris? There was no surprise in his voice. He had expected her to be with Parker. Her emotional state, however, seemed to alarm him. Looking beyond her shoulder, he took in the situation at a glance. The look he gave Parker went beyond reproof. It was that of a hanging judge about to hand down the sentence. 671, stiffly, he extended the telephone toward Maris. For you. I hated to disturb you, but the gentleman said it was an emergency. She took the telephone from him with a shaking hand and stepped out into the hallway. Mike went into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Maris leaned against the wall and took several seconds to compose herself. She breathed deeply, sniffed her nose hard, blinked away tears. Then, clearing her throat, she said, "Hello, Maris?" "Noah." His voice was strangely muffled and subdued. She barely recognized it. "It's imperative that you return to New York immediately. I took the liberty of making your travel arrangements. A ticket is waiting for you at the Savannah airport. Your flight departs at 11:10, so you haven't got much time." Her dread was so absolute, it felt as though her heart had been replaced with an anvil. She was suddenly very cold. She closed her eyes, but tears leaked through. It would have been useless to try and hold them back. "It's Dad, isn't it?" "I'm afraid so, yes." "Is it bad? A stroke?" God, this is tough. Telling you like this. You shouldn't have to hear this news over the telephone, Maris, but he's dead," she cried out. Her knees buckled and she sank to the floor. Parker was at his work table in the solarium, but he wasn't working. Instead, he was staring out at the ocean. He broke his stare only occasionally, and that was when he compressed his bowed head between his hands in abject despair and self-loathing. He'd heard Mike when he returned from the mainland, but he didn't seek him out, and Mike didn't come to him. He'd gone straight upstairs and had been moving around in his room ever since. It sounded as though he were pacing. Parker had been replaying in his head his last conversation with Maris. If you could call it a conversation. His stomach knotted when he recalled the horrible things he'd said to her. Her stricken expression haunted him. She might be consoled to know that he was as miserable as she, but he doubted it. The only way 673 she might be consoled was if he were drawn and quartered and the pieces thrown to a herd of ravenous wild pigs, starting with his mouth, his foul, abusive, nasty mouth. The afternoon dragged on interminably. It was hot and muggy outside, and that oppression had eked into the house to contribute to his feelings of suffocation. Or was the weather to blame? Maybe he was being smothered by remorse. I stayed with Maris until they boarded her flight. Parker hadn't heard Mike come into the solarium. He sat bolt upright and glanced over his shoulder toward the door. Mike was standing as stiff as a girder in his seersucker suit. It took off on time, he added. As soon as Maris could pack her things, she and Mike had departed for the mainland. She left without a word to Parker, but he hadn't expected her to tell him goodbye. He didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve a kiss my ass, or a go to hell, or even a screw you. Her leaving without even acknowledging him had been more eloquent than any epithet. Eloquent, classy, and dignified, typical of her. Hiding behind the drapery, he had watched her departure through the dining room window. She had looked very small beneath her wide-brimmed straw hat. She'd also worn sunglasses to conceal her weeping eyes from prying strangers. The tan she had acquired on the beach seemed to have faded with the news of her father's death. She had looked pale and vulnerable, fragile enough to break from the air pressure alone. Yet there was a brave dignity about her that suggested an enviable inner strength. Mike had stowed her bags in the trailer of the Gator, then assisted her into the seat. Parker saw her lips move as she thanked him. Then he watched until the utility vehicle disappeared from sight through the tunnel of trees. He would probably never see her again. He had expected that. What he hadn't expected was that it would hurt so goddamn much. He had believed himself to be beyond the grasp of pain. After what he had endured, he had imagined himself immune to it. He wasn't. He had decided to anesthetize himself with several belts of bourbon. But the first one had made him so 675 sick, he'd thrown it up. He didn't think there was an analgesic that would be effective against this particular kind of pain. Now his back was still to Mike. He kept his stinging eyes on the surf. Maris was worried about her father last night. Maybe she had a premonition. I wouldn't be surprised. They were very close. After Noah's call, she had been in a state of complete emotional collapse. But she'd had the wherewithal to tell Mike that her father had fallen down the stairs of their country house. She'd been told that he had died instantly of a broken neck. It had happened during the middle of the night. The noise had awakened Noah. He had rushed to Daniel's aid, but when he couldn't get a response out of him, he called 911. The rural emergency service had reached the house in a matter of minutes, but it didn't matter. Daniel Matherly was dead. Noah had refused to accept the paramedics' word for it. The ambulance ran hot to the small community hospital. Doctors there pronounced Daniel dead, making it official and indisputable. Noah had seen no point in calling Maris until daylight. She probably feels guilty for not being there, Parker said. She said as much on the way to the mainland. How was she when she left? How do you think she was, Parker? He frowned at Mike's snide comeback, but he didn't challenge it. He had asked a stupid question with an obvious answer. She probably felt like she'd been run through a thrasher. You certainly did your part. Unlike its predecessor, that cutting remark demanded to be addressed. Parker came around. Are you suggesting that I've been a bad boy? You know it without my saying so? What are you going to do, Mike? Park me in the corner, ground me for a month, restrict my TV time, wrap my knuckles with a ruler? Actually, I was thinking that you're the one who should be run through a thrasher. Parker agreed that that was the least he deserved, but while it was okay for him to think it, 677, he resented hearing it from someone else. Getting Maris into bed was part of the plot. You probably guessed that. I guessed it. That doesn't mean I liked it. Nobody asked you to like it, did you? Did I what? Like it. A scathing retort was on the tip of his tongue, but he foundered under Mike's incisive stare. Turning his head away, he mumbled, Irrelevant? I don't think so. I think it's not only relevant, but key to how you progress from here. Parker went back to his keyboard. Excuse me, I'm trying to write. Fine. Turn your back on me. Stare into that blank screen. Count the ticks of the cursor till hell freezes over. for all I care. Delude yourself into believing that you're writing. We both know you're not. Parker came back around, angry now. Obviously, you've reached a conclusion that you're just dying to share, so spit it out. Get it out of your system. God knows I won't have a minute's peace until you do. The older man refused to take umbrage. I'm not going to fight with you, Parker, he said evenly. But yes, I will tell you something you need to hear, ignoring Parker's roll of the eyes. He went on, you resurrected yourself when, for all practical purposes, your life was over. I was there to help. I needled you and badgered you along, but you did it. It was a heroic effort. You're to be commended for overcoming incredible obstacles. You beat overwhelming odds. Beyond putting your life back on track, you have thrived. Yay, me. The caustic interruption went ignored, and Mike doggedly continued. Your body has healed, but not your soul. The damage done to it was 1,000 times worse than the injuries to your legs. Your soul is more twisted than they ever were. Pins and plates hold your bones together, and new skin patches the places where there was no skin left. But your soul hasn't been mended. It's still raw and bleeding, and you snarl at anyone who extends a hand to help you heal it. 679. That's what I've been trying to tell you for years, Mike, he said sweetly. I'm a lost cause. You're not a lost cause, you're a coward, Mike shouted angrily. It takes far less courage to cling to the past than it does to face the future. Very good, Mike. I should write that down. What was it again? Takes far less was sarcasm good. If I'm pissing you off, at least I know I have your attention. Mike's line features softened and turned earnest. Parker consigned Noah Reed to God, or to the devil. Let them haggle over who's to be his judge and what his punishment is to be. Then go to Maris. If you can get her to talk to you, lay open your heart. Explain everything. Start at the beginning and tell her all of it. Tell her Noah's part. Confess yours. She may forgive you, she may not. But either way, you'll be rid of it. For the first time in 14 long years, you'll be free of everything that happened in Key West. You will have saved yourself again, and in the only way that really matters. Parker's heart was pounding hard and loudly against his eardrums, but he kept his expression passive. Good sermon, Mike, honestly. Very moving, but I'm going to stick to plan A and throw away a chance to be happy with a woman you love. Love, he scoffed. Who said that? You did, every time you looked at her. Have you been sneak reading romance novels again? They're not good for your blood pressure. Okay, be funny, Denai. You're in love with her. You're only wasting your breath. Maris hit you like those drugs you used to take the night she came here. You got high on her, and after that you couldn't get enough. She's Noah's wife. Parker felt his control snap like the string on a tennis racket that had been whacked one too many times. She is Noah's dearly beloved, we are gathered hooray bride. That's the important thing. That's the only thing, he yelled, slicing the air with his hand. Nothing else matters. Not how I feel about her or how she feels about me or even how they feel about each other. She is Noah Reed's wife, and 681 I had her, but good. She was finger-fucked and tongue-fucked and mind-fucked by me. He pounded his chest with his fist, his eyes shimmering with tears spawned by the white-hot rage that consumed him whenever he thought of Noah's treachery. And now, by the agony of his own guilt, Mike's features surrendered to gravity and settled into an aged mask of profound disappointment. Perhaps you're right, Parker. Perhaps you're a lost cause. Your cruelty to her goes beyond reprehensible. All you care about is this revenge plot of yours. That's right. Now you're catching on. What's the next chapter? Well, since Maris threw the manuscript at me, I don't think I can count on her to get it to Noah. So I guess I'll have to send it to him myself. Registered and receipt requested, along with a cover letter saying that Envy is being simultaneously submitted to every publishing house in New York. If that doesn't give his short and curlies a smart tug, then perhaps a postscript about his wife's talent for giving head will. Mike shook his head with disgust. And then what, Parker? The gripping climax, of course. Mike subjected him to a long, hard stare, then turned and picked up 2 suitcases, which had been left in the kitchen and up till now out of Parker's sight. Going somewhere away from you? I won't be a party to this. Mike was walking out on him. That shook him up more than he let on. You helped get her here, don't forget. You played along, for which I am now very ashamed. In any case, let this serve as notice that my participation is over. Fine. G, have a nice trip. Will you be all right? Not your problem anymore, is it? He spun his chair around and faced his blank computer screen. A few moments later, he heard Mike leaving through the back door, and he was truly alone, chapter 31. Afterward, Maris could barely remember her. Return trip to New York. She had 683 operated in a dreamlike state, except without the subconscious surety that it was unreal and that she would wake up soon. Parker's inexplicable behavior and her father's death had been a double-barreled assault. To protect itself, her mind had put conscious thought and reasoning powers on autopilot and allowed her to function only by rote. Discreetly, Mike Strother had alerted the flight attendant to her bereavement, so she had been treated deferentially, basically left alone. She passed the flight staring vacantly out the window, unaware and uncaring of what was going on around her. Noah was at LaGuardia to meet her. She wasn't happy to see him, but he relieved her of the arrival hassle at a major airport. Her baggage was reclaimed with dispatch. He had a car and driver waiting. As the limo wended its way through heavy traffic into Manhattan, he somberly filled in the details that he hadn't told her over the telephone. Daniel's body was still in Massachusetts, where the autopsy would be conducted. There could have been a contributing health factor that caused him to fall. Noah explained. Pulmonary embolism. Cardiac arrest. An aneurysm that hadn't shown up during his last physical, most probably. He told her, Noah simply lost his balance on the dark staircase. Daniel's cane had been found in his bedroom. It was believed that he was ascending the stairs. Without his cane for additional support, he had tripped. He'd also had more than a few drinks, Noah added reluctantly. You know, Maris, we had feared something like this would happen. He informed her that following the autopsy, the body would be transferred to New York. He'd made preliminary funeral arrangements, but was awaiting her approval before finalizing them. Knowing she would be particular about the casket, he had held off making a selection until her return. She commented on how expeditiously he had handled everything. I wanted to spare you as much unpleasantness as possible. He was solicitous, soft-spoken, 6'5", obsequious. She couldn't bear to be near him. She deplored even having to breathe the same air as he and instructed the chauffeur to take her to her father's house. Accepting a friend's offer to help in any way she could, Maris sent her to her apartment with a list of clothing and articles she wanted brought to her. If she could help it, she would never return to the residence she had shared with Noah. She moved back into her old bedroom in Daniel's house. For the next 3 days, when she and Maxine weren't receiving people who came to pay their respects and offer condolences, they comforted one another. The housekeeper was disconsolate. She blamed herself for letting Daniel go to the country house without her, as though her presence could have prevented the accident. Maris tried to assuage her feelings of partial responsibility, all the while empathizing with them. She suffered similarly. Father had died while she'd been making love to Parker. Each time her thoughts drifted in that direction, which was frequently, she halted them abruptly. She refused to wear a mantle of guilt for that. Daniel had urged her to return to Georgia. She had been there with his blessing. The last thing he had said to her was that she deserved her happiness and that he loved her. His death had nothing to do with her sharing Parker's bed. Nevertheless, the connection between the two had been made, and she would never think of one without recalling the other. She learned that a death in the family was a time-consuming event, especially if the deceased was a person of Daniel Matherly's standing. He was the last patriarch of the publishing dynasty. He was one of New York's own. His obituary made the front page of the New York Times. Local media covered his funeral. Maris endured the day-long affair with a steely determination not to crack under pressure. Dressed head to toe in black, she was photographed entering the cathedral, exiting the cathedral, standing at the gravesite with her head bowed in prayer, receiving the mayor's condolences. The silent expressions of grief were the ones she appreciated most, a small squeeze of her hand, eye contact that conveyed 687 sympathy and understanding. Most people said too much. Well-meaning folk told her to take comfort in the fact that Daniel had lived a long and productive life, that he hadn't suffered before he died, that we should all be so lucky to go that quickly, that at least he hadn't withered and died slowly, that a sudden death is a blessing. Statements to that effect sorely tested her composure. However, no one surprised or offended her more than Nadia Schuller. Noah was speaking to a group of publishing colleagues when Nadia sidled up to Maris immediately following the graveside observance and gripped her hand. "I'm sorry, Maris, terribly, terribly sorry." Maris was struck not only by Nadia's audacity in attending the service, but also by her convincing portrayal of shocked bereavement. Maris pulled back her hand, thanked Nadia coldly, and tried to turn away. But Nadia wouldn't be shaken off. "We need to talk soon. If you want a quote for your column, call our publicity department." "Please, Maris," Nadia said, leaning closer. "This is important. Call me." She pressed a business card into Maris's hand, then turned and walked quickly away. She had the decency not to lock eyes with Noah before she left. He was the worst part of Maris's endurance test. She tried not to visibly flinch each time he came near her, yet he seemed determined to be near her. At the reception following the funeral, he was never far from her side, often placing his arm around her shoulders, pressing her hand, demonstrating to their friends and associates a loving affection that was grossly false. The act would have been hilarious if it weren't so obscene. Dusk had fallen before the house cleared of guests. Maxine refused to retire to her room as Maris suggested, and instead began supervising the caterer's cleanup. That's when Maris approached Noah. "I want to talk to you, certainly, darling." His ingratiating manner set her teeth on edge. He was thoroughly repugnant. It seemed that the 2 years she had shared a home, a bed with him, had happened to another woman in 689, another time. She couldn't fathom doing so now. Her only saving grace, her only reasonable excuse, was that he was an excellent role player. He was an adroit liar. She and Daniel had fallen for an act he had perfected. "You can drop the pretense, Noah. No one's around except Maxine, and she already knows that I've left you." She led him into her father's study. The room smelled of him and of his pipe tobacco. It smelled of his brandy and the books he had loved. The room evoked such poignant memories for her. It was claustrophobic and comforting at the same time. She sat down in the large tufted leather chair behind Daniel's desk. It was the closest she could come to being hugged by him. She had spent the past 4 nights curled up in this chair, weeping over her loss between brief and restless naps in which she dreamed of Parker moving ever farther away from her as she screamed his name. No matter how desperately she tried to touch him, he was always beyond her reach. She would wake herself up sobbing over the dual loss. Noah pinched up the creases of his dark suit trousers and lowered himself into an easy chair. "I had hoped your second visit south had mellowed you, Maris. You're as prickly as you were before you left. Dad's death didn't change anything between us. Nor did it change your character. You're a liar and an adulterer." She paused a beat before adding, "And possibly those are the least of your sins." His eyes sharpened. "What does that mean?" She opened the lap drawer of Daniel's desk and took out a business card. "I came across this in Dad's day planner while I was looking up addresses for acknowledgement cards. It's an innocuous card with a scarcity of information on it, only a name and telephone number. Curious, I called. Imagine my surprise. He stared at her, saying nothing, then indolently raised his shoulders in silent inquiry. "I spoke personally to the man Dad had retained to investigate you," she told him. "Mr. Sutherland conveyed his sympathy over Dad's passing." Then I asked him how 691, his business card, had found its way into Dad's day planner. He was very discreet, extremely professional, and finally apologetic. Ethically, he couldn't discuss another client's business, even a late client's. However, he said if I had access to Dad's files, he was sure I'd find his report among them. If I wished to continue the investigation that wasn't yet complete, he would welcome me as a client and offered to apply the advance Dad had paid him to my account. She spread her arms across the top of the desk. I've searched for the mentioned report, Noah. It's not here, not in any of Dad's files here or at the office, not in the personal safe upstairs in his bedroom closet, or in his safe deposit box at the bank. Coincidentally, you spent time in here the morning before you left for the country. While Dad was upstairs packing some last-minute items, you told Maxine that you had calls to make and came in here ostensibly to use the telephone. You closed the door behind you. She thought it odd at the time since you typically use your cell phone, but she thought no more about it. Not until I asked her if you'd been snooping around in Dad's personal things that day. He shook his head and laughed softly. Maris, I have no idea what you're talking about. I might have come in here that morning. Frankly, I don't remember if I did or not. But since when is this room off limits to me from the time we began dating? I've been in this room hundreds of times. When I make private calls, I usually close the door. Everybody does. If this is about Nadiawas, it isn't, she said tersely. I don't give a damn about Nadia or anyone else you sleep with. He gave her a look that said he seriously doubted that. She wanted to strike him, to pound the conceit out of his expression. I also spoke to the authorities in Massachusetts. My, you've been a busy girl. I questioned their ruling that Dad's death was accidental. She hadn't struck him physically as she would have liked to. All the same, her statement rid him of a measure of arrogance. His smile grew a little stiff, as though it had congealed, his spine straightened. 693, honoring my request, they've agreed to reinvestigate. This time they'll be looking for evidence. That brought him to his feet. Evidence of what? We have an appointment with Chief of Police Randall tomorrow to discuss their findings, she informed him coldly. I suggest you be there. The Berg's police department had a staff of 6-1 chief, 4 patrolmen, and a clerk who also served as dispatcher and official town gossip. The department handled minor emergencies such as broken down snowplows and lost pets, parking tickets when tourists passing through stayed too long in an antique shop, and an occasional DUI. By big city standards, the gossip wasn't all that scandalous. It might revolve around who had recently gone to New York City for a facelift, who was selling their country house to a movie star who futilely wished to remain anonymous, and who had checked their daughter gone wild into drug rehab after a tempestuous family intervention. Residents could safely leave their homes and cars unlocked because thefts were rare. The last homicide in the county had occurred during Lyndon Johnson's administration. It had been an open and shut case. The culprit had confessed to the killing when police arrived at the scene. The department's lack of experience as crime solvers worked in Maris's disfavor. But it worked to her advantage in that a murder investigation stimulated more enthusiasm than tacking up notices of a lost kitty or setting up bleachers for the 4th of July concert and fireworks display. The officers had approached the investigation of Daniel's death with a zealous desire to sniff out the ruthless killer of an esteemed citizen, even if he was a weekender. She and Noah drove up in separate cars. The exterior of the ivy-covered building looked more like a yarn and woolens boutique than a police station. Maris arrived a few minutes ahead of Noah. As soon as he got there, they were ushered into the chief's office. Both declined an offer of coffee and sweet rolls from the local 695 bakery. Chief Randall, a ruddy-faced man with a bad blonde comb-over, sensing her desire to cut to the chase, kept the pleasantries to a minimum and settled behind his desk. He seemed more disappointed than relieved to report the outcome of his department's investigation. I'm afraid I haven't got all that much more to tell you that wasn't in the initial report, Mrs. Matherly read. My people went over the house with a fine-toothed comb. Didn't find a thing that suggested foul play. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Noah complacently fold his hands in his lap. The officers think, and I concur, that your father simply fell down the stairs. There were some bloodstains on the floor where he was found, but they're explained by the gash on his scalp. It split open when his head struck the floor. She swallowed, then asked, "What about the autopsy report?" He opened the case file and slipped on a pair of reading glasses that were too narrow for his wide face. The stems were stretched and caused the glasses to perch crookedly on his nose. The contents of his stomach verify that he ate only minutes before he died, which is what Mr. Reed had assumed. He peered at Noah over the eyeglasses. Noah gave a solemn nod. When I went into the kitchen to call 911, there were dirty dishes in the sink. I had cleaned up after dinner, so I surmised that Daniel had gone downstairs for something to eat. On his way back up, he fell. Is it possible that the scene was staged? Chief Randall, staged. Perhaps the dishes were placed in the sink to make everyone think Dad had used them. Oh, he used them, Chief Randall assured her. His fingerprints were on them. Nobody else's. The dishes could have been used upstairs. He often ate off a bed tray. How do we know he was downstairs? Crumbs? Excuse me? Bread crumbs on his robe, his slippers, and on the floor near the sink. My best 697 guess is that he stood and looked out the kitchen window while he ate his sandwich. Patting his comb over as though to make sure it was still in place, he referred to the file again. His blood alcohol level was above the legal driving limit, but not by much. Any trace of a controlled substance? Only the medications he was taking. We checked out the prescriptions with his physician in New York, dating from when they were last refilled. The correct amount of dosages remained. There was no sign that a struggle had taken place anywhere in the house. You found his cane in his bedroom, leaning against the nightstand? And yes, we checked it for prints. He said before she could ask. His were the only ones on it. No evidence of a break-in by an intruder. Not a mark on your father's body except for the cut on his head, which the ME said was consistent with the fall. He also places the time of death within minutes of when Mr. Reed's 911 call was received. That's all documented. He removed his glasses and rested his clasped hands on top of the binder containing the report. He cleared his throat and looked at her sympathetically. When a tragic accident like this occurs and someone dies, their loved ones look for reasons, a scapegoat. Something or someone to blame. I know it's hard for you to accept, but it appears that your father ran into some difficulty as he was making his way upstairs. He lost his balance and suffered a fatal fall. I'm sorry, Mrs. Matherly Reed. Maris was neither heartened nor disappointed. The findings were exactly what she had expected them to be. She gathered her handbag and stood, reaching across the desk. She shook hands with the police chief. I appreciate your time and effort. That's what I'm here for. I put your house on our regular drive-by route. We'll keep a check on it for you. That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you. Once outside, Maris made a beeline for her car. Noah caught up with her before she could get in. He gripped her upper arm, pulled her around, and pushed his face close to hers. Satisfied? Completely. Looking at him evenly, she said, I'm convinced beyond a shadow of 699 doubt that you were T-difficulty Dad encountered on his way up the staircase. His narrow lips stretched into a smile that raised the hair on the back of her neck. There's absolutely nothing to substantiate these nasty suspicions of yours. Let go of my arm, Noah, or I'm going to start screaming bloody murder. That nice chief of police would dearly love to rush to my rescue. Seeing the wisdom of letting go, he did. Chief Randall might be interested to know that my father had retained Mr. William Sutherland to investigate you, which is circumstantial. So where does that get you? Now here. You made certain there was no evidence of wrongdoing, but you underestimate my ability to recognize a good plot. This isn't a novel, unfortunately, but if it were, I would suspect you of being the villain. Part of my job is to isolate a character's motivation, right? His goal must be clear or the story has no legs on which to stand. Well, Noah, your goal is glaringly apparent. Why did you shuttle Dad off to the country house while I was conveniently out of town, especially since we were separated? Why? When you enjoy being waited on, did you insist that Maxine remain in the city? You lied about Nadia. You lied about taking up writing again. What else have you lied about? Worldview. Surely, on that I would bet everything I hold dear. When Morris Bloom inadvertently mentioned that secret meeting to me, you finessed your way through an explanation. You had covered your rear by informing Dad of it, on the outside chance that one of us would get wind of it, but I wasn't convinced of your innocence then, and I'm even more certain of your guilt now. I think Dad was on to you. Why else would he retain Mr. Sutherland? I think he knew you were dirty dealing, Maybe he even had proof. When he confronted you with it, you killed him. I hope you haven't committed murder in the hope of securing a deal with Worldview, because if you have, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Understand this, Noah. Matherly Press will remain autonomous, just as it always has been. Be very careful, Maris. His 701 voice was low, but it vibrated with menace. He reached up and took a strand of her hair, winding it tightly around his index finger. To anyone passing by who happened to glance at them, it would look like an affectionate gesture. But he pulled the strand of hair taut enough to hurt. "It's you who needs to understand this," he said. "Nobody is going to prevent me from having everything I want." She had been right to fear him the night before she left for Georgia. The latent violence she had sensed in him then hadn't been imagined. She had glimpsed an evil component of Noah that was no longer content to lie dormant. But oddly, she was no longer afraid of him. He had lost the power to intimidate or frighten her. She laughed softly. "What are you going to do, Noah? Push me down a staircase too?" Daniel alone was responsible for his death. He lost his temper, reacted recklessly, temporarily forgot his physical limitations, and suffered the consequences. "If you want to place blame, place it on him, but," he continued sulkily, "I'll admit that his death was very convenient." She recoiled, and because he still had hold of her hair, the sudden movement caused a painful yank on her scalp. It was sharp enough to bring tears to her eyes, but she hardly noticed, because the yank on her memory had been even sharper. Actually, her death was very convenient. She'd read that line a dozen or more times. It was a key piece of dialogue, so she had dwelled on it. She had played with ideas on how the statement could be improved or enhanced, but after trying several changes, she had concluded that it didn't need improving or enhancing. It was perfect as it was. Its cold candor was deliberate. It made the statement all the more shocking. Parker had used that simple sentence to provide a revealing sneak peek into the dark soul of the character. Realization slammed into her. "You're Todd!" Noah's chin went back. "What? Who?" Thoughts were snapping and popping in her mind like a sail in a high wind. But one thought isolated itself and became jarringly clear. This could not be a coincidence. With more ferocity than she believed herself 703 capable of, she said, "For the last time, Noah, let go of me." "Of course, darling." He uncoiled her hair from around his finger. "You're free to go now that we understand one another." She slid into the driver's seat and started the motor. Before pulling the door closed, she said, "You have no idea how well I understand you." Envy Child, 22. Key West, Florida, 1988. It was one of those days when the words simply would not come. Rourke pressed his skull between his hands, squeezing it like a melon, trying to force the words out through his pores to no avail. He came up dry. So far today, he had contributed exactly 2½ sentences to his manuscript, 19 words total. For the past 3 hours, his cursor had been stuck in the same spot, winking at him. "Mocking little bastard," he whispered to it now. Deliberately, he typed. "The grass is green, the sky is blue. See, you son of a bitch, I can write a sentence when I want to." It made little difference that yesterday, his day off from the club, had been a productive one. He had put in 16 hard hours of writing, going without food or drink and taking bathroom breaks only when absolutely forced. He had over 20 pages to show for his labors. But the euphoria had lasted only until he awakened this morning to discover that evil spirits had sneaked in during the night while he slept and robbed him of yesterday's talent. What other explanation could there be for its overnight disappearance? His frustration was such that he considered shutting down for the day, taking in a movie, or going to the beach, or getting in some fishing. But that kind of retreat was easily habit-forming. It was too convenient to surrender to a momentary block. It might become a permanent block, and that was the dreadful possibility that kept him shackled to his chair, staring into a blank screen while being taunted by a blinking cursor that didn't go any goddamn where Rourke. The door slammed 3 floors below 7/5, and Todd's running footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Lately, he had been working through the restaurant's lunch hours to earn extra money. Rourke woke him the time Todd was out, when he was left alone in the apartment to write without the distraction that even having another warm body nearby could create. He turned around in time to see Todd barge through their door. "What's up? Is the building on fire? I wish. I sold it. Your car?" That was the first thing that popped into Rourke's head. Todd was constantly bitching about his car. "My book. I sold my book." His cheeks were flushed. His eyes were feverishly bright. His smile was toothpaste commercial caliber. Rourke just looked at him dumbfounded. "Did you hear what I said?" Todd's voice scaled upward to an abnormally shrill pitch. "I sold my manuscript." Unsteadily, Rourke came to his feet. That's great, I didn't even know you. When did you submit it?" Todd somehow managed to look abashed while maintaining his wide grin. "I didn't tell you. I sent it on a whim about 2 months ago. I didn't want to make a big deal of it because I was afraid Jesus. I was positive I'd get another rejection letter. Then today, just now, less than an hour ago, I got this call at work. The publisher had your work number?" "Well, yeah, in my cover letter, I listed every conceivable way they could contact me, just in case, you know. Anyway, the manager of the club, that fag we hate, prances over and tells me someone wants me on the phone in his office. He says that personal calls aren't allowed and to please limit the conversation to 3 minutes. Like we were busy," he snorted. "I hadn't parked a car in half an hour. I figured it was you or one of the babes calling." To Todd, their neighbors had collectively become the babes' overflowing toilet or something, you know? But instead, this guy identifies himself as an editor, says he's read my manuscript, says it blew him away. Those words, blew me away. Says he wants to publish it. I-707, nearly shit right there, man. Then for a heartbeat or two, I thought you or somebody, maybe the fag we hate, was jacking with me, you know, playing a trick. But no, this editor goes on and on about my story, calls the characters by name, says he's willing to offer in the neighborhood of high 5 figures, but I'm sure that was only his starting point. As much as he raved over the book, there's got to be wiggle room to up the ante. Suddenly he puffed out his cheeks, then emptied them like a bellows. "Listen to me, will ya?" He chortled. "Holy shit, it hasn't even sunk in yet. I'm standing here talking about negotiating in advance, but I haven't even grasped it yet. I've sold a book." Rourke, forcing himself to move, forcing elation into his expression, crossed the room and gave Todd a mighty hug, thumping him on the back, lifting him off the floor, congratulating him in the spirit of a good fraternity brother and colleague. "Congratulations, man. You've worked hard for this. You deserve it." "Thanks, Rourke." Todd pushed him back, looked him square in the eye, and stuck out his hand. They shook hands, but the solemnity was short-lived. Within seconds, Todd was whooping like an air raid siren and bouncing around the apartment with the jerky, disjointed hyperactivity of a rhesus on speed. "I don't know what to do first," he said, laughing. "Call Hadley," Rourke suggested. "Hadley can go fuck himself. He didn't show any confidence in me. Why should I share my good news with him?" "I know," he said, vigorously rubbing his hands together. "A celebration, blowout party, you and me, on me." Rourke, feeling less like celebrating than he ever had in his life, was already shaking his head. "You don't have TOAs." "I know I don't have to. I want to. Tonight, I'll make all the arrangements. I've got to work. Screw work. Easy for you to say. You've sold a book for high 5 figures with wiggle room." The statements jerked a knot in the rhesus's tail. Todd stopped bouncing and turned toward Rourke. He treated him to several 7 or 9 moments of hard scrutiny. "Oh, now I get it. You're pissed because I sold before you did." "No, I'm not." "Well, that's good," Todd said sarcastically. "Because if you were pissed, you might be acting like a jackass instead of my best friend on the happiest day of my life." True. He was acting like a jackass. Rank jealousy had turned him into a prick, and he was running headlong toward ruining the happiest day of his best friend's life. Not that it would be any different if the situation were reversed. Todd would behave just as badly, probably worse. He would sulk and mouth about life's injustices. He would be resentful and caustic, and then he'd turn cruel. But since when was Todd Grayson his standard for good behavior? He liked to think he was a finer person and better friend than Todd. He liked to think he had a stronger character and more integrity. He plastered on a fake grin. What the hell? I'll call in sick. Let that fag we hate fire me. What time's the party start? Todd said to give him time to make a few arrangements, and Rourke said fine because he needed to close out his work for the day anyway. As soon as Todd flew out to run his errands, Rourke surrendered to his dejection. It set in with a vengeance. He stared into his computer screen, wondering why he had been cursed with a burning desire to do something creative, but shortchanged the ability and opportunity to do it. Why would God play a dirty trick like that? Entice you with a dream, provide you with enough talent to make it appear reachable, then keep the dream just this side of being realized. Like a mantra, he repeated to himself how happy he was over Todd's success. And he was, but he also resented it. He resented the sneakiness with which Todd had submitted his manuscript. They hadn't made a pact to inform each other whenever they submitted work, but it had certainly been their habit. Todd hadn't actually violated a sacred agreement, but that's what it felt like. Uncharitably, Rourke wanted to attribute Todd's success to luck, fluky 711, timing, a slow book market, even to an editor with lousy taste, all the while acknowledging that such thoughts were unfair. Todd had worked hard. He was a talented writer. He was dedicated to the craft. He deserved to be published. But Rourke earnestly felt that he deserved it more. Todd returned within an hour, bringing a bottle of champagne for each of them and insisting that they drink them before moving to Phase 2 of the celebration. Phase 2 included Mary Catherine. One Sunday afternoon, shortly after her miscarriage, Rourke had taken her out for ice cream. Seeing the promenade of young couples with babies had caused her to get weepy. She confided that Todd had fathered the embryo. She lost son of a bitch. MB had a sixth sense about it. He's avoided me ever since. Months went by. The two were civil to one another, but cool. Eventually, they re-established themselves as friends, but only friends. To Rourke's knowledge, they hadn't slept together again. He assumed by tacit agreement. Today, the rift and the cause for it were distant memories. Wearing 3 postage stamp-sized patches of electric blue fabric that passed for a bikini, Mary Catherine arrived ready to party. She got there just in time to help them polish off the champagne. Foul. She cried petulantly. I only got 2 swallows. There's more where that came from, sweetheart. Todd rubbed her ass and smacked his lips, first with appreciation, then regret. He turned her around and gave her a gentle push toward Rourke. She's all yours tonight, pal. Don't say I never gave you anything. Consolation prize? The good-natured question had only a trace of an edge. Can you imagine a better one? Mary Catherine looped her arms around Rourke's neck, mashed her breasts against his chest, and massaged his crotch with hers. Fine by me. I've had a leck for you for a long time. She poked her tongue into his mouth. Courtesy of the champagne, he had a lively buzz going. She tasted good. She felt damn good. He liked her. He had sustained 7-14, a blow to his ego, and Todd was trying to make it up to him. He'd be an asshole to decline his friend's gesture of condolence. He applied himself to kissing her. Hey, Todd said after a few moments, am I going to have to turn the water hose on you two? Laughing, they clomped downstairs and piled into Todd's much-maligned car. He drove them to a marina where he had chartered a boat from an old salt named Hatch Walker. They'd leased boats from him before his rates were the cheapest in Key West, and he got only mildly abusive if you stretched your contract time and came in late. Walker wasn't long on charm any time, but today he was particularly querulous. He was wary of turning one of his boats over to 3 people who had obviously been drinking. Rourke was just drunk enough on champagne and wildly aroused because on the drive to the marina, Mary Catherine had given him a private lap dance in the passenger seat not to care about the old man's opinion of them or the amount of their alcohol intake. As soon as the rental agreement was signed, Todd jumped aboard and climbed the steps to the pilot's chair. Rourke staggered aboard, then turned to lend a hand to Mary Catherine, who managed to stumble against him as she stepped onto the deck. Oopsie daisy, she giggled as she squirmed against him. She gave old Hatch a gay little wave as he untied the ropes from the cleats and tossed them onto the deck. Crazy kids, he muttered. I don't think he likes us, Mary Catherine whined. What I think is you have on too many clothes. Rourke reached around to untie her top. She shrieked and slapped at his hands, but the protests were all for show. Rourke came away with her bikini top and waved it like a banner above his head as Todd slowly guided the boat out of the marina. As soon as the craft cleared the channel, he gave it full throttle and it shot into the Atlantic. Todd had proclaimed this would be a celebration none of them would ever forget, and obviously he meant it. Rourke was surprised by his friend's extravagance. The coolers he had brought on board were stocked with brand-name 715 liquors. The food came from a deli that had the self-confidence to call itself Delectables. This is a mean shrimp salad. Rourke licked spiced mayonnaise from the corner of his lips. Let me do that. Mary Catherine straddled his lap and sponged away the mayo with her tongue. She had taken her role as consolation prize to heart, devoting herself entirely to entertaining him and granting his every wish. That or converting him into a hedonist. Either way, he wasn't fighting it. The shared secret of the miscarriage had forged a special bond between them. When they were alone, he called her Sheila. She'd given up on the mermaid idea as impractical because the tail would probably be itchy. But she was considering a chambermaid routine and had asked him to come up with a catchy name for her. Although they flirted frequently and outrageously, the friendship had remained platonic. She'd made subtle overtures, but Rourke had pretended not to notice them because he hadn't wanted to mess up a good friendship. But as she sucked at his lips, he asked himself what would be so terrible about altering their friendship to include sex. Be friends with Sheila, but don't have sex with Mary Catherine, who wrote the rule that you couldn't be both friend and lover. Why not make happy with the iron hard-on he was sporting? Compliments of her incredible proportions and her agile tongue in her hands, which were keeping themselves busy inside his swim trunks. Maybe Todd had paid for her services today. So what? She was a good kid, trying to make a decent living using the assets she'd been given. It was also possible that she was coming on to him only to make Todd jealous. He wouldn't let that bother him either. In fact, he wasn't going to let anything bother him tonight. Fuck writing, fuck getting published, fuck words that wouldn't come, fuck Mary Catherine. That topped his things-to-do list, definitely. He was sick to death of being such a damn Boy Scout, nose to the grindstone all the time for what? For freaking nothing, that's what. He was going to eat this rich food until he puked on it. He was going to get slobbery drunk. He was going to let Mary Catherine perform on him every debauched act in her 717 extensive repertoire. He was going to have a good time tonight if it killed him. Rourke woke up with Mary Catherine draped across him after a bout of rowdy copulation in the small berth. They had both passed out. Thirsty and needing badly to pee, he wiggled out from under her. She moaned a garbled objection and reached out to hold him back, but it was a half-hearted effort. He successfully extricated himself and retrieved his trunks from the floor. It required some challenging concentration and a few fumbling attempts, but he finally managed to get his feet into the legs. He was still pulling on the trunks as he stumbled up the steps to the deck. Todd had a bottle of Bacardi cradled in his arm and was staring at the constellations. Hearing Rourke, he turned and smiled. "You survived?" He stretched out the elastic waistband of his trunks and peered into them. "All parts present and accounted for, sir," Todd chuckled. "Judging from the racket, there were times I thought I might have to come down there and rescue you. There were times when I thought you might have to." He relieved himself over the side of the craft. Todd asked, "Did she do that thing with her thumb?" Rourke tucked himself back into his trunks, turned, smiled, but said nothing. "Oh, I forgot. Sir Rourke never shares the juicy details. A real gallant." Rourke was about to bow at the waist, but figured that in his present condition that might be a tricky move. So he settled for a clumsy salute. Todd motioned toward one of the ice chests. "Help yourself to a fresh bottle. Thanks, but I'm still too wasted to stand and jealous." Rourke used one arm to brace himself against the exterior wall of the cabin. "Huh? You're jealous?" Rourke shrugged. "Maybe." He gave a weak grin. "Okay, a little, more than a little, Rourke, more than a little." Todd raised the rum bottle to his eye like a telescope and peered down the length of it at Rourke. "Admit it? You thought you'd be the first to sell 719. Rourke's stomach was queasy. The horizon was seesawing. He was also uncomfortable with the direction the conversation had taken. Todd, I couldn't be happier. Oh, yeah, you could. If you'd sold your book today, you'd be a hell of a lot happier. So would Hadley. I think he probably jacks off over your manuscripts. Your work makes him positively giddy, doesn't it? What was that he said about it being an honor and privilege to review your work? He took a swig of rum, something like that. You read his letter to me? Clever of you to get that post office box, but careless of you to leave his letter in the pocket of your jeans. I was short the cash to pay for a pizza delivery and saw your jeans lying in the floor where you'd stepped out of them. Raided the pockets looking for money and pulled out a plum. You shouldn't have read my mail. You shouldn't have lied to me about Hadley's enthusiasm for your work and his lack of it for mine. What do you care what Hadley thinks of your work? I don't. Last laugh is on him and you. I've sold. You haven't. So fine, let's just drop it. No, I don't believe I will. Todd stood up slowly. He was steadier on his feet than he should have been, leaving Rourke to question if he had drunk as much as he had pretended to. He moved along the deck with a predatory, malevolent tread. What's eating you, Todd? You won. Hadley was wrong. Maybe about my writing, not about the other, my character. Remember how flawed I am. Driven by greed and jealousy and envy, those undesirable character traits about which Hadley waxed poetic. Rourke's stomach heaved and he swallowed a throatful of sour bile. That's all bullshit. I didn't pay any attention to it. Well, I did. He didn't see it coming. Moving sinuously only a second before, Todd now lunged at him and took a vicious swing at his head with the liquor bottle. Rourke caught it on the temple, and if it had been a sledgehammer at 7:21, couldn't have hurt any worse. He roared in pain and outrage, but he had enough wits to see the bottle arcing once again above his head. He dodged it just in time to spare himself another concussion. Instead, it shattered against the wall of the cabin, showering them with broken glass and rum. Todd attacked with a fury then, throwing blows one right after the other aimed at Rourke's face and head. Most of them connected, crunching cartilage and splitting skin. Dazed but fueled by anger, Rourke struck back. He landed a fist against Todd's mouth and felt the scrape of teeth against his knuckles. It hurt, but it hurt Todd more. His mouth gushed blood. The drawing of blood was a primal and powerful exhilaration. At any other time, Rourke would have been astonished over how much satisfaction he derived from making Todd bleed. Propelled by jealousy, he wanted to see more of Todd's blood on his hands. He wanted to punish him for succeeding first and making him feel like a failure, but his hot rage was tepid compared to Todd's. Todd's bloodlust had escalated into savagery. With feral growls, he came at Rourke, clawing and pounding. Rourke's temper was soon spent. He was ready to back off, cool down, and call a truce. Todd was beyond that. He didn't let up, not even when Rourke stopped being aggressive and only deflected blows in order to protect himself. God damn it, enough, never enough. Todd's clenched teeth were smeared with blood. Bubbles of it foamed over his lips. Never enough, and he launched a fresh attack. What's going on? Mary Catherine appeared in the open doorway of the cabin. Naked except for a golden ankle bracelet, ignored, she drunkenly staggered onto the deck and stepped on a piece of broken glass. Ow! What the fuck is going on? Shut up! Todd rounded on her and struck a blow that caught her at waist level. Favoring her bleeding foot, she was already off balance. His blow sent her reeling backward. The chrome side railing caught her in the back of her knees. Arms windmilling, she went overboard 723 with a scream that died as soon as she hit the water. Rourke stared at the empty space she'd left at the boat's railing and sobered instantly. She's too drunk to swim. He executed a shallow dive into the water. The salt water seared the open wounds on his face and he came up gasping. He was fighting nausea from too much liquor and what he knew must be a concussion where he'd been hit with the bottle. But all this hardly registered treading water. He blinked his eyes as clear as he could get them and frantically searched the surface of the dark water for a sign of Mary Catherine. Do you see her? He yelled up at Todd, who was standing on the deck looking down at him, blood dripping from his chin onto his smooth chest. Todd? Christ, did you hear me? Do you see her? No, turn on the lights. Todd just stood there staring into the water, apparently shocked into immobility. Shit, heart pounding, head bursting, Rourke jackknifed beneath the surface. Although it stung like crazy, he kept his eyes open, but it didn't matter. He might just as well have been swimming through a bottle of ink. He couldn't even see his own hands as he waved them about, searching blindly, hoping to make contact with a limb, skin, hair. He stayed under until he couldn't stand the burning in his lungs an instant longer. Breaking the surface, he took a huge gulp of air. He was surprised to see how far he had swum away from the boat. At least Todd had shaken off his stupor and turned on the underwater lights. They cast an eerie green glow around the craft, but they didn't penetrate nearly far enough. Although his arms and legs felt like lead and his brain seemed to have relinquished control of them. Rourke began swimming toward the boat. Todd was doing something on the port side. Hope surged inside Rourke's chest. He shouted, "Did you find her? Is she over there?" Todd returned to the starboard side. No luck? Luck. This wasn't a fishing trip. What was the matter with him? Call the Coast Guard. I can't find her. Oh, Jesus. He sobbed when the full impact of the situation hit 725 him. She might be dead already. Mary Catherine Sheila might have drowned because of his inability to save her. Call the Coast Guard? He repeated before diving beneath the surface again. Knowing it was futile, he pushed himself through the seawater, eyes open but seeing nothing, hands groping but feeling nothing. Still, he was unwilling to give up. If there was the slimmest chance that she was hanging on, clinging to life, desperate for help. Again and again he went down, coming up only long enough to take a breath before going down again, diving so deep it made his ears hurt. He struggled to the surface one last time, fearing that he wouldn't make it, afraid that he had made one foray too many. At last he tasted air. Greedily, he sucked it into his lungs. He couldn't survive another submersion. He was too tired even to swim the distance between him and the boat. Weakly, he treaded water, barely able to keep himself afloat. Todd, he called hoarsely. Todd appeared at the rail. Rourke's eyes had been scoured by the salt water. His vision was cloudy. I can't find her. I can't look anymore. Throw me the preserver. Todd left to get the preserver, and Rourke wondered vaguely why he hadn't had it ready. Exhausted, he longed to close his burning eyes, but was afraid that if he did, he would slip beneath the surface and drown before he could garner the energy to save himself. But his eyes must have closed on their own. He must have been only a heartbeat away from losing consciousness, because he was startled awake when the boat's motor roared to life. Todd shouldn't be starting the motor. He should be throwing him a life preserver. If the Coast Guard had been given the coordinates of their location, they should stay in that spot until help arrived. It was damn stupid to start up an outboard with Mary Catherine and him in the water this close to the boat. These thoughts flashed through his mind in a nanosecond, not in individual words, but as fully formed and intact conclusions. Todd, what are you doing? He kicked his legs and feebly moved his arms in a parody of swim strokes, but it was like trying to push Jell-O through quicksand. But there was 727, no need to try and swim after all. Look, Todd was bringing the boat to him. Only thing, he was running it too hot and too fast for safety. Hey, it was a nightmare's yell when you open your mouth and try to scream, but you can't utter a sound, and that intensifies the horror of the nightmare. He tried to wave his arms, but they weighed 1,000 pounds apiece. He couldn't even lift them out of the water. Todd, he croaked, turn to port. I'm here. Can't you see me? He could see him. He was looking straight at him through the plastic windshield that protected the cockpit. Control panel lights were making a Halloween mask of his bruised and swelling face. His eyes glowed red. Torches of hell. Rourke screamed one last time before fear sent him plunging beneath the surface. In seconds, he was engulfed in churning, strangling waters. Then the terror gripped him. Undiluted terror. The kind that few men ever have the misfortune of experiencing, terror so absolute that death seems a blessing. terror championed only by pain, excruciating and immeasurable, pain that splinters the body but slays the soul. Chapter 32. Nadia arrived at the Martini Bar wearing a snug black dress with a deceptively demure neckline and a cocktail hat, one of those saucy numbers, with a veil that covered half her face. A black feathered handbag hung from her shoulder on a slender gold chain. Very fetching, very femme fatale. Heads turned as she made her way through the bar. It was packed with Manhattan's in-crowd and wannabes. People spoke to her as she passed by. She waved to a party of 3 seated at a corner table. When she reached Noah's table, he was inflated with pride that the most exquisite woman in the room was joining him. He embraced her warmly but circumspectly. Pecking a friendly kiss on her cheek, he whispered, "I could fuck you right here, ever the romantic." She slid 729 into the banquette beside him. "Martini?" "By all means." He placed their order with the waiter, who had rushed to the table within seconds of Nadia's arrival, then turned to her with a smile. "You're known here? I'm known everywhere." He laughed at her conceit. "I've missed your sharp comebacks. It's been far too long since I've seen you. That silly quarrel, ancient history now." He inhaled deeply. "Ah, your provocative scent, Chanel." He shook his head and grinned slyly. "Sex, too bad you can't bottle it. You'd make a fortune." His adoring gaze moved over her face. "You look sensational. I like the veil. Thank you. It lends you a mysterious air that's incredibly sexy." Beneath the table, he pressed her thigh with his. "You're coming on awfully strong tonight. You haven't been getting any, have you?" "I've been otherwise occupied." "Yes, you have." She seemed to become fascinated with the layered arrangement of the feathers on her handbag. She ran her finger over the smooth, iridescent plumes. "You've been busy laying your father-in-law to rest. What a lot of folderol." "I thought the eulogies were rather moving. It was the kind of send-off Daniel Matherly merited, I suppose. I'm just glad it's over now. The rest of us can stop applauding his life and resume living our own. Ordinarily, you enjoy being in the limelight. I thought the role of loyal and bereaved son-in-law would have appealed to you." He laid his hand over his heart. "I did my best." Their martinis arrived. They clinked glasses, sipped. Actually, it wasn't all that bad, except for having to keep Maris's hysteria at bay. Wasn't it natural for her to be upset? Her behavior went beyond normal grief. She gave up her study of the feathers and looked at him. My wife got the harebrained notion that I was responsible for her father's 731 fall. He peered past the veil into Nadia's eyes. "Can you imagine that?" She raised the martini glass to her lips. "Yes, I can." The steadiness of her gaze was a bit unnerving. He deliberately mistook her meaning. Maris has always been excitable and reactionary, but this time she carried it to the extreme. At the funeral, she seemed the picture of composure. True, but once it was over, she lost all reason. She coerced the local police in Massachusetts to reinvestigate the fatal accident. And, naturally, they found nothing to substantiate her suspicions. How lucky for you. Luck had nothing to do with it, Nadia. I'm sure that's true. She stared out over the crowd, speaking almost to herself. If you had pushed the old gentleman down the staircase, you would be shrewd enough not to get caught. I didn't. But you're right. I would be shrewd enough not to get caught. And that's why you like me so well. She turned back to him. True, I would never become involved with a loser. I wouldn't hitch my wagon to a falling star, only to one that's ascending. We're so much alike, it's frightening. Leaning closer to her, he added confidentially, "At least it should be frightening to everyone else." Complacently, he took another sip of his martini. "Anyhow, Daniel's dead and buried. That's the good news. For God's sake, Noah." She glanced around as though fearing that he'd been overheard. "What's the bad?" "Not bad, darling. Better. His death was the final nail in the coffin of my marriage. It is now beyond repair." She raised her glass to toast him. "Congratulations or condolences." Definitely the former, because I have even better news than that. I can hardly wait. Are you sure you want me to tell you here and now? It may bring on an orgasm. Have you ever known me to turn down a 7:33 opportunity like that? His smile widened. Before his accidental fall, I persuaded Daniel to sign an important power of attorney document. It enables me to sell Matherly Press to Worldview, and Maris can't do a damn thing about it. Nadia's eyes went wide with bewilderment. But Matherly Press isn't yours to sell. Nadia, there you are. Morris Bloom suddenly materialized on the other side of the table. Noah hadn't noticed his approach, and he didn't welcome the intrusion. His plan for this evening had been to wine, dine, and romance Nadia back into his good graces. Before proceeding with Worldview, he wanted her well entrenched in his cheering section. He needed good press, and no one could provide that better than Nadia. Of all the damn luck running into Morris Bloom, Worldview's CEO looked as colorless as ever in a gray suit, gray shirt, silver tie. To Noah, even his teeth and gums looked unhealthily gray as he smiled down at them. I didn't see you at first and thought there'd been a mix-up on the time. He was saying to Nadia, your timing couldn't be more perfect. She scooted from behind the table and, to Noah's dismay, walked into Bloom's embrace. They locked lips. When the kiss ended, she affectionately patted his necktie back into place. Bloom appraised her from hat to heels. You look positively gorgeous. I'm glad you think so. I bought the ensemble with you in mind. Sensational, his compliment caused her to simper in a coquettish way that was totally unlike Nadia. Bloom was stroking her waist with suggestive familiarity. Her pelvis was tilted against his, a specialty of Nadia's that made a man think of nothing except his dick and planting it inside her. For all the attention they were paying him, Noah might just as well have been one of the pop art paintings on the wall. His whole body throbbed with anger and something else, something rare, 7:35 to him humiliation. People had noticed that Nadia was now snuggling with Bloom. He'd lost the most popular girl at the party to a bloodless, bald geek. Ready for a drink, darling? She asked him. You read my mind. You always do. Nadia signaled the waiter who scurried over and took Bloom's order. She didn't return to sit beside Noah on the banquette, but took the chair Bloom was holding for her. They now faced him across the table. She sat as close to Bloom as possible without actually sharing the same chair. Her breast was making itself cozy beneath his arm. Bloom's hand was on her thigh-high on her thigh. Proprietary. Noah was certain that these public displays of affection were for his benefit. Nadia was being deliberately seductive. She was gloating. It made him want to reach across the table and slap the shit out of her. She had set him up. She had planned this little scenario. He had called her on his drive back from Massachusetts following that pathetic attempt of Maris's to incriminate him, and had invited her to join him this evening. We're free to be seen together now, he had told her. Nadia had been her sexy self, every word suggestive, every breath an erotic promise. She had named the time and place as though she couldn't wait to see him. Instead, he'd walked into a goddamn female trap. Okay, if she wanted to flaunt her new boyfriend in front of him, fine. It didn't change anything except that her sex life would take a severe downward plunge. Judging by Bloom's pallid coloring, getting blood to his penis would be a chore. After thanking the waiter for his drink, Bloom turned to Noah. My secretary told me that you called today requesting a meeting. That's right. In light of my recent family tragedy was my condolences, by the way. Thank you. He brushed an invisible speck off the cuff of his shirt. Daniel's death imposed a temporary postponement of our schedule. Now we're able to pick up where we left off. You're going to be very pleased by the developments that have taken place since we last spoke. What's your schedule like tomorrow? 7:37. I really don't see the need for a meeting now. Now was a troubling adverb now, indicated that circumstances had undergone a change. Noah avoided looking at Nadia and kept his features carefully schooled. Why is that? Noah and I were getting to this when you joined us, Morris, Nadia said. Apparently there's been some confusion. She gave Noah a pained look. I'm terribly embarrassed. Well, since I seem to be the only one in the dark here, perhaps you'll enlighten me." She glanced toward Bloom as though asking his advice, but he merely shrugged, pulling her lower lip through her teeth. She turned back to Noah. "I thought someone would have told you by now. Out of respect for Daniel, I've been sitting on this story for a week." Noah was growing uncomfortably warm inside his clothes. One martini couldn't account for the sweat trickling down his ribs. He felt like a man about to hear the result of a biopsy on testicular tissue. "What story?" Taking center stage, Nadia readjusted herself even closer to Bloom. "Out of the blue, Daniel Matherly invited me to his house for breakfast. It was the same morning you left for the country. Who could have guessed that your retreat would end so tragically? I wish I'd had the foresight then to urge him not to go." She looked squarely at Noah and let that sink in. "Anyhow," she said, shaking her head slightly as though to get back on track, "he gave me a scoop, but asked me to sit on it for a few days, at least until Maris returned from Georgia." Bloom was gazing at Nadia as though he might begin sucking on her neck at any moment. She was absently stroking the back of his hand, still resting on her thigh. Noah forced himself to smile. "You still haven't told me the nature of this exclusive story." "Daniel appointed Maris as chairman and CEO of Matherly Press. I thought perhaps Daniel would tell you while you were away together in the country." "No? Well, he probably thought it only fair that Maris be informed first." Eyeing him closely, she ran her fingers up and down the stem of her martini glass. "You had told me to believe that Daniel Matherly 739 was borderline senile. Having talked with him at length, I found the opposite to be the case. He was in total command of his faculties. He knew exactly what he was doing. Every capillary in Noah's body had expanded. Behind his eyeballs, his eardrums, behind every square inch of skin, he could feel the increased pressure of his pulse. Somehow he managed to smile. Daniel didn't think too highly of you, Nadia. I think he played a cruel practical joke on you. The possibility crossed my mind he was known to be cagey, so I had the story corroborated by a Mr. Stern, the Matherly's attorney. He verified it. Maris's appointment is irrevocable and incontestable. Her authority can be revoked only if she chooses to resign." Noah pried loose his tongue from the roof of his mouth where it had become stuck. "I'm curious as to why you didn't mention this to me earlier, Nadia. For instance, when we spoke earlier today, or the night I talked to you by phone from the country," he thought. The bitch had known then. She had been amusing herself with him. "It wasn't my place. But now it is. I'm sparing you having to read it in my column." "The story runs tomorrow." She gave him a sympathetic smile. "Honestly, Noah, I thought that by now you would have been officially informed. I suppose that since your marriage is over, you're no longer in the inner circle. You're only hired help. Would you like another drink, Noah?" "No, thank you, Morse. I'm late for another appointment." If he didn't get out of here away from Nadia, he was either going to kill her or explode. He'd rather not do either in front of witnesses. "Oh, please stay," Nadia said in a cajoling voice. "We've got so much to celebrate." One of Morris's fondest desires has been fulfilled. Worldview has acquired Becker Howe. You know, Oliver Howe, I'm sure, because he and Daniel were old friends. In fact, it was Daniel who put Morris in contact with him. Daniel knew that Worldview was shopping for a publishing house and that, unlike him, Ollie Howe would 741 welcome their interest. "I had my heart set on Matherly Press," Bloom said, "but since Maris will be at the Helmoise, I felt it only fair to tell him." Nadia interjected. "And Maris has made absolutely clear her intention never to sell it, so I decided to acquire another company." Noah was clenching his jaw so tightly it ached. "How nice for you." "I paid too much for it, but what the hell?" He chuckled. "It's a profitable outfit. We'll easily earn back our investment. Becker Howe is only slightly smaller than Matherly Press, but not for long." He winked at Noah. "I'll be your competitor now. Watch out. And the horse you rode in on, you bloodless son of a bitch," Noah thought. He made a show of checking his wristwatch. "I really hate to break up the party, but I must get on my way. Wait, that's not the only good news." Nadia thrust her left hand across the table. You failed to notice or were too polite to mention that I'm wearing an obscenely enormous diamond ring. Morris and I are getting married next Sunday at the plaza. She beamed at Morris, then turned back to Noah. 3 o'clock, we'll be crushed if you're not there. Chapter 33. Damn Michael Strother. Cursing his former friend, it appeared was the only fresh thought in Parker's mind. Angrily, he switched off his computer, concluding another unproductive session of writing. He had sat all day, hands poised above the keyboard, waiting for a burst of inspiration that never came. It was a condition that was recurring with alarming frequency. He had been working on the next Mackenzie rune book. Deck Caton had turned into a real dullard with nothing clever to say. He was no longer roguish or engaging. The villain wasn't innately evil, he was a caricature. And the girl, Parker didn't like the girl, either. She was shallow and stupid. 7:43. He hadn't heard from Mike since he had announced his resignation and left the house. He hadn't composed a readable sentence since then either. The old man must have put a hex on him, something he'd learned from the Gullahs who lived on the southern tip of St. Anne. Mike had been fascinated by their language and customs, which had been passed from generation to generation, dating back to their African ancestry. Parker dismissed spells and potions and such as hogwash, but maybe there was something to them after all. When Mike was there, Parker had constantly sought solitude and silence in which to write. But it was amazing how much he missed having the old man puttering around. He found himself subconsciously listening for Mike's footsteps or the clang of pots and pans in the kitchen, the closing of a door, the whir of the vacuum cleaner somewhere in the house. The sounds would be welcome distractions now, comforts, because he felt terribly alone. Years back, while he lay in hospital wards with strangers in neighboring beds, being attended by capable but impersonal nurses, he had felt utterly friendless, completely alone. That's when hatred became his companion, his imaginary friend, his security blanket. Through the years that followed, there were times when hatred was an exhausting sidekick. Particularly after he'd succeeded with the mystery series, he grew tired of it constantly hanging around, never going home. It grew to be a nuisance. He wished to be rid of it. Sometimes he kicked it around, hoping that it would leave of its own accord, but it never did. It stayed, and he could never bring himself to abandon it. Instead, he had fed it daily, keeping it loyal to him until his relationship with it became codependent. It needed him to survive. He needed it for motivation. Now Mike was gone, and he was left again with only hatred, his trusty but parasitical ally. He was feeling awfully sorry for himself, but the irony didn't escape him. His misery was self-imposed. Poor you, but look at it this way, Parker, he whispered to himself. The end is in sight. The last die had been cast when he sent the Envy manuscript to Noah. It was too late. Now for second guessing. One way or 7:45, another it would soon be over, and he'd have closure. Everything he had done, said, or written in the past 14 years had been with this goal in mind. It all funneled down to here and now. Whatever the outcome, whether in his favor or not, it hadn't come cheaply. He had achieved worldwide acclaim, yet no one knew his name. He had sacrificed fame in exchange for anonymity. He had money, but nothing to spend it on. He owned a beautiful house, but it wasn't a home. He shared the empty rooms with only a hanging man's ghost. His need for vengeance had cost him his one true friend. Ultimately, it had cost him Maris. He missed her with a physical ache. If he were a woman or a child, he would cry himself to sleep each night. He moved through the house, touching things he had seen her touch, inhaling deeply in the hope of catching a whiff of her fragrance. He was pathetic, as daffy as Professor Hadley's jilted aunt who lived in the attic with only bittersweet memories and her fear of fresh fruit. Maris had been essential to his plot, but he hadn't expected her to become essential to him. In the brief time she had been in his life, she had become the most important element of it. Second most important, he corrected. If she were the most important, he would leave Noah to the devil, as Mike had advised, and spend the rest of his life loving her and letting himself be loved. At night, when he couldn't sleep, he'd get downright sappy. He envisioned them on the beach tossing a stick to a golden retriever and supervising a couple of sturdy, laughing kids building a sandcastle. A greeting card tableau, a Kodak commercial. Too often for his mental health, he relived making love to her. God, it had been sweet, but perhaps the sweetest part had been holding her. Just that. Holding her close, feeling her heartbeat beneath his hand, her breath against his skin. Allowing himself to forget for a few moments that he had only this one night with her and that come morning he would hurt her terribly and irreparably. Maris was the one plot element that might have caused him to change his outline and end the 747 thing differently. But he couldn't have even if he'd wanted to, because the revenge he sought wasn't only for himself. It was for Mary Catherine. He might not deserve restitution, but Sheila damn sure did. By most moral measuring sticks, she would come up short, but he knew better. That spectacular body had been home to a kind and generous spirit. In many respects, she was innocent, and Noah had killed her as surely as he had killed Daniel Matherly. Parker hoped that Maris and the authorities were thoroughly investigating Matherly's death, because Noah's account of it smelled the high heaven. It stank of Noah. It was doubtful they'd find anything that implicated him. He would make certain they didn't. He would have made the old man's death look like a tragic accident, and his explanation for how it had come about would be perfectly plausible. He was gifted that way. Overt aggression wasn't his style. He was smarter and more subtle than that. Oh, he could hold his own in a fist fight. Parker still had the scar above his eyebrow to prove it, but Noah's real power wasn't physical, it was cerebral. His strength was his cunning. He maneuvered insidiously. You didn't see him coming until it was too late, which made him the most dangerous kind of animal on the planet. But he had a major flaw, his intolerance for anyone getting the best of him. When Noah read the Envy manuscript, he would come south on the next flight. He'd be unable to resist. The book would be a red flag waved in his face, and it simply wasn't in Noah Reed to ignore it. During these intervening years, if Noah thought of Parker at all, he had probably imagined him as he'd last seen him, a vanquished enemy, a threat he had eliminated. If for no other reason, he would come to St. Anne out of curiosity. He'd come to see how old Parker had fared. He would come to see for himself what his wife had found so interesting about his former roommate. Noah would come. And when he got here, Parker would be waiting. 7:49, 8 o'clock classes were just about to convene when Maris parked her rental car in a lot reserved for campus visitors. It was the summer session, so there weren't as many students rushing into the classroom buildings as there would be when the fall semester began after Labor Day. Although she had never been here before, she didn't need to be oriented or to ask for directions. The university campus wasn't similar to the one described in Envy. It was the one described in Envy, and it was a long way from the police station in rural Massachusetts where she had been less than 24 hours ago. With Noah's words replaying inside her head, his death was convenient. She'd driven back to New York with a sense of urgency. Using her cell phone, she had reserved her airline ticket to Nashville as she sped down the parkway, breaking every speed limit between Chief Randall's police department and the Matherly press offices in Midtown Manhattan. She had planned to be in the office only long enough to consult briefly with her assistant and check her mail before returning to Daniel's house to pack, then to dash to the airport in time for the late evening flight. It didn't quite go according to plan. Her appearance in the office had galvanized her assistant. "Thank God you're here. I've been trying to reach you on your cell. My battery ran out about an hour ago. Don't move." The secretary placed a call. "Tell Mr. Stern she just came in." She depressed the hold button. "He told me it was mandatory that he speak with you today, Maris." "Concerning what did he say?" "No, but he's been calling since early morning. He assumed you'd be coming in." "I had an errand out of town." She hadn't had time for a lengthy conversation with the attorney and had said so. Her assistant apologized. "He made me swear to notify him the moment I spoke to you. He'll be online too." Maris went into her office and sat down behind her desk, and it was fortunate that she'd been seated because the news Stern had imparted was staggering. Mr. Matherly had in mind 7:51 to announce his decision when you returned from Georgia. I think he wanted it to be a ceremonious occasion. Unhappily, he didn't have that opportunity, but as it turns out, his timing for putting this into place was extraordinary. He paused, then said, "I hope you're pleased." She was deeply touched to know that her father had placed so much confidence in her, enormously. Stern had continued to go over the details with her, but the important thing she heard was that her father had entrusted her with the business that had been his life's work. She wouldn't take the responsibility lightly, but very proudly. Stern had coughed delicately, then said, "It's at your discretion whether or not to keep Mr. Reed on staff. Mr. Matherly intimated to me that having him there, even in a menial position, might be awkward for you considering your pending divorce." So he had known, of course he had known. His timing hadn't been as extraordinary as Mr. Stern believed. Probably Daniel had been planning this for some time, realizing that upon the dissolution of her marriage, an ugly battle for control would have been waged. Daniel had seen to it that such a battle would never take place. "Frankly, your father no longer trusted Mr. Reed to perform in the best interest of the publishing house," the lawyer had told her. "But as I said, his continuance with the company is up to you." They had talked a few minutes longer. Maris wrapped it up by saying, "Thank you, Mr. Stern. Thank you very much. No thanks necessary. I hope you'll want me to continue in my present capacity. That goes without saying. I'm honored." He paused, then asked, "Tell me, Ms. Matherly, how does it feel to be one of the most powerful women in New York?" She laughed. "Right now? I feel very rushed to make a flight." Following that conversation and a swift delegation of duties to her assistant, she opted to leave her car in the parking garage near the office building and take a cab to Daniel's house, where another shock had awaited her. As she was jogging up the steps of the brownstone, a limousine had pulled to the curb. Nadia Schuller alighted before the chauffeur had 753 time to come around and open the door for her. "Hello, Maris." She was dressed in a black dress and cocktail hat that on anyone else would have looked ridiculous. Nadia had the panache to wear it. "I understand why you don't want to talk to me. I know you think of me as something to be scraped off the sole of your shoe, but I need 1 minute of your time." "I don't have 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Please." "I fortified myself with 2 martinis before I came." Maris debated it for several seconds, then reluctantly agreed to hear her out. She had listened with dismay as Nadia told her about her breakfast meeting with Daniel. "I was told he'd had a mystery guest. You would have been the last person I would have guessed." "Me too. I was floored when he called and extended the invitation. I got the feeling that he was sneaking me in while his housekeeper was out. But the real shocker came when he told me about this bogus document Noah was going to press him to sign. He then offered me an exclusive on your promotion. Congratulations. Thank you. The story about the transfer of power will run in my column tomorrow. Mr. Matherly asked me to hold it for a week. I agreed. Of course, when I did, I had no idea that he wouldn't be here to read it." Maris had been further surprised to see tears in Nadia's eyes that even her veil couldn't conceal. "Your father was a gentleman, Maris, even toward me." She covered her mouth with her hand for several seconds before continuing. "I wish I had warned him not to go. With Noah?" She nodded. "Maybe even more than you. I know how treacherous Noah can be. I never thought he would go so far as to commit murder, but when I heard the circumstances of Mr. Matherly's death, I wondered. So did I?" Noah said as much. Maris then told her about hers and Noah's meeting with the Massachusetts police. If he did push Dad down those stairs, he 755 got away with it. "That morning, as I told your father goodbye, I should have said something, should have warned him." Her eyes pleaded with Maris for absolution. "I had a chance to warn him too, Nadia. I didn't either. I guess all of us underestimated Noah. I guess, by the way, he and I are history. I don't care." Nadia nodded, one woman understanding another's scorn because it was deserved. "Just before coming here, I had the pleasure of telling him about the shift of power from your father to you. I don't think he took it well. Be careful, Maris. I'm not afraid of him." Nadia looked at her closely and with admiration. "No, I don't believe you are." She ducked her head for a second, then looked bravely into Maris's face again. "I never feel guilty over anything. This was a rare exception. Thank you for listening." Maris nodded and had turned toward the steps, But before reaching the stoop, she turned back. Morris Bloom had stepped out of the limo and was holding the door for Nadia. He nodded politely to Maris, but it was Nadia whom she addressed. "Why do you suppose Dad invited you to breakfast and gave you this story?" I asked myself that 1,000 times. I finally reached a conclusion. Speculation, of course. I'd like to hear it. He knew Noah had cheated on you, but Mr. Matherly was too old to defend your honor by beating him up. So he wanted to use my column to kick him in the teeth. He knew Noah would be publicly humiliated when the article appeared, and it was there in black and white for all the world to see that publishing's boy wonder had been stripped of his stripes. Smiling over the irony, she added, "And no doubt your father saw the poetic justice in baiting Noah's illicit lover with a story she couldn't resist." "No doubt," Maris said with a fond smile. "It was her aged father they'd all underestimated. Maris, if it means anything to you. Yes, I think he had fun doing it. He was in great spirits that morning, 7:57. Thank you for telling me that. It means a great deal." She was in the townhouse less than half an hour and had arrived at the departure gate as they were boarding the flight to Nashville. She had checked into an inexpensive chain motel near the airport and collapsed into bed without even undressing. This morning she had eaten a lumberjack's breakfast, then driven 2 hours to reach the university. Now, as she strolled along the paved paths of the campus reviewing yesterday's startling events, she could hardly believe she was here. She had strong feelings of déjà vu, which wasn't surprising. She had been here before through the pages of Parker's book. Although he had assigned a fictitious name to the university, his descriptions had been dead on. She walked straight to the fraternity house, knowing precisely where it was located. It was exactly as Parker had described. The 3-story brick building with the gabled windows and the Bradford pear trees lining the front walkway had been abandoned for the summer, but she could imagine how lively it would be when it reopened for occupation in the fall. From the fraternity house, she followed the path that Roark had taken that blustery November morning 2 days before Thanksgiving holiday. Parker's vivid narrative led her to the classroom building where Professor Hadley had his office. She ascended the stairs where Roark had been greeted by a classmate and invited to join a study group. The second-floor corridor stretched out in front of her long, dim, deserted, and silent. She passed only one office with an open door. A woman was working at a computer terminal, but she didn't notice as Maris walked past. She continued all the way down the hallway to the office numbered 207. The door was standing slightly ajar as it had been that morning. Roark approached it with his capstone manuscript inside his backpack. Her heart was thumping as hard as his as she gave the door a gentle push and it swung open. A man was seated at a desk, his back to her. "Professor Hadley?" He turned around. "Hello, Maris." She sagged against the door jamb, and 7:59 snuffled a laugh of self-deprecation. "Mike, have a seat." He picked up a stack of books and magazines off the only other available chair and set it on the floor, alongside several other similar towers of reading material. Maris lowered herself into the chair, but her eyes never left him. He smiled at her. "I knew you'd eventually figure it out. What was the breakthrough? I guessed days ago that Roark was Parker. At least aspects of him. Yesterday Noah said something that was almost a direct quote from the book. About how convenient my father's death was to him as his mother's death was. It enabled him to move to Florida without further delay. I should have realized sooner that you were Hadley. Frankly, I'm glad you didn't. Parker's descriptions weren't always flattering. I'd have been insulted if you'd seen me in them." Her eyes roved the cluttered office. "Parker described your office to a T. What's your position here at the university?" "Professor Emeritus." "That's an honor." He harumphed. "It's an empty title that doesn't mean a thing, except that you're too damn old to do what you used to do. I get to keep the office till I die in exchange. Once each semester I give a lecture on Faulkner to a couple hundred bored young people who attend only because they're required to. I'm flattered if one of them stays awake for the duration of my lecture. Beyond that, I have no responsibilities whatsoever." Quietly, she said, "I'll bet Parker stayed awake for all your lectures." "He was exceptional." In his book, he hasn't exaggerated how I felt about Rorkand, his budding talent. If anything, he's minimized it. Is it true that you rescued him from drug addiction? As I've said many times, he rescued himself. He'd become reliant on painkillers. Considering what he suffered, I can't say I blamed him. But it had reached a point where he was taking the pills more to dull his emotional pain than anything else. All I did was sound the alarm 761 inside his head. He's the one who went through the hell of withdrawal and then whipped himself back into shape. He smiled. I guess it's fair to say that I handed him the whip. Still, he's indebted to you, as I am to him. I've been privileged to work with an amazingly talented writer. Too bad he's not as fine a human being as he is a writer. Mike studied her for a moment, then reached across his desk and pulled forward a manuscript that was bound with a wide rubber band. He passed it to her. She looked down at the cover sheet and her lips curled with bitterness. I've read it. Most of it, he corrected. Not all. There's some you haven't read. Read it before you judge Parker too harshly. He stood up and made his way to the door. I'm going for coffee. Can I bring you back something? Chapter 34. One of Noah's strongest personality traits was his ability to deny that anything was wrong. Refusing to acknowledge a setback was the same as there being no setback to acknowledge. The morning following his disastrous martini date with Nadia, he took a taxi to Matherly Press, pretending, indeed believing, that he would manipulate his way through this problem and actually come out better in the long run. On the Richter scale of complications, this was a blip. He was glad that Matherly Press would remain autonomous. Worldview had bought itself a white elephant. Becker Howe had been hanging on by its fingernails for years, and everybody in the industry knew it. Ollie Howe was more stiff-necked than Daniel. He was unyielding to the rapid changes taking place and baffled by the concept of electronic publishing. Noah would personally see to it that the merger was an abysmal failure and that Morris Bloom became an industry laughingstock, first for fancying himself a publisher and second for marrying a whore. Every man he shook hands with was likely to have had a piece of his wife. As for Nadia's exclusive story, he would deny it. Daniel wasn't around to corroborate it. Nadia was probably lying about Stern's 763 corroboration. Noah would claim she had written it out of spite. He would admit that he and Nadia had engaged in a temporary and ill-advised affair, one he now deeply regretted. The sudden death of his father-in-law had made him see the error of his ways and returned him to his wife and the sanctity of their marriage. When he broke off with Nadia, she retaliated by fabricating this story about him and his family. By the time all the hubbub died down, no one would remember the details of the original story. The facts would have been confused in the multiple retells. No one would know what or whom to believe. He could walk away from the whole mess virtually unscathed and looking valorous for owning up to an extramarital affair for which he would publicly ask his wife's forgiveness. His wife, Maris, was the hitch in this plan. He was counting on her to ignore Nadia's story. She wouldn't give Nadia the satisfaction of denying or confirming it, but it went beyond that. What was he to do if, in fact, Daniel had given Maris control of Matherly Press? Say the attorney Stern had knowledge of a transference of power and the documentation to prove it. What then? All right. He would go along. He would say that Daniel had informed him of it while they were in the country. Yes, they discussed it at length, and Noah had agreed that Maris should have the title and the authority that it conveyed, but Daniel had asked him to be her helpmate, to serve as her advisor, to guard her back against marauders and steer her around pitfalls. Yes, that was very good, and who could contradict him? Perhaps he should confess that he had flirted with the idea of merging Matherly Press with a media giant and had met with Bloom to discuss it. But now that Daniel was gone, he looked forward to working side by side with Maris to preserve and even strengthen Matherly Press. Excellent. Now, what to do about their personal relationship? Tricky to resolve, but not impossible. She was so easily pacified. Maybe he would take a special interest in this book she was so excited about. He would offer to become personally involved in its publication and devote himself to making it a huge success. She'd like that, 765. Or maybe he'd suggest that they try harder to produce an heir to continue the dynasty. Physically impossible, of course, but she could be happy in her ignorance until he devised something else to keep her preoccupied and malleable. There were several options from which to choose. He was confident one would be a workable solution for their present rift. Finally, there was the problem of the private investigator. He might dig deep enough to uncover that nasty business in Florida. But what if he did? It was an unhappy story, nothing more. He had never been incriminated. Resurrecting the incident might generate some unfavorable speculation about him, but he would dismiss any rumors as vicious gossip. Having worked out these solutions, it was with a jaunty and optimistic air that he stepped off the elevator and walked briskly down the hallway toward his office. Even his assistant was standing at attention at her desk, wringing her hands as though anxious to please him. "Coffee, please, Cindy?" Mr. Reed Hewes. He sailed past her and entered his office, where he came to a standstill so abruptly he might as well have walked into a glass wall. Stern? Appearance-wise, this attorney and Howard Bancroft were practically interchangeable. The same bold-pointed head bobbed as the man said curtly, "Mr. Reed? What the fuck are you doing in my office behind my desk?" overlooking the obscenity. Stern gestured toward the two men with him. "These gentlemen work as paralegals for my law firm. They have agreed to help you box up your personal items, a project I will closely monitor. You have 1 hour to complete the task, at which time I will relieve you of your keys to this office and your security pass into the building. I will then escort you out through the 51st Street exit. When stipulating to me the terms of your immediate dismissal, Ms. Matherly was very specific about that. She did not want to cause you any embarrassment by conducting you outside through the main entrance. In my opinion, that was most gracious of her and more consideration than you deserve." With a quick motion of his hand, he activated the 767 paralegals. He checked his wristwatch. "The clock is ticking. I think we should begin." Cindy squeezed in through the door behind him. "Excuse me, Mr. Reed. The deliveryman won't release this package until you personally sign the return receipt." She was the most convenient outlet for his rage. He rounded on her, eyes blazing. She recoiled but thrust the package at him and managed to say, "It's from a Mr. Parker Evans." Maris had just completed her read-through when Mike returned. She was sitting motionless, the manuscript pages lying in her lap. She had stared at the last line until the letters blurred, pain that splinters the body but slays the soul, because she was dazed by that line and those that had come before it. Mike's return didn't register until he nudged her shoulder. "I remembered that you enjoy tea sometimes. I hope that's all right." Nodding dumbly, she took the warm styrofoam cup from him. He sat down in his desk chair. When he ripped open a packet of artificial sweetener, the sound seemed abnormally loud in the small room. "One or two?" he asked. "One's fine." She removed the tight plastic lid from her cup. Mike dumped the contents of the packet into the fragrant, steaming tea, then passed her a plastic stir stick. She stirred much longer than required to dissolve the sweetener. When she tasted the tea, it burned her tongue. "This isn't the ending, is it?" she asked. Mike frowned into his coffee. "He hasn't shown the last chapter, even to me. I'm not sure he's written it. It may be too painful for him to write. More painful than this?" "God!" she cried softly. "It's incredible. I can't believe it happened." Mike looked at her meaningfully. What she'd said was rhetoric, because actually she believed every word of Parker's account. Noah had done this to his friends. She knew he had. She knew he was capable of it. What happened afterward, Mike? Todd was 769 Noah. This isn't fiction. Noah returned to the marina. As related in the prologue, he faked hysteria. Claimed that Parker had gone crazy on board the boat, abused the girl, attacked him. They fought. The girl went overboard and so did Parker. Noah tried to save them. He'd gone into the water so his clothes would be wet and it would appear he'd searched for them. He blamed Parker's violent outburst on envy. A lie, of course, but a damn good one. Believable. The Coast Guard organized a search and rescue effort. Mary Catherine. Her body was never recovered. It was officially ruled death by drowning. What about Parker? Mike sipped his coffee before answering. A delay tactic she saw through. Parker was found that night by sheer accident. A fisherman spotted him. The coordinates Todd had given the Coast Guard were approximate, meaning off by miles. Miles after being in the water for hours, it was a miracle that Parker was still alive. Shock probably saved his life. He had kept his arms moving so he wouldn't sink and drown, but God knows how he was able to move at all. His legs had been chewed to pieces by the blades of the outboard motor. When the fishermen first saw him, they mistook him for an animal carcass that had been used for chum. There was so much blood around him, you see. With a shaky hand, Maris set aside her tea untasted after that first sip. For over a week his condition was listed as critical, Mike continued. Somehow he lived. Eventually his legs were pieced back together bit by bit. He told me he underwent several operations. What was Noah doing all this time? Surely he was afraid that Parker would give his version of the story and convince the authorities of the truth. I've given you a much abbreviated summary, Mike explained. The reconstruction of Parker's legs took years. In those first few days, the trauma doctors worked frantically just to keep him alive. 771 eventually, he was taken off the critical list, but he spent weeks in an ICU fighting off infection. There weren't drugs strong enough to keep him unconscious, except for brief periods. The rest of the time he spent screaming, begging them to kill him. He's admitted that much to me. Maris covered her trembling lips with her hand, which was cold and clammy. Tears stung her eyes. He'd suffered tremendous blood loss. Perhaps that's why they didn't amputate his legs immediately. They were afraid he'd bleed out on the operating table. They wanted his condition to stabilize before they attempted a surgery that traumatic. I'm surmising, I don't know. I learned all this long after the fact. No one notified me of the incident. I found out later by happenstance, when he was strong enough to begin the reconstructive process, he fought like hell if any of the consulting physicians so much as mentioned amputation, even partial. Honestly, I don't know why they heeded his wishes. Maybe because he was a young man, maybe, I don't know, he repeated with a shrug. Divine intervention? Providence? Maybe the doctors simply admired the power of his will and decided to honor it. Anyway, they didn't take his legs. They elected to rebuild them the best they could. I've seen his scars. The visible ones, the ones you can't see, are even deeper, caused by Noah's betrayal during those weeks that Parker was fighting for his life. Noah was putting on quite a dog and pony show for the authorities. Mary Catherine wasn't there to dispute his version of what had happened. It came down to his word against Parker's. He painted Parker as a jealous, envious hothead who had gotten drunk and snapped, turned violent. He attacked Noah. When Mary Catherine tried to break them apart, Parker lashed out and knocked her over the railing. His momentum caused him to fall overboard, too. By the time the doctors granted the investigators permission to question him, Parker had already been cast in the defensive role. Confronted with these false accusations, Parker, by his own account, played right into Noah's hands. He reacted like a jealous, envious 773 hothead with violent tendencies. His ranted denials made him appear guilty rather than innocent. From his hospital bed, he threatened to kill his lying friend. Mike smiled. I imagine that he put his command of the English language, as well as his gutter vernacular, to good use. I can imagine him pulling against arm restraints and practically foaming at the mouth. That probably isn't exaggerating by much. In any case, he came across as a raving maniac, dangerous to himself and others. Noah was believed. Parker wasn't. He was charged with involuntary manslaughter for Mary Catherine's drowning. When he was well enough to leave the hospital, he was taken to court for his arraignment. He pled no contest. Why? Maris exclaimed. He wasn't guilty, but he felt responsible. She shook her head. Noah was. I agree with you, but Parker blamed himself for being unable to save her. Noah didn't attend Parker's sentencing, but he sent a videotaped deposition. He was humble, sorrowful, soft-spoken when he wasn't openly weeping. He said he regretted having to tell the horrible truth about that day. A dual tragedy had occurred, he said, Mary Catherine's drowning, and the death of his friendship with Parker Evans. He thought he knew him, but in a matter of hours, his best friend had become his enemy. He said that he and Parker had been closer than any two brothers. But when Noah succeeded ahead of him, it did something to Parker, twisted him. Noah looked earnestly into the camera and sobbed. You don't understand what happened to Parker that day. He turned devious, lecherous, and murderous. Think I'm quoting correctly? Maris took a deep breath and expelled it slowly. So Noah went to New York in a blaze of glory because of the vanquished. And Parker went to prison. Prison? Prison? She lowered her head and ground her palm against her forehead. He told me once that he had spent years in rehab hospitals and dither facilities. Would never have imagined he was referring to prison. Because of the mitigating circumstances of 75, his case and his physical condition, he was sent to a minimum security prison and allowed to continue with his treatment program and physical therapy. He was released after serving 22 months of an 8-year sentence. He might have been better off if the state had kept him longer. On his own, he didn't fare very well. He looked at her from beneath his eyebrows. I believe you know that he'd sunk pretty low by the time I heard what had happened to my star pupil and went looking for him. She picked up the manuscript pages in her lap and straightened them. I regret that I ever met Noah Reed. I loved him, Mike, or thought I did. I was married to him, wanted to have his children. How could I not have seen what he is? You weren't looking. You didn't know to look. But I should have read the signs. I knew this is where he'd attended university, but he never talked about his life before coming to New York. Not even a casual reference. He didn't have any keepsakes or photographs, except one of his mother and father with him as a boy. He was never in touch with old friends. He never reminisced. He said he preferred living the present to visiting the past, and I stupidly accepted that explanation without question. Why did it never occur to me that he was hiding something? Don't be too hard on yourself, Maris. Noah is like two different men occupying one body. You weren't the only one he hoodwinked. Was it a plot device for envy, or did you actually write Parker a letter cautioning him not to turn his back on Noah? I wrote a letter very similar to the one Parker read aloud to us, almost word for word, in fact. So you saw through Noah, and he was only your student. I was his wife, not a strong recommendation for my perception skills. Parker lived with him too, remember, for nearly 6 years. Here at the university, then in Florida, occasionally he saw traces of selfishness and self-absorption, but not until he was in the water that night did he realize that Noah is evil. I believe that recently. I've had glimpses of that evil alter ego looking down at the pages still lying in her lap. She ran her fingers across the top sheet in something like 777, a caress. Parker's not evil like Noah, but he's cruel. Raising her head and looking across at Mike, she said, "Why did he do this, Mike? Revenge? Why did he involve me?" I apologize for my part, Maris. I was uncomfortable with it from the start. I certainly didn't like it once I came to know you. He eased back in his chair and focused on a corner of the ceiling as he arranged his thoughts. You see, in that damning video deposition, Noah accused Parker of lechery with Mary Catherine. So he made the accusation a reality. With me. Something like that. Parker's success with the Mackenzie Rune books should have been enough for him, but it wasn't. The best revenge he could devise was to write his and Noah's story and write it well enough to captivate you, a respected editor who also happened to be Noah's wife. I think the idea sparked when he read that Noah had married you. I was the element that made the plot work. Mike nodded somberly. Every good plot has one component that links all the others. The common thread that seams the pieces together. What's the ending to be? He wouldn't tell me. Maybe he doesn't have an ending. Maybe deceiving me, betting me, and being able to laugh up his sleeve at Noah over it is vengeance enough for him. Mike responded to the bitterness she couldn't conceal. I'm not justifying what he's done, Morris, but I can understand it. Parker feels everything passionately or not at all. It's the only level of experience that makes sense to him. Otherwise, why bother? How could he be less passionate about vengeance? He wanted Noah to experience at least twinges of the pain he had suffered because of him. He wanted Noah to know what it felt like to be deceived and betrayed to the nth degree. So Parker tricked you into coming to him. You both betrayed Noah by sleeping, was? Oh my God. She reached out and gripped Mike's sleeve. I've just figured out his plot. 779, his was plot, his ending. She wet her lips, spoke hurriedly. Earlier, you quoted Noah from his videotape deposition. He claimed that Parker had turned devious, lecherous, and murderous. Mike finished slapping his forehead. God damn me for being so old and stupid as many plots as I've analyzed. I should have realized where he was going. That's why he hasn't shared the last chapter with me. Maris rattled off her racing thoughts. Parker's done everything Noah accused him of, except she looked at Mike with alarm. He couldn't, she said huskily. He wouldn't. I know he wouldn't. I don't believe so either. But neither sounded convinced. He's not capable of it, she stressed. I wouldn't have been attracted to him, wouldn't have loved him? For God's sake, Mike, I fell in love with the main character of The Vanquished and transferred that love to the author. Look where that got me. I no longer trust my emotions. I believed that Parker at least cared for me. If I hadn't believed that, I wouldn't have slept with him. But maybe I'm wrong again. Maybe. She pressed her fist against her heart, recalling how cruel Parker had been that awful morning. Considering all the pain and resentment, bitterness, and anger that had been simmering inside him for the past 14 years, perhaps he was capable of murder. To his mind, Noah had stolen the life he'd had planned for himself, tit for tat, an eye for an eye. Noah's life for the one Noah had taken from him. Noah's life in exchange for Mary Catherine's. Now that she could easily believe Parker might not kill for revenge, but he might for justice. He had liked that girl. He had regarded her as his friend and felt compassion for her. He would feel justified seeking vengeance for her death. She surged to her feet. We've got to stop him, but at the door she drew herself up short. She had panicked unnecessarily. Clasping her hands, she bowed her head over them as though in prayer. Thank God. Turning 781 back around, she said to Mike, "We're not too late. Noah doesn't know that the writer I've been working with is Parker. He hasn't read Envy." Mike dragged his hands down his face, groaning, "Oh, no." Chapter 35. Noah, fresh off a chartered boat from the mainland, entered Terry's Bar and Grill with a condescending attitude that immediately catapulted him to the top of the endangered species list. The locals disliked non-Islanders in general, but they particularly disliked any who looked down their noses at them. They despised Noah Reed on sight. In fact, he might not have been allowed to tie up his boat at the dock if Parker hadn't spread word around that he was expecting a citified visitor from up north. If anybody spotted such a person, he was to be directed to Terry's, where Parker would be waiting. Noah approached the bar and addressed Terry with a rude, "Hey." Terry, who happened to be uncapping a long neck at the time, sent the bottle of beer sliding down the bar toward one of his regulars, ignoring Noah. "Didn't you hear me?" Terry shifted a gnawed matchstick from one corner of his mouth to the other. "I heard you. People want to talk to me. They talk to me proper, else they're likely to disappear. Now get the fuck out of my place." "I think you've already worn out your welcome, Noah." At the sound of his voice, Noah spun around. Parker grinned up at him. "Record time, too." Noah gave Parker in his wheelchair a long, slow once-over. "She told me you were a cripple." Terry produced a baseball bat from beneath the bar. One of the regulars reached for the sheathed knife attached to his belt. Others merely glowered. "She told me you were a prick," Parker returned, keeping his smile in place. "But then I already knew that." Noah laughed. "Right back to our usual banter, aren't we?" I didn't realize how much I'd missed it. 783, funny. I haven't missed it at all. Want a beer? Noah glanced at Terry. "I think I'll pass." Parker motioned with his head for Noah to follow him outside. "I'll settle up with you later, Terry. No problem." Every eye in the bar was on them as they left through the screen door and went out into the sweltering heat. "You've got nerve, Noah. I'll give you that," Noah scoffed. "Coming to see you? No. Going into Terry's bar wearing those loafers." He looked down at Noah's Gucci shoes with the gold trademark on the vamp. "Very fancy." Noah ignored the dig and slipped off his jacket. "Lovely climate," he said sarcastically. "Sorta reminiscent of Key West." Noah never faltered, but he didn't take the bait either. Parker led him to the gator. Climb in. How quaint. He settled into the bright yellow seat. You don't see many of these on Park Avenue. Using his arms, Parker raised himself into the driver's seat, then reached down for his wheelchair, folded it, and placed it in the trailer. As he clicked on the ignition, he said, "Noah, you've grown into a regular Yankee snob. You've just grown old. Pain and suffering will do that to you." For the next 5 minutes, they rode in silence. Noah showed a marked lack of interest in the island. He kept his eyes on the narrow road ahead, never once commenting on the scenery or even looking at it. Parker, on the other hand, returned the waves of people they happened to pass along the way. After one lady called out a greeting from her front porch, Noah turned to him. "What are you, the local celebrity? Only cripple on the island, I see, and the only professional writer they know. You haven't sold this book of yours yet." "No, but the Mackenzie Roan books sell like rubbers in a whorehouse. $7.85. He'd finally gotten an honest reaction out of Noah. He laughed at his stunned expression. "You didn't know? Well, surprise." With an aplomb that Parker remembered, Noah recovered quickly. "So that's how you afford the lovely home and loyal valet that my wife mentioned." Parker was quick to catch Noah's possessive reference to Maris, but he didn't address it. "I'm trying to make the house a home. It still needs a lot of work, and my loyal valet up and quit on me this week. How come? He thinks I'm a rotten person and said he wanted no part of me." "You call that loyal? Oh, he'll be back." "You're sure of this?" "Fairly sure, yes." The sun had sunk below the tree line by the time they reached the derelict Cotton Gin. The gathering dusk made it appear even more forlorn than it did in full daylight. Its enshrouding vines seemed to be hugging it tighter as though to protect it from the onset of darkness. Noah assessed the dilapidated building. "I can see what you mean by the place still needing a lot of work." Parker reached into the trailer for his wheelchair and swung it to the ground. "It's not the homestead, but it's an interesting building. As long as you're here, you might just as well get a taste of local history." He wheeled his chair into the gin, leaving Noah no choice except to follow inside. Waning sunlight squeezed through the cracks in the walls. The holes in the ceiling projected miniature discs of light onto the floor. They looked like scattered coins. Otherwise, the interior was gloomy with deep shadows. The air was so heavy and still it almost required conscious thought to inhale it. Like a tour guide with a rehearsed spiel. Parker pointed out certain aspects of the gin and related some of its history and fact-based legends as he had related them to Maris, including the failed plan to convert to steam power. Noah tired of the monologue and interrupted Parker in mid-sentence. "I read your book." Parker slowly brought his wheelchair 787 around to face him. "Of course you did, Noah. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't. When did you receive it? This morning?" Quick response, every anxious writer's dream. "I only had to read the first few pages to realize where the plot was going." "It's very good writing, by the way. Thanks. I chartered a private jet to ensure the shortest trip possible. On the flight, I scanned the remainder of the manuscript. But you already know the story. I know it'll never see print." Parker shrugged goofily. "Just goes to show how wrong a person can be. Here, I was thinking that maybe, after all these years, you'd be ready to relieve your conscience." "Cut the bullshit, Parker." Noah's voice cracked across the stillness like a whip. "I assume this envy is the manuscript that Maris has been raving about? The very one she's read every word, several times, likes the story, loves the concept, the dynamic of the competitive friends, says the characters are vividly drawn, thinks Rourke is a prince and Todd is, well, not a prince. She's easily impressed by melodrama. Wrong. She's a good editor, a schoolgirl playing dress-up. She's a classy lady. Jesus." Noah snickered. "You've fucked her, haven't you?" Parker clenched his jaw and refused to answer, which caused Noah to laugh. "Ah, Parker, Parker, your hair is graying and your face has more lines than a road map, but some things haven't changed. You're still the chivalrous lover who never kisses and tells." He shook his head with amusement. "You always did have a soft spot for the ladies." Of course I know why you had a burning desire to get Maris in bed. You wanted to cuckold me. You went to a hell of a lot of trouble to do it, so I hope you weren't too disappointed. She's not exactly a firecracker in the sack, is she? He looked pointedly at Parker's lap. Or maybe you're pitifully grateful for any kind of sexual activity, even 789 Maris's stilted efforts. Thoughtfully, he scratched the side of his nose. She does have that luxuriant bush, though. If you left the lights on, I'm sure you noticed. Parker wished very badly to kill him then. He wanted to watch him die, slowly and in agony and feeling the flames of hell licking at his ankles. Seemingly oblivious to the murderous impulses he was fostering, Noah continued nonchalantly. Not that I'm complaining about Maris, you understand. She certainly proved herself useful in the furtherance of your career. That's right. He took a step closer. And you must know, Parker, that I won't let anything or anyone rob me of all that I've achieved. This book of yours will never be published. Actually, Noah, I didn't write it for publication. I wrote it for myself. As a cathartic autobiography? No. As a ticket to fuck my wife? No. You're stretching my patience, Parker? I wrote it to get you here on my turf so that I could be watching your face when you die, just like you were watching me from the pilot's wheel of the boat that night. Noah snorted, "What? You're going to run me down with your wheelchair?" Parker merely smiled and withdrew a small transistor from his shirt pocket. "Oh, I see you're going to beat me to death with the remote control. I own this building," Parker said conversationally. "I like it. Good atmosphere. But some folks think it's a hazard to kids who might wander in here, that abandoned well and all." He hitched his thumb in that direction. "So I've decided to do my fellow islanders a favor and destroy it." He depressed one of the rubberized buttons on the transistor. Out of the shadows in a far corner came a loud pop, followed by a spark. Startled, Noah spun around and watched as a flame leaped up against the weathered wood. Parker gave his chair a hard push toward him. Noah, sensing the motion, turned and lunged at him. Noah's daily workouts in the gym had kept him trim. His reflexes were good, 791. He landed a couple of good punches. But Parker's arm and chest muscles were exceptionally well developed from years of having to rely on them. He staved off many of Noah's slugs and had enough upper body strength to keep himself in his chair. His real advantage, however, was in knowing how Noah fought. Noah fought dirty. Noah fought to win. And he didn't care how he won. When Noah began pushing him backward toward the open well, Parker wasn't surprised. His efforts became defensive. He took reckless swings that Noah easily dodged. Sensing that Parker was weakening, Noah fought even harder. Parker's frantic struggling only increased Noah's determination to defeat him. He came on more ferociously, blindly, the predator moving in for the kill. Then, at precisely the right instant, Parker jammed down the brake lever of his wheelchair. It bit into the rubber wheel and brought the chair to a jarring stop. Noah hadn't expected it. Inertia propelled him forward. His Gucci shoes caught the low rim of the well, tripping him. He groped at air, then he stepped into nothingness. His startled cry was a hellish echo of Mary Catherine's scream as she fell backward over the railing of the boat. Parker's breathing was harsh and loud. He wiped his bloody nose on his shirt sleeve. "You son of a bitch," Noah shouted up at him. "So the fall didn't kill you? Motherfucker. You're a sore loser, Noah. The cripple outsmarted you. Isn't that what you had in mind for me, to push me down that well? Why do you think I kept referring to it? Foreshadowing, Noah. Any writer worth a damn should have recognized it for what it was. Get me out of here." "Ah, don't be such a crybaby, Noah. It's not nearly as deep as the Atlantic. To the best of my knowledge, there are no saltwater carnivores in there. Don't know about snakes, though," he added in an intentional afterthought. "What are you going to do, flood it with water and let me drown? Give me some credit. All you'd have to do is keep treading water till it got to the 793 top." "Then what's the point?" Parker set off another of the charges. "There are 12 more like that, Noah, but long before I've set all of them off, you'll already be choking." Smoke inhalation doesn't have quite the drama of ocean water flooding your lungs or being eaten by a shark, but it's pretty damn effective, wouldn't you say? Ooh, you're scaring me, Parker. You expect me to believe that you would let me die down here? Why wouldn't you believe it? I'm a killer. You said so yourself. Remember, come on, flex the old memory muscles. I'm sure you'll remember. After all, you MV rehearsed that blubbering speech 1,000 times. The tears were a convincing touch, I must say. Even I came close to believing you. We were David and Jonathan until that day on the boat. Then I turned devious, lecherous, and murderous. Does that jiggle your memory? You were sentencing me to prison since I did the time. I think it's only fair that I commit the crime. Noah was silent for a moment, then said, I think my ankle's broken. You're breaking my heart. Listen, Parker, I'm in pain down here. Don't even go there, Noah. Okay, what I did. It was wrong. I got scared, froze up, ran away. Once I realized what I'd done, there was no way out for me but to do what I did. I can understand you're carrying a grudge, but you've made your point. Like you could have made yours by leaving me in the ocean to die. Wasn't that enough? Did you have to let Mary Catherine die too? You won't get away with this? Noah said in a new tone of voice. Oh, I think I will. You did. People will see the smoke, call the fire department. It's on the other side of the island. You'll suffocate before they get here, and you'll be blamed. I don't think so. Everyone inside Terry's heard your cruel remark. They know your wife's been living under my roof for a $7.95 couple weeks. They'll figure you came down here from Yankee Land to bust my ass. But to them, I'm the poor crippled man who lives down the lane. Now, who do you think they're going to believe? Who do you think they'll choose to believe? All I have to do is tell them the truth. We had words. You attacked me, and I've got the bloody nose to prove it. You lost your balance and fell into the well. Unfortunately, I had already set off the charges and couldn't stop the inevitable. I tried to save you, but it was no use. I'm a cripple, remember. He peered over the rim and smiled down at Noah, whose face was a pale oval looking up at him from the bottom of the dry well. It's as plausible as the story you told the Coast Guard, don't you think? Parker, listen to me. Excuse me just a moment. He depressed a button and another charge sparked. By now, flames were eating the wood on the outside walls in two places, working their way up toward the loft. Stop this, Parker, Noah cried. No, for God's sake, for God's sake. Don't you mean for your sake, Noah? I think even God would understand and forgive anything I did to you. I thought of shooting you and getting it over with. I'd have pled self-defense and would have gotten away with it. But then I thought about the hours I flailed about in that fucking ocean before I was rescued. I thought about the hours I spent in excruciating pain in rehab hospitals. Somehow shooting seemed much too good for you. I had to wait 14 years for this. If you met death quickly, it wouldn't be nearly as gratifying. I considered cutting off your balls and letting you bleed out like I nearly did, but that would have been messy and I couldn't think of a reasonable defense. Then one day I was in here plotting a decadent novel, and I happened to catch myself staring at this well, and just like that, he said, snapping his fingers. The idea came to me. I got a mental image of you struggling for air, your eyes streaming tears, your nose running snot. I got so aroused, I nearly came inside my shorts. By the way, the equipment works just 797. Fine, thank you. And Maris might have been married to you, but she was never your wife. You don't know her. You never even came close to knowing her. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, I got an old boy who lives on the island to set these charges for me. Simple, like automatic fireplace starters. I sent out notices that I was going to burn the place down, a controlled fire, you see, like they once used to burn the sugarcane fields right here on the island. Not much flame, lots of smoke. By now the smell of it was strong. Parker, you've got to get us out of here. Parker laughed. I won't have trouble getting out. I've got wheels. You, by contrast, are screwed. Noah tried another tack. Okay, you want me to beg? I'm begging. Get me out of here. Parker coughed on smoke. Sorry, Noah. Even if I wanted to, it's too late. I've got to save myself. I'll be depriving myself the pleasure of watching you die. But was Parker, don't do this. Noah sobbed. Please, don't let me die. What can I say? Parker stared down at him, his features turning hard, all traces of humor vanishing. Say you're sorry. Noah stopped sobbing but remained stubbornly silent. Did you even know Mary Catherine's real name? What difference does it make? It was Sheila. You should have at least known the name of the girl who miscarried your baby. It wasn't a baby. It was a female trick, a trap. So you did know, Parker murmured. I wondered. Ancient history, Parker. Wrong. It's very timely. If you want to get out of here alive, Noah, admit that you knocked Mary Catherine overboard and did nothing, fucking nothing, to try and save her. Noah hesitated. Parker placed his hand on the wheels of his chair and started to turn it around. See ya! Wait, all right, what happened to Mary? Catherine Noah, 799. Sheila, what happened to Sheila was my fault. And me, you deliberately ran that boat over me. Yes. Say it. I deliberately ran that boat over you. Why? I was trying to kill you and make it look like an accident. I wanted you out of the way. Of your career? That's right. Was that also why you killed Daniel Matherly? Damn you. You did kill him, didn't you? Parker shouted down at him. Admit it, or you suffocate, you son of a bitch. If you don't drown in your own nervous piss first. How'd you arrange that fall, Noah? I provoked him. About this old friend of his. He got angry, came at me, I deflected was. You pushed him. All right, say it. Desperate now. Noah relented. I pushed him. I didn't have to, but I did, just to make sure. Parker coughed on smoke. It was stinging his eyes. You are an abomination, Noah. A miserable human being. A murderer. He shook his head regretfully. But you're not worth killing. Parker wheeled his chair backward, panicked. Noah shouted his name from the bottom of the well. He was out of sight only for the amount of time it took him to retrieve the rope he had stashed earlier in preparation for this moment. He dangled it above the well where Noah could see it. Are you sure you want me to save you? You'll go to prison, you know. Throw it down. He was reaching up in an imploring gesture. I know exactly how you feel. Parker told him. I knew my legs were shot to hell. I'd have done anything to stop the pain, 801, anything except die. I thought I wanted to. But when those fishermen reached for me, I grabbed hold for all I was worth. He threaded the rope down to Noah, who grasped it frantically. Make a few loops around your chest and tie it tightly, Parker instructed. Okay, Noah called when he was done. Pull me up. Parker backed away, pulling the rope taut. Ready? If you can get some footholds, walk the wall. I can't. My ankle. Okay, but easy does it. Don't was he was about to say yank, but it was too late. Chapter 36. In his panic to be rescued, Noah had pulled sharply on the rope. Parker wasn't braced for it. He was jerked forward out of the wheelchair, landing on the packed dirt floor. God damn it. What? What's happening, Parker? For several seconds, Parker lay there with his forehead resting on the floor. He took several deep breaths. Then, using his forearms to pull him along, he inched his way over to the rim of the well and peered down into it. You pulled me out of my chair. Well, get back in it. I'm open to suggestions on how I should go about it. Well, do something. Noah's voice was now ragged with desperation. Even at the bottom of the well, he must have been able to hear the crackle of old wood burning. The smoke grew thicker by the second. Parker, you gotta get me out of here. Can't help you, buddy, I'm a cripple, remember? He shook his head ruefully. I'll admit this isn't the way I had the ending plotted. I never intended for you to die. I wanted to give you a taste of what it's like to face your mortality, to experience that all-encompassing terror. I wanted to scare you into confessing your sins. I wanted you to grovel and beg me for your life, and you did. It was supposed to end there. He laughed. I realized that you're 803 panicked, Noah, and that your mind is preoccupied with surviving. But I hope you're thinking clearly enough to grasp the irony of this situation. Think about it. I'm your only hope of salvation. But I'm powerless to save you because of the injuries you inflicted on me. That's rich, isn't it? It's a shame that neither of us will have the opportunity to use it in a book. It's the kind of built-in irony that Professor Mike Strother loved at the mention of their mentor's name. The distance between them seemed to shrink. Their eyes made a connection that was almost audible. Parker spoke softly. "You have one more sin to confess, don't you, Noah?" I had to be first, Parker. I had to be. Professor Strother hadn't heard from either of us for more than a year. All his correspondence had been returned unopened. Addressees unknown, no forwarding addresses. He was puzzled and slightly offended by our sudden and inexplicable disappearance. He didn't realize you'd sold The Vanquished until he saw it in his local bookstore. He recognized the title and your name immediately. Of course, he purchased a copy. He was curious to read how you had finalized your manuscript. He wanted to see if you had incorporated any of his suggestions. Naturally, he was proud that one of his students had written the novel that was all the rage, the topic of conversation at cocktail parties and beauty shops and office commissaries, the book that was on every bestseller list. Parker was. Now imagine Professor Strother's surprise when he settled into his reading chair, adjusted his lamp, opened his copy of The Vanquished by Noah Reed, and read the first page of my book. My book, Noah. It was that letter, Noah shouted back at him. Strother always favoring you, always thinking you were the one with the most talent. He thought your manuscript was so fucking fine. I thought I'd test it, get a second opinion. One day while you were out, I went into your computer and printed out a copy. I put my title on it and submitted it under my name. And when it sold, you had to get rid 805 of me immediately that day. That was the plan. Bet you shit when I turned up alive. It gave me pause, but I didn't panic. I hurriedly put your book into my computer and mine into yours. You couldn't have proven your claims to the authorities because by then I had painted you as unstable and violent. Strother always gave you credit for clever plotting. Our dear professor was another concern, but I figured that if he ever came forward and tried to expose me, you'd think of a way to worm your way out. I always have, until now. At least I'll die knowing that you're right behind me. You might even beat me into hell. You think so? You can't crawl along on your belly fast enough to get out of here now, Parker. No, but I can walk fast enough. Then, as Noah watched with mounting disbelief, Parker struggled to his knees and then stood up. You cocksucking son of Owas. It's a Mackenzie Rune trademark, Noah, Parker said, smiling down at him. Save one final plot twist for the very, very end. I'll kill you, Parker. I'll see you in hell, you. All right, Mr. Evans? Deputy Sheriff Dwight Harris rushed through the door accompanied by two other deputies. Exhausted, Parker told him. Otherwise okay. He depressed a button on the remote control and the flames immediately died. Fire trucks outside. We were getting worried. Just then the spray from the fire hose struck the exterior wall with a hard homp. I was getting a little worried myself, Parker said. Those smoke machines are killers. Deputy Harris glanced at the scorched walls. Those smudge pots did some damage to your building. It survived worse. Besides, it was worth it. So you got it? Every incriminating word. Parker pulled out his shirt tail and removed a cassette tape. Recorder clipped to the waistband of his 807 pants. He disconnected it from the microphone wire and passed it to the sheriff. He winced only slightly when he ripped off the tiny microphone taped to his chest. Thanks for setting this up, Deputy Harris. No thanks necessary. I appreciate your calling me. It'll probably be the only elaborate sting of my career. The two shook hands. Noah had continued to shout obscenities, but the deputy hadn't acknowledged him until now. I'm anxious to meet your guest here, Mr. Evans. Let's haul him up out of there. Harris said, motioning to the other two deputies who were standing by with ropes. How you doing down there, Mr. Reed? The police chief up in Massachusetts sure is anxious to hear what you had to say about your daddy-in-law's fall. My department's talking to the folks down in Florida, too. Parker turned away, symbolically leaving Noah to the devil, as Mike had urged him to. He was taken aback, but not really shocked, to see his old friend standing just beyond the gin's wide door. Mike always seemed to be there when he'd most needed him. Maris was standing with him. Deputy Harris noticed his hesitation and sidled up behind him. They were tearing up the road in a golf cart, intercepted them before they could barge in here and ruin the whole thing. Had a hell of a time keeping them out. They were worried about you. Afraid Noah would kill me? No, sir. Afraid you would kill him. Parker smiled. Wonder where they got that idea. The old man said something about your plot, said Miss Matherly pieced it together, figured it out. That doesn't surprise me. Shuffling across the dirt floor in a stiff-legged, awkward gait, his legacy of Noah's treachery, he slowly made his way outside. Mike seemed to know he needed to make this walk alone and didn't rush to assist him. He was within touching distance before Mike asked if he wanted his wheelchair. Thanks, Mike. Mike went to fetch his chair. Maris continued to stand stone still, staring at him. You thought I was paralyzed? 8:09, she nodded. I thought it best to let you go on thinking that. For this to work, I needed Noah to think that too. He decided he might just as well tell her the worst of it flat out. I ride whenever I can. This is about the best I can do, will ever do. A tear rolled down her cheek. It doesn't matter, it never did. The sweetest gift I ever received in my life was that glass of fireflies. Parker was stroking her back in the aftermath of lovemaking. Lightning bugs. He chuckled. You're learning. With help, you might become a bona fide belle. That was a sweet night all round, the sweetest until tonight. Maris, that next morning was. Shh. I understand now why you had to be so wretched. You do? You had to get rid of me before you could bring Noah here. He tipped her chin up so he could see her face. But you know, I used you to get to him. Your original plan was probably to have him catch us like this. He glanced down the length of their entwined bodies. Yeah, but that changed when you fell in love with me. You couldn't bring yourself to subject me to an ugly scene like that, so you hurt me in order to protect me. You made certain I would leave. He stroked her cheek. You're so smart, you amaze me. So I'm right as rain, especially about me falling in love with you. You did? I am present tense. He lifted her face toward his and kissed her in a way that left no room for doubt. There is one thing I can't figure out, she said when the kiss finally ended. I know we promised not to talk about this tonight, but I'd like to have one point clarified. They had agreed that they wouldn't rehash everything tonight. They faced months, possibly years of legal entanglements before Parker was 8-11 exonerated and Noah was tried and punished for his crimes. She had a publishing house to run and he had books to write. They didn't yet know how they were going to divide their time between New York and St. Anne Island. She would grieve her father's death for a long while yet, and Parker was deliberating whether or not to reveal Mackenzie Rune to his legion of fans. They had much to work out, but were committed to making it work. However, they had agreed that tomorrow didn't start until sunrise, and that they deserved tonight to strictly enjoy one another. I don't want to invite Noah into bed with us, he said. I understand and agree, but this isn't really about him, okay? One point, and then I want to do some more of what we were doing. I promise, she said, smiling. Mike discovered that The Vanquished was actually your book with Noah's title on it, right? And he tried to contact you for an explanation. It took him almost a year to track me down. By then, the paperback edition had already come out. Why didn't Mike expose Noah then? Because I threatened his life if he did. Why? I was in piss-poor condition. Maris? An ex-con who looked like a beggar and was living like one. I was wheelchair-bound. Only after years of physical therapy am I able to walk at all. If you can even call that walking. When Mike found me, I was weak, wasted, addicted to pills. He shook his head stubbornly. I refused to confront Noah in such a reduced state when he was the book world's crown prince, enjoying the success that rightfully belonged to you. I chose to wait until I was strong and confident and successful. That too. I wanted to challenge him as an equal when I had the credentials to back up my claim that he'd stolen my book. I knew it might take years, but I was willing to wait. I'm surprised you got Mike to agree. He didn't agree. He just gave in, or I swore that I would never write another word as long as I lived. 813. Ah, that would have cinched it. Now that he had answered her question, she eased herself on top of him and opened her thighs. With a grunt of satisfaction, he pressed himself inside her, began to stroke with the barest upward motion of his hips. You're incredibly talented, Mr. Evans. Yeah, and I can write a fairly decent book, too, sitting up. She reached behind her between his legs and stroked the underside of his penis at its base. He strained a curse between his teeth. You've got talents of your own, Miss Matherly. Where'd you learn that trick? I read it in one of your books. Damn, I'm good. She continued to caress him until he pulled her down onto his chest and hugged her tightly around the waist while he pushed into her as high as possible. His raw, choppy breaths were muffled against her breasts. Finally, he relaxed, his head falling back onto the pillow. She smoothed his hair back from his damp forehead. Felt good? It still does. Cradling her face between his hands, he kissed her, whispering into her mouth, "We're being awfully messy here. I don't mind it. I'd like a baby. I can live with that, or two, even better. Parker, make me come." She was ready. It took only a few strokes of his fingertip. Later, they lay facing each other, their heads sharing the pillow. He was tracing her fragile collarbone when she said, "I recognized you the first time you kissed me, the night we met." His finger fell still in the hollow just beneath her shoulder. He raised his eyes to hers. "What?" "That's why that kiss alarmed me. Because I knew you, and not just knew you, but knew you well, intimately. I had spent so many nights with you, poring over every word. Your book was like a personal love letter, like you wrote it to me, just for me. When you kissed me, it was so familiar. It was as though you had kissed me like that 1,815 times. Adoringly, she touched every feature of his face. I have loved you for so long, Parker, for years. From the day I first read The Vanquished, he swallowed hard. When you talked about it with such passion. You got it, Maris, he said with glad emphasis. You got exactly what I had wanted to get across with those characters and that story. God, listening to you talk about it, my heart nearly burst. Can you imagine how hard it was for me not to tell you that I was the author? That it was me, not Noah you'd fallen in love with? Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't. Not then, not yet. Besides, I was afraid I wouldn't live up to your expectations. She ran her fingers through his hair. You surpassed them, Parker. You created my fantasies. Now you're fulfilling them. They kissed long and deeply, and when they finally pulled apart, she asked him what his original title had been, and he told her, and she told him that she liked it much better. The end.